everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi,
former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolger.
You know what? I learned a lot.
I'm ahead of the game.
Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses. It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
skin for skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. The damage is done, but I don't care. You're worth the cost, I don't care. All I ever wanna be is eyes for eyes, lips for lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin.
Hello and welcome to the final round of the Wijk 2023 Tata Steel Masters and Challengers. Everything will be decided today in the Masters. Somewhat sadly for the intrigue, the Challengers is effectively over in terms of the one place everybody wants to occupy, but still an excellent tournament to watch. Plenty of action still remaining. I'm Peter Svidler. With me is Grandmaster David Howell. How are we feeling about this?
Yeah, I'm not sure what to expect, Peter. I'm excited. I know that. I somehow feel that tie breaks might be happening today. I have a feeling that Anish Giri with the white pieces is going to do some damage against Richard Rapport. But Abdul Satorov, he's been the leader throughout the tournament, and he's been looking great. Yeah, some other small storylines, I guess, throughout the other games. But more of the same in terms of
absolutely. And we will be watching mainly the two games that David mentioned. Nordebek is leading the field by half a point ahead of specifically Anish Giri with this one round left to go. And they're both white. Nordebek white against Jordan van Forest, who will be tired and I would guess somewhat disappointed with the events of yesterday because he showed a fantastic novelty against Anish Giri, played really, really well. And then when it really looked like he might need to make one or perhaps two precise moves and the game will be wrapped up, he let Anish off the hook, and then Anish defended really, really well and survived. And the other game, of course, is the one you mentioned, Anish on the white side against Richard Rapport, a matchup which should very much play, I think, into Anish's strength because he is a fantastic player, but he also is unbelievably well prepared and very, very dangerous with the white pieces, as we've seen even in this tournament, where he managed to first, I think, very nicely choose a line against Magnus, and then just outplay him from a very sharp, both tactical and theoretical discussion in the Queen's Indian. So yeah, this will be very. And Anish starts with 1e4 in the meantime, which is already, I mean, it's not a shocker. He's obviously played e4 in his career, but I think he is more of a d4/c4 player.
Yeah, and it's interesting the picture we see on our screen, Peter. Anish plays e4, leaves the board, and Richard's just leaning back, thinking about
staring into space, trying to figure out exactly which of his openings are being particularly trapped today. One thing I will note is that I think Richie was playing a bit of the French recently, and Anish is, a well-published author on the topic of the French, and I guess would definitely have some ideas against it. So that maybe is not the best of choices.
He's played some Petrov as well.
Yeah,
some,
of course.
Some Sicilians, a bunch of different things. Nothing too settled, we've got to say. And it looks like he's made a move. Neither player really wants to sit at the board for too long. Report moves. Anish replies, and they're both away from the board. So we'll wait for those.
This is all fun and games, but it will be and he does go for the Sicilian, and while the attention will be on Anish specifically because Anish is the one player with the most likelihood of catching up to the leader. For anybody else to be in contention, Nordebek needs to lose with white to Jordan, which is not impossible, and Jordan has played the Sicilian against him, which I think is also a good indication that he does not want to play a quiet, safe game today. But one thing to note is that Richie has been very much in the resurgence in the last few rounds. I think he is on a 3.5 out of 4 run right this moment, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So definitely not to be discounted. And if he goes on to beat Anish with the black pieces, he might, in some scenarios, I guess, be in a tie for second. If I understand, if he beats Anish, and if I'm correct about his score, and neither Magnus nor Wesley win, there will be a pile up on +2.
Yeah.
All of these players sort of far behind Nordebek, who will win comfortably in that scenario. All of them tying for second, which would be obviously a welcome result for Richie. And this is a kind of a trolley choice against Anish, right? Going c5 and then d6 specifically, saying, you call yourself a knight specialist, you call this a knife? No, this is a knife, as the quote goes. Anish obviously capable of playing bishop e5 check, capable of playing anything he wants in this position, but I suspect he, considering the circumstance, should be very happy to pick up the gauntlet here and just go for the main lines.
Yeah, and it bodes well for the round that the two kind of key games, they start with open Sicilian, if Anish plays d4, open Sicilians. That's not what I expected at all. I thought especially Abdusatorov would play something a bit calmer maybe. But we're being told Richard has played the Rouser a few times, including in big matches. So he's very much saying to Anish, okay, let's play a game and you'll get your full share of chances, and good luck.
Anish does play d4, and in the meantime, in the other one, I think Jordan is a Paulsen, Taimanov player, like those openings. Maybe 4 knights is something that has an outside chance of happening, like threatening the Sveshnikov, but no, queen c7 played very quickly. And curious to see what Nordebek chooses here, because of course there are safe options here. You can play g3, for instance, and get pleasant positions with little risk. But Nordebek not interested. We discussed it yesterday a little bit, and I think it's only a matter of degrees, but I think pretty much everyone in this current batch of young talents just doesn't do playing for a draw. And the debate is only about to which degree they don't do it. Some of them seem to be constitutionally incapable of it, and in fact would play much worse if they tried. But I think all of them just hate the idea.
But this is an exception. This is maybe one of the first time this new generation of teenagers has kind of been on the brink of winning such a strong round robin, and he's got the white pieces. It certainly would be tempting for a coach, for example, to suggest, okay, let's just play something a bit more sedate, minimal risk. But I love it. I love the philosophy behind it. And if he's rewarded, then we'll say, okay, it's just great to see these young players doing their thing, just not blinking, not showing any nerves at all. We do have this Taimanov.
The most fashionable move here is queen f3 these days, I suppose. But there are obviously plenty of other options. The old main lines have not been refuted as such. It's just that I think the attention shifted in other directions by now. And by old main lines, I of course mean queen d2 and then just have 3 long castles and playing sort of the English attack against the Paulsen, which very much lends itself to sharp, very concrete lines. I played that a little bit with black at some point. Requires a lot of study. from the black side in particular to not be in a lot of trouble straight out of the opening in many of those lines, but they are very double-edged, as will be most of the open Sicilians. And in the meantime, a very nice little pun to start the day in our chat. Somebody called this Ricci Rouser, as opposed to the Richter Rouser.
We should have beaten them to it, Peter. That was
but it's not exactly the Ricci Rouser, because the line existed for a while, and I think it's maybe somewhat more popular now than it used to be, due to the efforts here. People are quoting some Dubov games as usual. Like whenever something funky comes up, Daniel is at the front lines of popularizing it. But Daniel actually played the main Richter Rousers quite a lot and had good results with it. But G6 is an interesting line. Bishop F6 EF is borderline forced, because generally you do not want to be playing a proper dragon with white here with your bishop on G5 for no particular reason.
Yeah, I've dabbled in this myself recently, Peter. More in blitz than classical or any important games, just because I love this pawn structure. I've talked about this in past broadcasts for black, this kind of doubled F pawns. But there are some forcing lines here that you need to know quite deeply. I'm sure they both do. As far as I remember, knight moves here after bishop b5, bishop d7. Knight moves for white, like knight de2, knight
d2, knight b3. I think both exist. I have a kind of a fond memory of this line, because in one of the early superfinals in the mid noughts, this line was played against me by Nikita Vitsugov, and over the board, I came up. I'm very sure it existed before, but as usual, when you don't know, you can claim credit, right? Because you did come up with it on your own, even if it was reasonably well known to other people. I played bishop c4 here, which I think, specifically provoking bishop d7 and then playing bishop c4, is not stupid, because the idea is black, of course, wants to play bishop g7. All the other moves black can make here, they make less sense, frankly. And after bishop g7, we now can take on c6. And because b takes c6 does give up the pawn on d6 for really not very much in this particular version, because I will be casting queenside next move, and this looks like compensation should not be enough, you are forced to take with the bishop. And then we play queen d3, and we claim that, in particular, if we manage to fight against the move f6, f5 for long enough to, let's say, play knight d5 and c3, you have a very stable little advantage. And also, what is, I think, incredibly beneficial here for white, you don't give black the chance to play the sort of the really crazy lines that black generally, I think, wants to play here. Life does become kind of boring and gray for black if you get your moves here. So that is also definitely a possibility.
Yeah, I think queen d3 immediately is also a move. There's a bunch of options for white.
The pawn on d6 often does get sacrificed, but black, of course, wants to get active piece play for it if it does fall off the board. We'll see what Anish chooses. It's interesting that he blitzes out bishop b5, which is not the only move in this position. You can definitely, I think the old main line went something like this, right?
Yeah,
that used to be maybe and then something.
Yeah, even f5 either here or the next move is good compensation for black, at least according to modern engines.
So bishop b5 isn't by any means forced, which is why it's somewhat curious that he plays bishop b5 pretty much instantly and then starts thinking.
Yeah, the one thing I don't want to see is knight de2, bishop e6, and the repetition.
That would be very regrettable if that happens.
Knight d4. But this is
sorry.
This is why I don't play as black against kind of low-rated players, because white does have a couple of repetition or kind of forced drawing lines.
But that, I think, the likelihood of that is, I think, basically a flat zero, considering that Anish absolutely needs for this to be a game of chess. So we're not really very worried about that. And queen f3 is on the board in the other one, and Jordan instantly plays h7, h5. Is it the accepted move order? Or do they normally, there is all these kinds of
at least when I was looking at it, knight e5, h5 was the main move order, but this was going back 3 or 4 years. So
that's how I felt as well. That the accepted heavily theoretically debated line is knight e5, then h5. But Jordan obviously has an idea here.
This does perhaps give White the extra option of taking on c6 and saying, okay, you're not going to kick my queen away from f3. h5 looks a bit odd if you don't combine it with knight e5 next move. It has forced Nordebek to think. So perhaps it isn't the main move order.
Yeah, chat is saying Alexander Predke, who is very talented. I wanted to say youngster, but he's not really. Compared to the field in this tournament, he's really not that young. Played this on the black side. And yeah, additional options definitely do include knight takes e6. And also after queen g3, you have to wonder
knight e5 again.
Perhaps black doesn't go knight e5 here and goes d6, and h5, h4 becomes maybe a bit of an annoying additional option for black. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what Nordebek decides. It's obviously a bit too early for us to go in depth because there will be tons of different things White can do here. In the meantime, Magnus is playing the Queen's Indian. Well, no, actually, not really. Yeah, Magnus is playing a kind of a double fianchetto. Out of the knight f6, c4. Sorry, g3, b6. Interesting that he doesn't go b5 here. I think he played b5 previously, and
a bunch of times, if I remember. And then there's some knight a3 lines, which get a bit weird.
Yeah, so b6, bishop g2, bishop b7, and then fianchettoing the other one as well. And Arjun replies very, very directly by occupying the center with everything he can. And Magnus doesn't really challenge it yet because knight c3 supports the pawn on d5 very well against both e6 and c6, and goes knight a6 for the time being. I assume you want knight c5, maybe you want knight fe4, then maybe you want to even support it with f7, f5 if that happens. a5 is useful with the knight on c5 just to support it against the move b4.
Yeah, I've played this myself a bit as black, mostly with knight e4 rather than knight a6. Here, White has a bunch of options. You can stay flexible with like some queen c2, knight c3, knight c5. Knight d4, I remember being one of the most testing lines.
Yeah, that looks very logical.
Black really has to play e4. Yeah, black has to play e5 pretty much before you get cramped, and we get some weird King's Indian where black has a bishop on b7. Yeah, knight c2 or knight b3, something like
somewhere.
And yeah, it's a matter of taste. I've never enjoyed these too much as black, just being a bit cramped. But it is very much Magnus just trying to get a game.
Absolutely, yeah. He just wants pieces on the board and just a position which is very, very difficult to define, even if it is objectively quite comfortable for White. And our other player on +2, Wesley So, is playing the Shara Hennig. I think it's Hennig in English. Yeah, it's I need to kind of respell it in Latin and then pronounce it properly because I'm very used to the way it's written down in literature when I was growing up, which is a curious choice considering that cd5, knight d5 stands really, really well.
Yeah.
Although
he's been playing cd4 a lot.
Yeah, but hang on. This is exactly how they get this position now, right? This is precisely the move order. So you are supposed to go for this. Because queen d4, e5, e4. This has been very hotly contested, and does appear to hold. I think, right? It's been kind of well understood to be a draw if black knows what they're doing.
The Berlin of 1d4.
Exactly.
And they've started turning to kind of bishop g5 and playing a reversed c3 Sicilian, just playing against the IQP here. But even this leads nowhere with lots of forcing lines.
I did notice that. And then you have this option, the one that Prague is exercising. He played queen a4 check. And just like in general terms, I want to first of all to apologize to the viewers and to you for spouting complete nonsense this early into the show. But also, it's interesting that nothing really changes in Wesley's approach, right? Tournament situation just doesn't come into it. He is playing a line which after queen takes d4 and d4 will give him exactly 0 winning chances. Does not really care about trying to get to +3. And Prague, on the other hand, says, no, I don't want a forced draw, even though the tournament really hasn't gone well for him since round 8. But he does want a game. He does want to ask a question, which perhaps is slightly more challenging than the one in those very forcing continuations. And the position on the board is this one. I have to say I haven't seen this before.
No, me neither. I don't think I've seen Queen A4 check in that exact position, or at least haven't gone into much detail on it. It looks like that. I'm not going to try and pronounce the name. That line you mentioned, except some small differences that Black has already gone for the bishop pair. Often Black has a queen on c7 and just kind of plays chess, a pawn down.
Oh yeah, the line I was talking about is how do we get that? We get that via d4, d5, sort of in the classical Tarish, right?
Yeah. And CD, CD4, and Queen A4 check.
No, that's not right either, is it?
No.
Is it?
Is that? Oh wait, CD4. Is it not right?
Maybe it is, yeah. And now, yeah, this is how you get here.
And Queen D4. I think this is
Queen D5, Knight C6, and you get all of these kinds of positions where Queen D1, Queen B3, all of these things can be played, and Black develops with Bishop C5. Yeah. And then in some cases just goes for just development advantage, and in some cases legitimately castles queenside and goes like G5, G4, and it becomes very sharp.
But Satiris is preaching to us some small nuances here. I need to learn. I need to book up on these, to be honest. But Peter, the difference here is that after in that line you showed, after, for example, Queen D1 in the other branch, it's basically the same position we got in the game, right? But Black's queen was on A5, so Black actually has an extra tempo in the.
Does look like it, yeah.
In the game,
it's exactly the same position in the game with Black to move.
It's bizarre.
Which has to bode well for Wesley, and he continues playing very, very quickly. After 92, 92, he's played already Bishop B4, Rook C1, and also already snapped on C3, which is the somewhat curious one, unless it's very simply with the intention of taking on A2 here. Yeah, and that's what he does. Yeah. Okay. This is reasonably well defined then, because White has, I guess, maybe the slightly, how to describe it?
The structure or the
the structure, and like, do we like? Let's say if both sides ignore any potential intricacies, and I don't know, Black makes normal moves, White makes normal moves.
Yeah,
like we get to somewhere here. Do we think White has anything structurally, or do we think it's just completely fine for Black?
Maybe with these exact sets of minor pieces, you could say that White has a decent position, or kind of decent chances, because the bishop, especially on the light squares. Now Black isn't so happy with the 4 versus 3 because F7 is always a bit tender. But long-term Black has the queenside majority.
Yeah, even here, let's say Bishop E8, 95, I struggle to believe this is much. But also, what I said about ignoring all the intricacies is they're not going to.
No.
This particular players are not going to. Prague already blitzes out Knight C4, indicating that he wants to just play E3 and Rook A3 and catch the queen on A2. And clearly they both know what's going on here, because Wesley continues blitzing as well.
Yeah.
This is move 15. They have spent
barely any time.
Well, yeah, like 20 minutes combined to get here. Barely, maybe even fewer than that. What do we think? E3 looks logical, right? I don't really like 96 check, because then we will have to waste time protecting B2. Like 96 King E7, I would start.
We could take on B7 and hope that we're not getting mated as White. Queen D6 check.
Yeah,
it gets a bit weird here.
It does definitely get. Yeah, I didn't really realize how unplayable Queen takes B2 is. That makes me wonder if I'm supposed to go to F8. And after Knight B7, now I will be taking on B2 and claiming I'm not very worried.
Tuck yourself away
about anything.
G8.
Yeah, I have both King G8 and Knight E7, even if I need it, and now sort of everything is hanging. Although King 7 does exist.
Yeah, King G8, maybe Queen takes C6.
That's what was worrying me. Yeah, I couldn't see how I continue here
unless you just give check on B1. But then the king starts running. It's so concrete. Bishop Yeah, bishop d5 could be a threat. So let's say black starts with h5.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say I don't know how white reacts to, let's say, h7, h5 now, and both rook c8 and bishop d5 are probably very legitimate threats now, which need to be addressed. Maybe knight d6 does address them, though. That would be a mess, but obviously Prague decides against, goes e2, e4. Always kind of interesting to me when people play e4 in this position instead of e3, because I understand, and we've had this discussion, I think, on one of the earlier shows, that tidiness is not really a concept you use very much, but it does feel that on e3, your position is slightly more controlled. You are not giving up this d4 square for the knight for the future. But I'm sure there are just concrete reasons here why it's better on the fourth, since there is not a chance Prague is doing this over the board. He's playing way too fast for this not to be analysis.
Yeah.
Rook a3 is a threat. Let's begin with the basic things. Rook a3 is a threat.
There's only two ways I can see to get out of that. Either we take on c4 or maybe rook d8.
Rook d8, I assume we go to c1. We reestablish the same threat again.
Yeah.
And
black's queen is very awkwardly placed. I don't see many escape.
Well, you can try some weird stuff, like let's say knight d4, rook a3, knight b3, but I worry after queen c2, I actually don't have any squares anyway, and knight d4 will lose to something. I'm not entirely sure what, but I wouldn't be surprised if it lost to something. And this just generally looks very, very artificial. So I think what we need to discuss really is what happens if we take and go queen b2.
Feels like something on bishop takes f7. It must be, right?
I think it's a bit too early. I think it's, but then I mean, rook b3, queen e5, or queen d4, or anything. Black is queen f6, fine, right?
Yeah.
So it has, like, I think maybe you're right. Maybe it has to be bishop f7, and this is why we play d4 actually.
To swing across after queen d7, knight d7.
Yeah, this is why we play d4. We have rook f3 check here.
We found eventually the reason. Yeah, with a pawn on e3, knight e7, black's super safe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and just to illustrate, if we do it this way, and this is why I wasn't a believer in bishop f7, because in my mind I played d3, and I actually got to this position, and we no longer have any checks, and we resign. and then I realized that this is why Prague is smart and I'm not. Rook d8 already played, yeah.
Now it's black who resigns in that line. No, I was just going to say it's black who resides in that line instead of white.
Yeah,
so bishop takes
I think here you just get legitimately get mated, because let's say king g8, not mated, you have queen f6, but it's not really a massive improvement in your fortunes. Yeah. Do we have any better squares than queen c1?
No.
I kind of doubt it.
Looks like knight d6 or queen c1 are the only two.
Knight d6 kind of really asking for trouble, right?
Yeah. I'm slightly worried about queen c1 here though. For black.
Yeah. No, this is what we're looking at.
Oh, I meant even after king e7 there, sorry. Just to try rook a3 anyway, next move.
Oh, this is clever.
Because now queen a5, knight b7 is different. I guess the difference between starting with queen c1 or knight d6 might be if you start with queen c1 first, then at least bishop takes c4.
Yeah, there are some bailouts available.
You can run.
Although you have to kind of debate whether this is still strong, right?
Okay, I missed
Weirdly. I also didn't see it until we got here. Yeah. I also thought bishop c4, queen a5, we castle, we have the d5 square, maybe we're happy. But we also need to talk about this. This is still a queen.
Yeah, I guess black can take on a3 and take on f1 and hope that you're somehow defending, but that's grim.
Yeah. No, I think maybe we just play queen a4, right? Because we do have the b4 square.
This way out, yeah. Yeah, if there's no follow-up, black is very comfortable after castling.
Yeah, knight d6 played, and this I think is
this is the idea.
The explanation why. I think probably queen a4 is just way too comfortable. So king e7 will be, I mean, there is the option of takes, and queen b2, but my biggest problem with it is
queen d2, but then queen b1, queen
e4. Yeah, exactly. Maybe this is not that bad. Is it an option at all?
Yeah, maybe.
Because it seems a bit awkward for black to react, right? Supporting the rook on c3 is not that easy. Rook c6, bc6 doesn't really look like white is playing for a win at all.
Yeah. You even have to worry about rook c6, queen b1 maybe.
Oh yeah, that as well. Yeah.
Queen d2 looks so natural.
Yeah, because queen d3 castles, I'm taking black any day of the week.
Rook d8 is going to hit you.
Yeah, that's just like this king on e1 is so far away from being developed properly, and black will gain so much time attacking things. Like maybe you still survive somehow after queen c2, but we are very much, hoping we're okay after, let's say, queen b4 or something, and bishop d3, and maybe we don't lose.
Ooh,
it's very scary. Knight d4, yeah, and actually knight b3 probably wins materially.
This looks borderline.
Yeah, we never go here. So, what do we play?
Maybe it is just. I was going to say maybe just queen d2, but actually it's really annoying once the black queen lands on e4.
Yeah, and unfortunately for us, I was just kind of getting into the swing of things, and then Chad decided to inform us of the truth.
Is it a forced draw?
Apparently, this is for some reason bad for black. I'm still struggling to realize why. But
do you flick in queen a1 check first or something? Rook takes d6 in general.
Just rook d6 is bad. It doesn't.
Oh wow.
Yeah, okay. We have no idea why, but engine disagrees. King e7, queen c1 is lost for black.
Whoa.
And the only good move apparently is king f8. Yeah. With the intention, I suppose, of doing something.
Maybe now just queen a4 and allow knight takes b7.
Yeah, but why is this such a massive difference? Like, why is
maybe there's some queen g5 check in certain positions.
No, sorry, queen a4. Queen g5, I think I'm taking on this.
Yeah, maybe not now, but after knight takes b7, for example, and
take.
I guess
b2, yeah. And then you have
what a mess.
Yeah, but like, this is where generally, like, we've been on very good terms with chat in terms of just how much they spam the first line at us. I don't really want to. Queen g5, and I don't have a move, because this is paying this check.
But with the king on f8, maybe you play this whole line with knight d4 and.
Yeah, I think we actually got there. But yeah, in this particular position, I feel slightly hard done by the fact that everything got explained to us. Because it feels sort of both interesting enough and also probably manageable enough for us to get to a very close approximation of truth within reasonable time.
Yeah.
So we could have tried, but now we kind of know the answer.
It's still fun to analyze some of these lines. 96, king f8, only good move, and it is a bit of an odd time to stop for Wesley, but maybe he's just recalling stuff. I wonder how long he'll spend here. That will be a bit of a telltale sign.
Yeah. In the meantime, the entire line we were discussing is on the board in the game between Arjun and Magnus. And yeah, the choice here has to be between knight b3 and knight c2.
Yeah.
I don't think we very much want to play this. I think this gives black.
Yeah.
Like, black just breathes a very heavy sigh of relief if this happens.
Nice.
Absolutely no point for white to give up a very nice space grabbing pawn on d5.
Yeah, Arjun's very principled as well. He won't play d6. The only way to play for advantage is to keep the structure intact.
Yeah, and our mutual friend Lois Cooper is saying rook takes d6 is actually kind of playable. So okay, not really as losing as people were claiming. So it's a bit of a respite there.
Yeah, it's probably a case of rook takes d6 being like minus, or I don't know, in white's favor, like 0.5, and everything else is 0. Well, king f8 0.0, one of those types of positions. But I don't know if Wesley's aware of that. We certainly weren't.
And king f8, I think at this speed he probably was just recalling what's going on. I don't think you can play it this quickly if you've never seen this before. And honestly, like, previous play was a little bit too fast for this to be just Wesley being very good at chess and never looking at this before. In the meantime, in our top 2 games, queens have come off in the Sicilian endgame between Nordebek and Jordan. After h5, white played castles first. Jordan played b5, which sort of continues interesting me a little bit, because if you play h5, you would assume that now you can very much switch back to playing knight e5 here, unless the point is this no longer forces queen g3 and maybe queen e2 becomes good. I don't know. Or queen h3, something that wasn't very good with the pawn on h7 with the extra tempo and with the sort of a declared interest in h7, h5. Maybe now we choose a different square. But he's gone b5. Another kind of a talking point here is that knight takes e6 is not played even here. I would be very interested in this position, I think.
Yeah, it makes sense to prevent all knight e5s, but he chooses to go for the endgame.
Black now does not go knight e5. This looks like maybe in this particular edition you might run into some bishop b5 shenanigans and just lose.
Yeah,
I don't know, but it definitely seems possible that it no longer is playable on tactical grounds. So we get this endgame, which is generally, I think, pretty much always going to be at least a little bit better for white. But Jordan is doing it with a very, very specific idea, because he has this move bishop c5 here, establishing this kind of a
standoff.
Yeah, a bit of a Mexican standoff here in the center, because white can no longer really take on c6, because that absolutely ruins your, like, these are not great.
Horrible. Yeah, it's very clever actually to wait for castle's queenside and then to go for this to kind of wait for the king to be on c1, so there's a check.
Yeah,
but after g, oh sorry,
no, yeah, exactly.
I was going to say after g4, it's a bit of an awkward question for black. Like, why is the pawn on h5 suddenly?
Yeah.
How do we answer this? Do we have to play h4, knight f6?
Yeah, we can start with knight f6,
maybe?
but I'm guessing white goes f3 anyway, unless we're blundering a piece somewhere. But I don't think we are, because we always have knight f5 as a reply to e5. In fact, we can even play knight f5 often just as a move, just to trade those bishops off. Yeah, and you have to wonder how long you can maintain this h5 versus g4 standoff as well before black has to commit to a decision. In particular, because I think after f3, g4, g5 might become a very awkward threat, because we've denied the g4 square for the knight. It will have to go back. And it's not often that you can burn this amount of time in the opening with no repercussions.
Yeah, it's not as if g4, g5 is a bad thing for white either.
No, not at all. Yeah. Other options. You did mention h4, but I would be very reluctant to do that.
Yeah, it feels like we'll lose that pawn long term somehow.
Maybe not even very long term, right? Like you have to wonder if it just gets kind of picked up immediately.
Or maybe now.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not a massive fan of this for black, even though it shouldn't be unplayable. But yeah, definitely at least a little bit unpleasant
and
on a conceptual level.
Jordan had around 1 hour 40 just before this move, so he'd barely spent any time. This must still have been in his notes and his prep, as we're used to at this point with Jordan. Impressive preparation, but it's slightly odd to think after g4, because that does look like white's most testing move.
Absolutely, yeah. And the Giri Rapport game is following at least the outline of my game against Nikita Vichugov, although I think I played queen d3 immediately, because queen d3 immediately does hint at least at ideas of castling queenside, which could be useful in some positions, because then maybe you can even go for mate with like h4, g4, h5, and so on. Anish goes for a more kind of a controlled approach here. Hello, Boyo. Boyo has had a brush, so he comes to announce that he is now freshly brushed and
no headbands
about
anymore.
life.
Yeah, this is slightly awkward for black, this exact position, just because structurally we're suffering, and that bishop on g7, not happy at all. Not sure how we break that bishop out of its prison on g7. I guess we pile up some pressure on the white e-pawn. Perhaps Jordan, meanwhile, playing bishop b7 in that game. Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
I see some kind of headband.
Yeah, two, not one, but two. Bishop b7 is just completely ignoring what's happening on the king side. This is very curious. So if I just take twice?
Yeah, is the idea just to play knight f6 here, maybe?
h6 gh or h6 what?
Actually, that's a good question. h6.
h6 something, yeah, I don't know.
It must be gh, right? I know it's ugly, but at least knight g4 is sometimes a threat.
Yeah.
F3.
And then we go f3 and we claim but maybe, honestly, these types of Taimanovs, even let's say if everything comes off and black goes h5, king e7, rook g8, it really isn't that bad.
Yeah.
I mean, a4 could become a bit of an issue.
Still feels like it must be slightly better for white in these positions. Maybe e5 last move for black just to conquer the dark squares. And maybe Jordan's worked out that it's all defensible, this position. Yeah, it does feel like a dream scenario for Nordebek, though. Somehow this doesn't feel like too much risk for white here in terms of the tournament standings. You can press somehow in those positions.
Yeah.
What's the difference? Rook takes h5 or maybe gh5?
Maybe gh. And also, I'm curious, is there any point in actually playing knight f5? Just to sort of remove this tension, I assume bishop takes e3 has to be played because like bishop f8 doesn't look very attractive. And yes, you can win the g4 pawn, but like, do you
give up all the dark squares?
Yeah, but are you happy as the for some reason, I wanted to say a famous monologue, but I guess it's only famous in my head because I've never seen anyone else quote it. But like there was a monologue on one of the panel shows I was watching in the mid-noughts, which featured the question, but are you happy? I think it was to do with somebody winning a lottery, and like that person starts listing all the things he will do with the money, and the other grumpier person standing next to him just every like 30 seconds says, yeah, all that, but are you happy? So it's definitely one of those situations where you do have an extra pawn on g4, but dark squares might play a role here with the amount of threats white has.
Yeah, that double G pawn is not exactly winning the lottery either. So
no,
for such pitiful rewards, giving up the bishop is not ideal.
I don't think it's really even considered very seriously by Jordan there. So we get here, and now I definitely am taking on h5 next man.
Yeah,
if it's left hanging, and if you play knight f6, I have g5. Maybe something like this needs to be calculated now, like some kind of a mess. But honestly, I'm winning so many pawns on the king side. I don't think I'm unhappy about this at all.
This looks like a clear pawn for white. This is odd. Bishop b7. Yeah, I like knight f5. Also removes any tension, which is nice in a last round situation. But yeah, he'll definitely be calculating gh right now.
Yeah, gh, rook h5, knight f5 are the three moves you definitely consider here.
Maybe f3. But...
Yeah, f3 or bishop e2 just to kind of connect rooks, support the eventual capture on h5. Maybe also come into it a little bit, depending on whether you think black has anything that constitutes a threat.
Yeah. Should we do a quick
we've been ignoring
the other games.
Yeah, let's just, because we've done so much on this game, let's just mention that Prague is barely below the starting time. And this is the position in their game. After king f8, Prague blitzes out queen c1, queen a4, knight b7, queen e4. Not bishop e2 here because of knight d4, and this is not a check. Let's show this on the screen. Suddenly everything is hanging, and white does not have this hugely important detail of queen g5 check, which was winning in the other position. So Prague has to play queen e3, takes, rook b8, knight c5, and they finally stopped.
Must be equal.
Yeah, looks like it might be a tiny bit better for white if it somehow works out tactically, but yeah, has to be very close to equality with the amount of material that came off the board. And, very active rook on b8, pressuring the final pawn on the queen side, which is always relevant, right? Because if your position is very active and you have better pieces, but what is on the board in terms of pawns are three against three on the king side, it's really not going to count for very much.
Yeah, if white could put a pawn on b5 somehow in some of these endgames, then maybe a chance. But
So currently I'm thinking knight e5 or knight d8 probably.
Yeah, can move the bishop, perhaps bishop c8 or something.
Yeah,
I don't really want to retreat, but I was just thinking bishop versus knight is the only way that you might get out.
Yeah, then maybe you can
knight e5.
Imagine, knight e5 as well. Yeah, of course it's stronger than taking b2 immediately. Yeah, and then just king e7, f6, rook d8. Honestly, this looks very sensible as well. Is there a way to generate threats right this moment? Don't see it. Yeah. Looks very logical, honestly. Looks very, very logical as well.
Yeah. But as you said, 95, maybe just fine too.
Yeah. I mean, not here, in the current position. 95 trying to play king e7 next move, basically.
Yeah.
And saying, if you want to take on e6, be my guest. I don't really mind more pieces coming off the board.
Maybe slightly afraid of rook c7 here.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe this is what you have to worry about a little bit, because you cannot currently take on b2. You will lose the h8 rook with check, and then white wants to play something like bishop a6 and give you a check with castles. And then, yeah, if your pieces don't get connected properly, you will be at least a bit worse. Yeah, like h5, I don't know. h5, bishop b2, rook h6, play rook f6. Honestly, probably is also a draw. The way I see it, this is probably still fine, but there might be cleaner ways to do it.
Yeah, it's interesting, this attempt by Pragg. It's new to me, I'm going to say. It's Wesley's shown all the answers, but this is a decent strategy. It's the final round. As Satiris is mentioning, it's kind of, he had a long, really difficult battle against Magnus yesterday. He had to find like 30 only moves in a row at some points. And it makes sense to test your opponent's knowledge in the opening a little bit, but take minimal risk in the meantime.
Absolutely. And in the 3 games we haven't touched yet, we have very slow maneuvering bishop b2 Najdorf in the game between Levon Aronian and Parham Maksudlu, where Lev continues the makeover into a 1e4 player. Somewhat interesting, though, that he goes bishop b2, because he was at one point basically taking on all comers in the bishop b3, 5 knight b3 positions. Yeah. Seemed to be very, very happy to be playing these really complicated, very heavily theoretical lines against like people like MVL and the rest of the specialists. But today he goes for a much more restrained approach, goes bishop b2, knight b3, and one of the very, very old main lines. Combining, people used to play queen d2 here as a matter of course, but he started with bishop f3.
I guess people are just scared of rook takes c3 in every position.
Yeah, black goes knight e8. This is not, I think, the most standard approach here for black. I think what you normally do is you try to play like rook c6, queen c7, rook fc8, and claim that the pressure against the pawn on c2 means that the knight will never be able to go to d5 or anywhere else, honestly. But Parham goes for a very concrete plan, which I don't hate at all. Knight e8 followed by h6, just saying, I don't like my bishop on e7. I would very much like to trade it for your very nice looking bishop on e3 via the g5 square. Lev says, sure, but be my guest.
I guess the only downside behind playing bishop g5 and trading those off is that your knight on e8 might get tied down there forever, defending d6. Maybe there's a way with rook c6 later to protect d6. But if he plays it now, for example, and Lev just says either yes and takes you or just ignores it, maybe is bishop g4 the idea? Maybe just rook d1.
I wonder if h3 is played with the intention of taking not one but both pairs of the bishops off the board in the same fashion. But yeah, let's discuss something like this. Yeah, my idea with black here would be to play something like queen e7 and then perhaps rook c6, knight ef6, rook fc8. If we're, if we are to get absolutely everything, that would be the everything I would attempt to get.
Yeah.
And for white, with the bishop on e7 removed, it's, I think, harder to claim very much.
Yeah.
And you might have to go for that structure again, the one we've been discussing on and off during the tournament, where with the pawn on a5, this is definitely not without venom.
But the bishop on f3 is not ideal.
the pieces are just not where they should be. The bishop really should be on e2 already. It will only cost us one tempo, but it is a tempo. And the knight on b3 will require attention, will require rerouting towards better postures.
Yeah, maybe bishop g5 will be met by bishop g4 and or take on g5 and then bishop g4. I'm not sure which one.
Are we taking with the pawn or the queen here to begin with?
Yeah, good question. This is one I'd rather not commit. let's say queen, just for argument's sake. Who does it help having the queens off? Here I would be very happy with white, I feel, unless black is in time with, so queen g5, maybe rook f d1. I don't know whether you ever take on b3 or not, but rook a4, rook b4 might be an idea.
No, I don't think generally I would very much like not to take on b3. Yeah, I want my king on e7 here, and I don't know how I'm getting that.
Yeah.
Like if I could play king g8 e7 here and knight f6 next move, I would feel very comfortable, I think, but currently slightly struggling to get all of my ducks in a row. Maybe I go rook c6 anyway.
Okay. Yeah, there's rook a4, there's bishop
c4. And then we... I understand it's passive for now, but I am actually getting very, slowly but steadily, I'm getting towards the kinds of positions which I wanted to get and which I genuinely don't believe are all that poor.
Yeah, just very tense. It looks like black is solid enough. I quite like this idea as well of bishop g5. Parham, he's quite good in these positions where he has a little bit of kind of creative freedom to try things, but a solid base. Okay, how about the other games, Peter? This one looks balanced.
There's also a I've been struggling calling this line something because I think this is the I think eventually I settled on calling this particular one the Yortaev, but I don't know if that's right. But it's sort of the classical b5 bishop c5. Bishop c5 on the previous move has become arguably maybe even slightly more fashionable, but this is the old style, the sort of the old school, not quite Arkhangelsk, because Arkhangelsk would be bishop b7 here, so bishop c5, c3, d6, and Dingeren here is doing an interesting thing because he is just doing this without a4 altogether, just playing it with the pawn on a2, bishop b3, knight b2.
Everyone plays with a4, rook b8 included.
And we might be, I don't know, I haven't seen him do this very much, but it has been a very kind of an unpleasant and difficult tournament for Ding. So I'll kind of fast forward to the current position just to make my point. h6, h3, so they kind of blitzed all of this out. And the last two moves were knight e7, knight h4, knight c6. Fabi still blitzing everything. And Ding has had such an unpleasant and sort of annoying tournament. Also losing yesterday in the game I thought played quite well and was probably extremely upset to have lost. That if he actually goes knight f3, knight e7, knight h4 here,
we can't blame him.
Yeah, I will accept it. I will accept it, and I think there are definitely reasons for him to do that and just sort of make sure, try to pretend this tournament never existed.
Yeah,
and just move on to preparing for the match.
Because playing on, for example, after knight c6 in this position, playing on with knight f5 maybe would be an option, but that knight will get kicked either with knight c7
I think Blake just goes knight e7 back. Yeah, I don't think it changes very much unless you want to take on e7, but then there is like legitimate pressure against this pawn, and Black might play c5. I mean, if you want to play, I guess you play something like one bishop f2, knight e3. If Black does play c5, we go g5. We claim that this is a bit of an idiot.
Yeah.
So we can play against it. I think under normal circumstances, I think my internet may be dying a little bit.
You're still with us, Peter?
Now it's back. Yeah, I think Ding in normal form, Ding playing well, just plays on. I really haven't seen him take too many of these pragmatic decisions to just end tournaments which aren't going very happily for him. But this one, he won in game one against Gukesh, and since then he is on a -3 score. Like if you exclude this very nice win with the black pieces in round one, me engaging with in a little bit of root math here. Yeah, it's a very famous subdivision of cricket statistics where basically you You take betting averages and then you very purposefully exclude like a huge score and say, well, but if you don't count that 186 not out, he's had a horrendous season. It looks like the game is about to conclude because he did go knight of 3 back, and then I think they will shake hands in a moment.
By that logic, if you don't count all the games Magnus has won in his career, he wouldn't be world champion. So it's really, but this result's it's understandable for Ding, and they are ready to shake hands. They don't even call the arbiter to claim the threefold.
There
we go, a draw. And it's been a decent tournament for Fabi, I guess. Kind of very stable.
Yeah.
Just
+1. Yeah, +1 didn't really set the world on fire. And he looked like a contender even with sort of in the run up to the final stage. Before that, painful loss with the white pieces to Magnus, which I think took the wind very much out of his sails. Losing a game with white like that, basically in one move. His position wasn't great at that moment, but was definitely still playable. And then he made a very, very uncharacteristic tactical oversight and pretty much resigned. So, +1, perfectly fine. I wonder what he plays next. I guess the online season is about to kick off, so I don't know if he decides to participate fully in the upcoming tour.
Yeah, he's tended to avoid some kind of online tournaments, Fabi, preferring to focus on classical, but there is a bit of a lack of classical kind of mainstream events at his level for a while. So we'll see. I'm sure we'll see him in action.
Yeah, we absolutely will see. And then one final position, which we haven't talked about yet. I wish we kind of could click on the board there and then not see, like, I'm going to, but you will see anyway. It's this position, and I want to not look at the score sheet and try to figure out why there's a pawn on b6 here.
That's a good question.
Like I'm doing this really weird trick where I'm purposefully not looking at the right side of my screen right now.
Okay.
Because if the pawn was on b7, this could be any number of openings. My guess would probably be the Petrov.
Or maybe the exchange French.
I think it does give you a
c8. We would say maybe some kind of Queen's Indian that Black never really got its bishop developed. Yeah, this is
just such a strange mix. And now I finally gave up.
So Nimzo now.
Rook e1 to make. And white will never play f3, e3, e4 in this game. He just goes bishop g4. There is a lot of people saying f in chat, which like on my end, stream seems to be alive, but I don't know if it actually is. Some clarification is needed, but looks like we're still live and still streaming, which is good to know. Peter should apologize. Peter has already apologized. I got you covered, fam. Bishop g4, allowing e4, d4, knight e4, knight bd7, bishop g5. So this is how we got here. Having established how we got here, what do we think?
Yeah, if the pawn were back on b7, we would say looks completely fine for black. I don't know if having the pawn on b6 changes too much. Yes, you're slightly loose on the light squares, but white is a bit pinned right now. Can't really take advantage.
Let's take it step by step then. First question to you, David. Is knight f6 followed by rook e8 followed by bishop takes f6 a threat?
Possibly. I would be reluctant to allow it.
Yeah, what I'm talking about is, I mean, I would very much like to play h6, but it does allow this structure. But in order to get this structure, white needs to give up the bishop there. And I don't know if I'm very worried about it, to be honest. And Gukesh provides a version of the same answer here. But this is actually an improvement, because after knight f6, if you take on e8 here, I will definitely consider taking with the knight. And if you take on f6 first, black will take on e1, and then even bishop takes f3 might be playable here. But just
should be played.
Yeah, gf queen e3, maybe. I thought this was an improvement, but I know what's an improvement. The improvement here is that we haven't played h6.
So
if you put the bishop on g6, it's just much more stable, because we will always be recapturing with the g pawn, with the h pawn. Sorry.
And queen c8, what if we take the other way? Because this would maybe remove at least one of your move order tricks there.
Yeah, that is true. So we can still get the position we were talking about. So yeah, I think Gukesh just says, I really don't want to play h6 here. Because I will most likely be playing bishop g6 later in the game, and I want my king side to not be completely in ruins, which I can very definitely relate to.
Yeah, understandable. For some reason, I still prefer white here. I'm not sure exactly what white plays. This pin is a bit annoying from h5 to d1 in that final position, but even there, I think I would take white.
Honestly, here, I'm not that certain.
Just bishop f5, queen d3, just kind of sit.
Yeah, because I have some jumps. I have some jumps. I might be sort of annoying enough here to prevent white from getting a proper clamp on.
Yeah, that's annoying. Queen b5.
Yeah.
One more move and maybe white had established
Oh
something.
yeah, if I just blithely play bishop g6 and allow queen d3, although even this, you have to continue calculating. Yeah, it gets
h4.
It gets kind of weird. But if white establishes this kind of a setup and the bishop on f5 cannot be shaken, you of course prefer white. I think it remains playable. Like I cannot play rook e8. I was going to play rook e8, and then I realized that is a bit of a boo.
Knight g6 is a threat after knight h4 here as well. So
yeah, so we have to play queen somewhere.
a4,
e7. I don't know, e7.
Yeah,
I don't think this is unplayable.
Yeah,
but you definitely prefer white. Like, I don't know, some way to stabilize, not allow rook e8, queen e2.
Yeah, is white forced in the game position to go for something like this? I don't see any way to keep the tension any longer. Because if black gets a chance to, well, I was going to say knight takes e4, then maybe that's not such a bad thing. But if black gets a chance to play another move or two, queen b7.
Yeah, chat is providing me with amazing insight here, which, yeah, I think it's very difficult to actually get there without kelp, because apparently the engines very much like the move queen b3 here, completely ignoring this.
Whoa.
And once you know that, I think you can start seeing an outline of exactly why. Because it's just difficult to make moves here with black. You definitely do not want to immediately undouble my pawns.
Yeah.
And if you don't have knight takes e4, it's actually legitimately difficult to find a constructive thing to do for black.
Bishop c4 could be a huge threat.
Yeah, bishop c4 is a massive threat against the f7 pawn now. Just rook ac1. I mean, the double capture on f6 is always on the table. Bishop b5 might be very annoying in some positions. But I think...
it's hard, though.
Yeah, just sort of delving into position deep enough to even consider simply ignoring bishop takes f3. And we do appear to have some buffering issues. Again, I apologize for the slight delays that we seem to be experiencing. Doesn't seem to be on either my or David's end. We don't really know what the reason is, but yeah, apologies for the slight slideshow.
Peter, you know the excuse. We just got to blame the chess boom. There's too many people.
It is, yeah. The servers cannot withstand the excitement,
the traffic.
Yeah, the traffic is just all-encompassing.
It's that chess boom.
Yeah. In the meantime, elsewhere, whoa,
g6.
Whoa,
that's not pretty.
f3 I understand, but yeah, g6 is not a move I would have easily considered.
Because now your idea, Peter, I'm not sure whether we include gh or not, but knight f5.
Yeah, I like knight f5 in every single position here. I don't know if we want to start by making sure there's a weakness on h5 for us to exploit.
Yeah,
let's talk about other options though, because we sort of discussed those. Let's see if Noribek has anything else.
Not easy to find too many other productive moves.
That's also why I'm so kind of focused on that idea. Like, you can play king b1 and pretend that maybe in some positions knight takes e6 becomes a threat. But first of all, I don't think it does. And secondly, I think black at some point will start taking the pressure off by just trading everything on d4, and I don't know if the king is better on b1 than it is on c1. The immediate a4, b4 doesn't seem to improve our situation.
Yeah.
I think we only really go for that break once everything gets traded on d4 and there's a rook on d4, which stops black from being able to reply with a4. With b4 to the move a2, a4.
I guess you can make an argument for something slow like bishop e2 and the tension continues, but this might take away a square from the c3 knight.
Yeah, I'm not certain this is an improvement. I mean, I'm always a fan of connecting rooks, but apart from that, I don't know if that does enough to justify spending a tempo on it. Yeah, let's try maybe approaching it from the other side.
Okay.
What is Jordan's next move?
A knight move, perhaps. I'm not sure where the knight on g8 wants to go, but knight f6. I do wonder whether sometimes we just meet it with g5 and follow in with the next g pawn to g4 in some cases for white.
This I'm not a huge. Yeah, I feel like this is maybe a bit too slow. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to say what black's next move is. It looks like there should be something useful to do, but we don't really want to move the king. Knight g7 maybe, but I'm not sure what that's doing next move. Jordan is a bit stuck.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange situation here for Jordan. Yeah, he might have to take on d4 anyway, like sooner rather than later, because knight g7. I'm not sure it even belongs on a7. It might
What does it belong
to f6. Yeah, like, you know, let's discuss, like, let's make some really stupid moves for white for a bit. Yeah, I don't know. I think if you continue passing, I probably want this setup.
Yeah.
Because it provokes a reaction on the king side, and if g5, maybe I have knight h7, f4, f6 or something, and I continue digging. And obviously I'm very happy about gh, because then I can maintain the integrity of my king side. So, and if you if in this position you go knight e7, you continue, you know, dangling this idea of gh in front of white's face. And the one good thing about knight e7, on the other hand, is that it does diffuse much of the a4 idea, because we do get to play b5, b4 in response.
The more I look at this, the more I think maybe having an extra set of minor pieces might help white. So, I mean, knight f5 again screams out to be played. And
there was a mention in chat that the engine does like a4. I'm going to pretend I haven't seen that, because I don't understand.
Yeah, mysterious stuff.
Yeah, like why would a4 be 4 and I assume maybe that would be
as well. Yeah, the c4 square, that is definitely the target, actually. And maybe it's difficult for black to still find a move. Knight takes d4 now. You could just mate maybe with knight takes d4 again. Yeah, it's a very complicated endgame.
Yeah. I think we're both very much in agreement that white should be at least a little bit better, but exactly how you're supposed to go about things is not at all certain to, I think, either of us.
Yeah, I think starting with knight f5 is maybe the most human approach, and then later you decide, if in this position, later you decide whether you flick in a4 to create c4 as a post for your knight.
Yeah, I like this. Yeah, I don't know exactly what black is doing against it. Maybe now knight f6 trying to provoke g5 and then keep the structure intact. But we are, for the time being, not even obliged to react to this.
Yeah,
you can definitely make an argument for doing this anyway.
King e7 though does connect.
Oh yeah, now king e7 though. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we flick in gh at the beginning and yeah, and just at least force black to be saddled with this isolated h-pawn.
Yeah. Chat wants long castles here for some reason. I don't understand why. So once again, I'm pretending I don't see it.
It's because the computer says so.
That's yeah. Like, but I would if I had this position with black, I would be trying very, very hard to keep it on e7.
Yeah.
Where it just does a lot more than it ever does on c8 or c7. It controls more squares. It, allows you additional fluidity in the center. very difficult for me to figure out why it would belong on c8 and not e7. Anyway, Anish, we're here.
Yeah.
And this is maybe the one final move where black can play f5. Because let's say you make one more waiting move and I play c3. F5 becomes, I mean, you can try preparing it for bishop d7, but even bishop b5 becomes a very annoying reply to that. So right this moment, you can play f5 and meet the f with bishop takes b2, which is a very concrete change of structure. Your king side does get softened. Let's say I can go, let's say rook a d1, and then in some cases I will just go like fg, hg, and then f4, f5, and try to launch an immediate attack using the fact that the knight on d5 covers sort of a lot of ground, makes my position a lot safer than it normally would.
It was a bit shaky tactically, somehow.
Richard actually spends some time and decides against it. So now we get the position I was discussing earlier. White goes c3. Not forced, but let's say white goes c3. And then we want to play rook a d1. And then at some point, there will be an internal debate going on regarding the value of the idea of f4, f5, just completely locking this one in on g7.
Yeah, very relevant there. For example, if black ever plays rook e5 to try and force f5, you just immediately f4, f5, lock it in.
Yeah, rook e5, if you give me two tempi here, I definitely am very interested in just saying, yes, you now have an eternal square for your rook, at least for the time being, but you are playing with the bishop on g7, which does not have any future. And let's say rook e5, rook a d1, I will put the bishop on b3, and then perhaps we start going like h4, h5, and asking black, okay, so what are you going to do about your king side here, sir? This could become tricky. Alternatively, you can still play rook a d1 here, because if f5, as described, like this position could legitimately be incredibly dangerous for black, with f5 coming in very hot. But Anish does play c3 pretty much instantly, also understands that he doesn't have to decide the game straight away, and taking away what I thought was a very legitimate option of this counterplay is quite useful.
How happy do you think Rapport is going to be feeling? It looks miserable from what we've seen so far. It feels as if white's established control, and where does black even seek counterplay?
I think it might look worse than it is, but yeah, this is sort of exactly what I wanted to get when I was faced with this line for, I think, the first and maybe the only time in my career. This kind of an outline felt extremely attractive for me from the white side, because it really does look like there is almost no counterplay. Even, let's say, if you achieve what is the absolute best case scenario and something like this happens, and I just go queen d2 or queen f3 here, even this is a very nice positive free roll for white, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
The knight on d5 is just way too strong to completely ignore. I guess you survive here with black. Like, you go queen d7, you start trading everything along the e file, and the bishop pair is not nothing. But even this is quite pleasant. And as I mentioned, bishop d7, I think I just go bishop b5 in the hard bit.
Back to c6.
Yeah, back to c6, and then we go rook a d1 or what have you.
Yeah.
And
not fun for black, gotta say.
No. And I think for Richard in particular, who I think is a very dynamic player and doesn't really enjoy careful, somewhat passive defense of positions like this, it's not going to be too much of a pleasant situation.
Yeah, just looks very awkward.
We are seeing a knight f5 finally in the game between Norbert and Jordan. And yeah, an interesting moment here, because I assume the people suggesting the engine likes long castles here are saying truthful things to us, as usual. But I feel like we will be vindicated in that a very human, strong player will probably not castle here. my best guess is here that castles doesn't happen because it just feels very unnatural. I would feel something like knight f6 or king e7 is a lot likelier.
Yeah. Knight f6, I do wonder whether white plays g5.
And also against king e7, people are saying g5, and what are you doing with your knight? I think you can play f6. And if you're actually intending to support it with f4, yes, I understand it's very stupid for now. But this is such a gorgeous square.
Knight f7, knight g5.
Yeah, first of all, it's hanging, and even if I have to like burn a couple of tempi here to play, I don't know, king g8, knight e7, king c7, I've elicited such a commitment from white on the king side that I'm very okay being a number of tempi down. And gf knight f6 doesn't really worry me unduly.
Yeah.
So
maybe there's an argument for a4 here and loosen some squares.
No, of course. Yeah, I'm not saying this is clear. Yeah. I'm just saying I'm not very worried about g5. I would be maybe more worried about other things. And let's say in the context of white actually going gh, I would much rather have it here and not there. It feels like you need it sort of closer to where the action is likely to be. What do we think about this? Do we think it's anything serious?
Would be very excited for white, but that's because I love these kind of zero risk, slightly grindy positions where you can massage. And again, I'm not sure what the plan is for white. Maybe bishop somewhere.
Yeah, I think this one comes here. The rook gets to g8, and then I guess we start trying to play knight e5, knight g6 maybe.
Yeah. I kind of want the white king on f2. And
we definitely
want coming over
on other squares here.
Yeah, but this one, it's a lot of maneuvering before it becomes clear or not whether the h-pawn's actually weak or not. And yeah, either way, I've got to reiterate, I think this is perfect kind of tournament situation for Abdusattorov, having one eye on the Giri game, and then this one just feels easily within control. Nothing too bad can go wrong. Okay, elsewhere, we've mentioned this game a bit now. Are there changes in the other games at all? Mike and Wesley are still going strong.
Chat is very upset at Vincent because he is apparently now not even better anymore. But yeah, finding queen b3 is
takes a very open mind.
Yeah, and Vincent did go for one of the positions we were discussing. Play bishop b4, rook b8, and this is what I was talking about. This structure, despite seemingly the completely ruined king side, really does not look all that threatening for black. We just play bishop g6 and we start simplifying, I assume. Let's say queen d3, bishop g6, knight h4. You still have to be a bit precise, but it doesn't look that horrible. Maybe queen d7, and then rook e7, rook b8, or something along those lines.
The problem is white can never fully clamp down or consolidate without creating weaknesses or allowing all the rooks and maybe even the queens to come off. In that case, it's going to be hard to win.
You still prefer white though, right? You still somehow, you're very kind of conditioned to
visually
to prefer white here.
Queen f3 might come and you'll kind of target something in the black camp at some point. Yeah, queen d7, queen f3 could be awkward.
Yeah, and then just like if I get rook e2, rook a1, stabilizing everything, then we start playing queen f3. We start, using f5, like not really committing to putting any piece on f5 for any length of time, and making black worry about both bishop f5 and knight f5. In the meantime,
queen e6 here could be awkward actually.
Yeah, queen e6 looks like a very decent move, perhaps forcing us to take on g6, and then black is instantly fine. That's a very good move.
Otherwise, I genuinely think white would be a bit better.
Yeah. Things continue coming off in the game between Prague and Wesley. Wesley did play knight d8. Prague played bishop d3, just leaving this unprise to finish development. G6, very useful to have the g7 square for the king, castles. And Wesley just decides, okay, time to stop with the foolishness and time to make an immediate draw and takes on b2. I guess the point being that if you take, check, take on h8 and rook f7, this could be maybe ever so slightly worse, maybe for black. If not, that doesn't make a draw. I thought that made the draw on the spot, but doesn't.
Yeah, bishop c4, I guess.
Yeah, I missed rook e7.
Point. Yeah,
I missed rook e7. I did see bishop c4, but I thought king f2, rook e4, and we probably survive. But
yeah,
rook e7 does win.
good.
But I mean, I
That's
guess we
something
just go
else.
a5, knight c5, and like, why are we worse? Honestly,
Yeah,
it just runs. We have a very active rook. We have a very nice square for the knight.
rook a7,
Yeah, knight c5.
bishop somewhere, bishop c4, rook a5,
Rook a5, yeah. Knight e4, maybe.
sneaky. I mean, I can take on a4, but
Yeah, you can, but I don't think you're winning that, right?
I'm not sure I'm winning that. Yeah, feels like a forced draw somehow.
Yeah, knight g2, rook f4,
Rook e1,
rook e1, draw agreed.
yes, something
Um,
along these lines.
yeah, it could actually happen. Something along these lines could happen. White could also just play rook a1 here and take on a7. Also, just a very safe equality.
Mhm.
But yeah, I don't know if you can push here.
Doesn't feel likely.
I don't know if you can push. Yeah, if we assume this is a draw, this is going to be a very typical Wesley performance. He will end on +2. He will have had... I think that, like, occasionally you end up lying when you say that, but it genuinely does feel like he never has any bad positions.
Yeah, it's always manageable, right? He's slightly worse in some games, but it's within reasonable bounds. Like his game against Magnus, like his game yesterday against Abdusattorov. Even when his opponents put pressure on, it's never...
Yeah,
it's
I
never
would
anything
need
to worry
to sort
about.
of go through the list and reacquaint myself with all of them. But it does feel like, yeah, he is more or less entirely untroubled. But the games he wins are the games where either people overpress against him or he gets something, he gets a bite out of the opening and then continues pushing, and those occasionally he wins. But it's still that there's definitely a tinge of regret whenever you watch a performance like this by Wesley. Very specifically because I think he's an unbelievably strong player.
Yeah, super talented.
I'm trying to say nice things here. I'm not criticizing. I'm actually trying to say nice things because I think he could have been so much more. And we're talking about somebody who is 2760 and used to be 2800. So like, it's not like he is a failure as a chess player. Not even remotely that. Yeah. But it really does feel when you watch him play that at some point he started prioritizing sort of not losing rather than winning chess games. Yeah, and he's become unbelievably good at not losing chess games. But I think he would have won a bunch more if he continued playing in a more enterprising manner like he used to do in like 2016, 2017 when, the golden years.
Yeah. Especially in classical chess, as the youngsters are showing nowadays, you need to take risks in order to rack up those huge scores to win tournaments.
Yeah.
And Rapid and Blitz, it still pays off because he's so tactically sharp, Wesley. And like you said, he punishes opponents if they do slip up. But classical, he could have chased down Abdusattorov. It feels like he'd pushed himself a bit more.
Like, definitely, like every tournament he plays well in. And that's most tournaments, honestly. Like you watch him, he does extremely solidly and extremely well in classical, and it's not a fluke that he keeps on being very, very high up on the list of people doing well in the GCT, where like he would just habitually score an effortless +2 in both classical, which will not be enough to win the tournament somehow because somebody will score +3.
Yeah.
But Wesley is there on +2 by round 5, because people did something stupid against him, and that gets insta punished. Like he is so good at exploiting every single chance he gets.
Yeah.
But he also makes a lot of draws just by playing correctly, equalizing with black, and not really trying anything adventurous. And then he is also very, very good in Rapid and Blitz.
Meanwhile, a pawn structure change in Erigaisi against Carlsen. Very complex, all the pieces on the board.
Yeah.
What do we think of this King's Indian?
Seems very playable for black. I'm not a huge specialist in these types of structures, but it feels like, in particular with bishop on c1 and not f2, You can definitely play a3 and b4. You probably should be doing it right this moment.
Yeah.
But let's say, I don't know, a3, h5, b4, which is go knight b7. I think we don't even take on b4 for now, because we don't want to open the a file for white to try and exploit. How are we going to land c4, c5?
It was like a distant dream at this moment.
And black has very understandable play, right?
Yeah.
g5, g4, maybe even fgh, gh4 in some positions.
Yeah.
It's not fast, but it's very, very telegraphed and difficult to stop.
I mean, the most productive plan for white is like bishop d2, bishop e1, bishop f2, but by then black has got the pawns rolling and what next?
I don't think it's too bad for white, because the position is still very, very stable, and black will struggle, I think, to create an attack that is impossible to handle. I think the pieces are very far away, and even, I don't know, a well-timed g3, g4, which is sort of never fun to play, but does often just lock everything down. But I think Magnus got what he wanted out of the opening here. He got a position with, as you mentioned, 32 pieces on the board.
Yeah.
And plenty of play.
Yeah. Every time he plays Arjun, I know they've played a bunch online in Rapid, but every time he plays Arjun, it's really kind of tension-filled positions. And at some point, Arjun has been cracking against Magnus. Definitely feels like Arjun, because he's kind of littered around with his opening repertoire, he gets caught in positions occasionally where stuff like this happens, and it's just hard to find plans. I really don't see what white is doing, to be honest. Maybe you go a3, b4, but then you pause and
but then you still stop. Exactly. You've spent 2 tempi doing sort of the obligatory thing that you have to do, but it still doesn't really lead to anything. I want to say you're so far away from being able to even threaten c5 as a pawn sacrifice.
Yeah.
Because in order to do that, you have to either have the bishop on f2 or perhaps the knight on a4. But if you play knight a4, this one starts hanging.
Yeah.
So you kind of like maybe knight a4 and then knight bc3, and then maybe c5 does become a threat, because if you can provoke, just kind of to illustrate the structure, like if you can provoke this particular structure change, it's at least something. Although I will make an argument that it's also something for black. It gives the idiot on e8 a very, very nice square.
Yeah.
But this is definitely playable. Like, you can definitely discuss whether this is any good. It probably isn't, but you can see white is achieving something.
Yeah.
But black will not be passing forever. Black definitely will have something to say about all of this.
Yeah. I don't know how confident you'd be as white, just assuming black will give you 3 tempi and not have a pawn on g4 by now.
And a3, as Chad points out, you also need to think about a5, a4. The ideas of knight b3. I don't know if I have to be very worried about this, to be honest. I don't think this is such a big problem. But yeah, a3 played, so now we will I think see very clearly what Magnus feels about a3, a4. Because if you want to do it, you probably do it right this moment.
Yeah. So a4, b4, knight b3.
You also need to have an opinion about this, right?
Exactly. It is a pawn sacrifice, as far as I can tell, at least short term. Knight c1, rook c1.
Yeah, it gets a bit weird, but on the other hand, it's a very important pawn, which does give white a very nice outlook for the future if no bad things happen to our structure.
It's a big if. Maybe black immediately starts the active play, like fg3, queen g5, starts coming in.
Yeah, with the queen tied down to the protection of the knight on a4, this could be quite risky for white, actually, because you have to start making moves like these, and then like knight f6, knight h5.
Bishop h6.
All of this seems very, very double-edged. We'll keep this stewing for now. We guessed the entire sequence here. Richard does play bishop d7, bishop b5 is the reply from Anish, bishop c6 back. I assume it's either rook a d1 or rook fe1, whichever one you think is the more important. Looks like the rook on f1 might be needed if you ever want to play a 4 or 5, so my choice would definitely be rook a d1 here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Rapport's planning in response to that.
Maybe now you go a6 bishop c4, bishop d7, and bishop b5 is no longer available. But really, like if you continue doing stuff like that, you will eventually have to have a reply to knight e3.
Yeah, d6.
And d6 is weak. And yeah, if you have to play bishop f8, I'll just go bishop b3 and kind of reestablish control, even bishop d5, f4, f5. Looks like just a very pleasant, very safe edge for Anish.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's really a struggle to find any plans for black. It might be quite concrete. Maybe there's a kind of a way immediately to solve the problems. I don't know, after rook a1, queen a5 or something. I don't really see it though.
Yeah. Feel kind of vindicated about this. The king is on e7 in the game between Norbek and Jordan. And Magnus very, very quickly absolutely ignores the idea of b3, b4. Says, be my guest. I'm a bit surprised he's done it this way, though, because now, he's allowed this.
Yeah.
This honestly feels wrong to me. I mean, it's a kind of a strong statement, but it really does feel very wrong to me because I will play g4, I will play h3, let's say h5, h3. And I think we might even have time enough in these positions in general to just like get it over to c2, like just straight away. I don't know, knight f6, we go king f2, we go rook h1, and we just park it on c2 eventually. I don't think black will be able to open very much anywhere. And then eventually maybe I will be able to create something on the king side. Honestly, a bit of a mystery to me why we're starting with this and not this.
Agreed. h5 just looks like part of the plan anyway, so you might as well play it now.
Yeah, chat says just prepare a sack on g4. You don't have enough pieces for that. Like h5, h3, like you play knight f6. If I take it seriously with white, I can go like rook f1, bishop f4, rook f2, bishop f1, bishop b2, rook g2, and it never happens. But I like the way to prepare it would be to play queen c8, and then I should just give it up next move. And I don't know, with these pieces, if white will be very unhappy about that happening, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm skeptical too. Even in King's Indians, where all of your pieces are contributing to the attack, say the knight on b7 is over on g6, even then, often these sacks don't quite work. So, we'll see. But
Arjun also is absolutely not obliged to play chicken here and go g4. You can, for now at least, you can definitely continue ignoring it, but it also feels quite logical from his viewpoint, I think, because h5, g4 is happening quite quickly. Like if you make a move here, whichever move you want to mention, you might never have that option again. And then the argument becomes, let's say I go bishop b1, you go g4, I say, congratulations, sir, I still don't know what the threat is. It might be a truthful argument for now, but you also get the feeling that, if you continue making that argument, eventually it will stop being true. Like I go knight f6, h7, g5, or something, bishop h6. And eventually this will become a threat. And when it does become a threat, it probably kind of wins for black.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if Arjun doesn't play g4, to be honest.
Before knight b7 first, we can discuss if Magnus chooses to take on b4 here or not. My guess is not, because if you do it this way, you definitely provide white with something to do.
Yeah.
Something very easily definable to do as well, which I think we'd much rather not give them. So I think he goes knight b7 without the trade. The trade is never running away. White, this is not a bayonet. Yeah, knight b7 already played. ba5 is never a good idea here compared to some of the bayonet positions. Yeah. So we always do this, and if we need to take on before later, we will take on before later. And yeah, this is an interesting turning point because g4 has been allowed, and Arjun probably has this one move to use it, because I think h5 is next for Magnus.
Yeah, we'll see if he does choose that. The game between Pragg and Wesley, is that going to be agreed draw in any moment?
Pretty soon, yeah. It feels like white has the slightly better minor piece, but
b6.
I mean, who are we fooling here?
It's rock solid.
Yeah, I mean, we go bishop d5, we go e4, and it's nice, but it also generates 0 threats and will not really be able to generate any threats anytime soon. I guess Wesley is also checking if there's some more efficient way of doing the same, but doesn't look like Rook b6 can be a mistake.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we also predicted the full variation with Vincent against Gukesh, Queen e6. And yeah, the threat. I'm
beginning. Do we need to start worrying with white, or we always have the bailout of just taking, playing Rook e2, Bishop f3, and
yeah, maybe you have to go for this.
Yeah,
otherwise,
because like I genuinely don't know what else you can even do. Because d5, Queen e5 is not an improvement. F3, f5 might, although
Bishop g3 as well is.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, Bishop g3, of course. Sorry, yeah, I'm being an idiot. I'm being an idiot. And of course, the point here is that without the h2 square for your king, you can never do that at all. So yeah, just a very nice position for black. In fact, like you prefer black here.
Yeah,
but it is. I mean, it's still a draw, but you definitely prefer black here.
Yeah, eventually you try and provoke the white pawn forward to d5, then you have more dark squares.
Yeah, the bishop on f3, like if you eventually get the structure.
Yeah. Still probably a draw, but you can at least play this one for a long time.
Oh yeah, yeah, and I think he will as well. Yeah, I think like you go king g7, you go like rook h8, h4, d4, put the pawn on a5, maybe get it all the way to a4. You try to gain space every which way. Try to, force some concessions. If white actually does have to play queen c3 eventually, and in particular if white does it in a way that our rook is already on h4 and it gets to those squares, you can start seeing an outline of how white actually does not make a draw here.
Yeah. Cash has looked great actually the last few days. The second half of the tournament.
Yeah.
Looks like a new player.
Yeah, and this is what in my pool hall in my misspent youth, there was this impression that you don't want to give people oxygen. Like when you're dominating somebody, let's say you're playing a long heads-up match against somebody and you're very much ahead, and sort of the run of play is very much in your favor. You don't want to give them sort of additional hope by starting to play poorly, by providing a source of inspiration and or hope. And that game he won against Parham.
Yeah.
That must have been so much oxygen. Because he was very much on the verge of going to -5.
Yeah.
I think that was the round where with a loss he would have gone to -5, right?
I think you're right, yeah.
Yeah, and
then a
couple
of rounds later he was on -2.
Yeah, that was him on -4 and also having lost the 2 previous games. And then he came very, very close to losing that one against Parham and really going on a very deep dive. And instead, Parham blitzed out a bunch of moves right after the first time control, having oodles of time to think about things. Basically blundered a piece in one move. And from that moment on, it's like a different person is playing the tournament. Yeah, I think he's won 2.
Could have been more.
And seems untroubled in the games he is not winning.
Yeah, and talking of Parham, he's managed to get in the thematic exchange sacrifice on c3 in the Sicilian.
So very curious. He's gone knight e8 here. White did not really try fighting against bishop g5.
He went back.
And then he just puts it back.
Whoa.
I have to say, I don't quite understand what's happening here.
If you can get away with this, then it means your position was already very sound to begin with. 2 tempi. Why not play h6 and rook e8 in the first place?
Yeah, I'm not sure, because white really has not committed any grievous mistakes against tempo.
H3 looks useful, I've got to say.
Yeah, h3 is a move they often make anyway, and bishop f3 was bishop f3 was played prior to you doing this with black. Like if let's say this maneuver was aimed at provoking bishop f3, I could at least understand something, because I do not believe it's a good square for this bishop. Honestly, I've played some lines of the bishop e2 knight where it parks itself on f3, And then you spend the entirety of the game trying to figure out why it's there and how to put it on any kind of a normal square. Because it really doesn't do anything there. But yeah, he's done this here. It's already on f3. You can do whatever you want. Very mystifying. And yet, his position seems very playable now. I think what Levon is doing here is very logical. I'm a little bit surprised about knight g3, but maybe this is already enough of a bothersome threat that you have to. Because, of course, what you would like to do, I think, is something like this. And now the sacrifice on c3 has come in, and Levon has to figure out how to stabilize in the center.
It looks, at least aesthetically, it looks very nice for black. If you take on d5 now, knight takes d5, maybe bishop takes.
Is it knight or bishop? Yeah, I was going to ask, because normally you always take with the knight.
Yeah.
But here in particular, maybe there is enough reason to at least consider taking with the bishop.
Bishop f1. Is there going to be a... just queen c6, yeah. I was going to say, do you play like bishop c6, line up, queen takes h3?
Ah, that is very beautiful. Yeah, unfortunately for us, it doesn't work yet because rook takes d5 it solves the issue. But bishop c6, let's say rook a1, queen h3 is a very, very cute way to blunder an important pawn, and g8 just loses the game on the spot.
Yeah,
because it returns to f3 and continues picking up stuff. But also queen c6, as I mentioned, because g2 is hanging f3. Yeah. I think I take quite happily with the bishop.
This looks just fantastic for...
it looks like you might have to take on d5, honestly. So if you want to play f3, you probably do it on the previous move. But then let's say I take on c3 and I return to c6. And
yeah, positional compensation activity looks like a dream. It looks like everything that we read about in when we're first learning Open Sicilians and the Open C files. And yeah, what else could Levon be contemplating? Maybe not e takes d5, but that means you might just drop the e pawn.
Yeah, he's looking for something constructive to do. Bishop g3 would have been maybe a playable move if not for the fact that it kind of loses to bishop takes h3, I think. Well, loses maybe it's strong, but you cannot take now because everything comes in. So what would be the preferred way for us to actually ignore d4 here?
Preferred way would be take back and not allow rook takes c3. D takes c4 is definitely coming. Maybe we just let it happen, like rook b1, and if d takes c4, then we say, okay, we'll give back some material, c4, and keep flogging as many pawns as possible just to...
Another argument maybe would be to do this and claim that we have now sort of cleared the runway for the f-pawn to start marching down the board. This is legitimately worrying for white, I think.
Yeah,
I can see the engine hates it for whichever reason, but I don't understand why. Yeah, well, it gives white an advantage. But the reason it gives white an advantage, I was actually getting there a little bit because I really disliked everything else, is a move that is aesthetically, I think, very difficult to play, but I think you actually settle on it because you dislike everything else immensely.
Ugh. Yeah, ugly beyond words, as you mentioned, Peter, but yeah, maybe needs must.
Yeah, because preserving an outpost on e4 restricts so many of the black pieces that I think it is possible to convince yourself that it's just stronger than everything else. But yeah, of course, you're not really enjoying the thought of playing f2 f3 here.
And if I take on c3...
Yeah, just go to bishop f2.
Actually, yeah, you will kick back that knight on h4 finally.
Yeah, and then we eventually sort of disentangle. We go rook dd1 and we come out of the corner. An important detail here, I guess, is that bishop b4 somehow doesn't win any material.
d1 and the black queen.
Rook d1, queen a1, queen b4, yeah.
Whoa.
And then after queen a2, I have my ed, and I've attacked everything suddenly. This is quite fun.
Good luck spotting that in advance.
Yeah, like it's very possible that you aim the sacrifice and you calculate f3 and you tell yourself queen c3 and if bishop f2, bishop b4, and we win material back. And then you realize, no, And you can't even avoid very annoying trades here because the queen doesn't really like. If you could play queen c5 here, you'd be quite happy forcing queen f1, but there are no squares. Queen b2 is, I assume, very similar. Although this is maybe an improvement because the rook will be hanging on b1. Queen b2.
Maybe the other rook to b1.
Queen takes b1 though.
Oh wait, yep. Sorry, now it's not
so
working.
we can get this,
Mhm.
but compared to the previous line. If I go ed, knight takes d5, this one is hanging now. So maybe we do something else here, but this is less. This is much less clear. I mean, white has an immediate draw with rook b2, rook b1, but
yeah, we want more.
We want more, yeah. Who knows? Getting a bit carried away, honestly.
But f3, we think almost a necessity for now. For Levon to stay in the game.
Does seem like that. Interesting.
Where to go?
Interesting. Anish just went back to c4.
Whoa.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's not actually offering a draw, but it's a bit mystifying why he would give Richard an opportunity to offer a draw at this moment, because like are we missing something about rook ad1 or rook ad1 rook e5 maybe?
Yeah. But
and
now
if
you go
4, we've actually blundered.
Yeah, I was thinking about this earlier though. And bishop c4, you want to get f5? Or?
Yeah, I wanted to. Yeah, but this is a very awkward rook. Yeah,
knight e3, maybe f4 first.
Just keep it there.
It's like too scary.
They're jailed. Yeah, this looks bad, honestly. This looks like it might never come back. G4 might be a bit of a threat already in some positions.
Yeah, weird rook. F5, but barely alive. And if in the current position, does he want to try something else other than bishop b5? Bishop d7 played. Rook ad1 now.
What would that be though?
But then f5 is...
Yeah, but like, why are we allowing f5 if we can not allow f5?
Yeah. Really odd.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by this. He can still go back because bishop b5 will be only a twofold. So in fact, if he chooses to play bishop b5 here, this is still not a draw. He's gone rook fe1. Yeah, we kind of knew it wasn't a draw, for we kind of knew he wanted to continue, but I'm curious as to why he thought this was stronger than some kind of a waiting move in the previous position. So f5, what are we missing?
Maybe we're not missing anything. I was wondering in the previous position, bishop b5, bishop c6, if something like rook ad1 can take on d5.
But you can take on b5 on the previous move. Why are you waiting for rook d1?
d5, sorry.
d5, sorry. Yeah, okay, hang on.
After rook
ad1, take on d5.
Because now queen takes,
yeah,
I can meet with, bishop takes e8, bishop c4.
Yeah, this is bad, so we have to take, and then rook e5, I assume.
Yeah.
Just equalizes with queen b6 coming in.
Something like this. Yeah.
Okay, that is a very good explanation. Meaning that if we want to make a move here, it might have to be... Maybe it doesn't make enough of a difference, actually. Bishop d5, queen d5, rook e5. Like, I would prefer this one, because this pawn is not hanging, and I can play maybe queen b3, but
queen e7,
queen e7, and then follow... Yeah. This is just fine for black. Yeah, this is I think you solved it.
This must be the explanation.
Otherwise, I think you solved it, yeah.
Otherwise, you don't allow f5 as he has done in the game. And we think that will be played quite quickly by Richie.
Yeah, I think it should be. Yeah. I don't think there's any reason to postpone it any longer.
Yeah, it does feel like now or, well, maybe not never, but or it becomes more difficult.
Yeah, the longer you wait, the more chance there is that white gets to play something like knight e3, and you don't have a good reply to it, and you never get to play f5. So f5, if we take, we'll have to play something like queen f1 eventually. I really don't know if I like this at all. Maybe it takes, queen f1 creates a threat of rook e1. It's still pleasant enough for white. It's just that felt like it should be more.
You're facing the bishop pair where even if black lost the d pawn, it's not going to be an easy conversion.
Yeah, I agree. e4.
Bishop back.
Yeah. I'm trying to fight against the immediate rook e1 for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks manageable.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still not a very happy position for black, but it looks manageable.
93, the game goes on, but yeah, it's a much better version than earlier.
Absolutely.
Much more active version, at least.
Yeah.
And you predicted the future here too. G4 played and the king march.
Yeah, and there's some people in chat who are very adamant that this is now much better for white. I don't know if I necessarily agree, but I do feel it's a massive improvement compared to what we could have had if Magnus didn't allow the king side to be closed. I really am mystified by the choice of g5 over h5 here.
Just out of curiosity, I pulled up Sessi and it says 0.0 in the game.
Yeah, but I think it was giving black an advantage earlier, which I think is maybe the reason. Yeah, so like after a3, it really liked a4, but it also sort of liked h5. It just didn't like g5 very much, and it was very much in favor of playing a4 here. Yeah. Let's say knight a4, b8 was making some strong positional moves such as bishop h6 and claiming that it's just going to be annoying. Yeah. Also not very obvious to me because like bishop d2 followed by a5 will happen very quickly, as we know from the bayonets. But yeah, Sese knows.
Yeah, this one you can kind of believe because if bishop d2 a5 doesn't work, then white's position is kind of in ruins long term.
It's kind of sad, yeah. I think it's not a very important extra pawn, and you've ruined your entire structure. And if b4, knight b3, knight takes a4, yeah, this one basically loses to what we said. Yeah, the line we were giving on air would have been maybe playable if not specifically for how strong this is.
Yeah, no dark squares for white makes sense.
Yeah.
And what if we allow the knight into b3 and then we don't allow captures on c1 in that line? Because there must be a reason Magnus didn't really think about it. He played g5 almost instantly. So bishop b2 here, for example, feels a bit awkward, but threatening knight a takes a4, I guess. Is it different?
I think it just ignores it. I think it goes in on the king side, probably even here. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe again FG and queen g5 and similar stuff.
Yeah, like it just ignores the queen side for now completely and claims that this is very dangerous, which I think you can buy with all of your pieces on the other side. I still don't really understand why this is supposed to be so poor for white. Maybe knight d4 and then h4 or something, but it's all in the past. And you do have to wonder. g5 was played very, very quickly by Magnus, which felt like he didn't really want to consider any other options.
And rook e1 in the game position, the latest move. We could just get that kind of odd status quo where neither side really wants to touch the king side too much. That can build up there somehow. But
yeah, rook h7 played, and now
c5 is going to be extremely
but the bishop on f8, we're just never really playing c5. So looks like it's just going to be very, very difficult to shift.
Yeah, looks like a textbook position of King's Indian plans. What does either side do? But here it feels like not too much is the answer.
Yep. Let's maybe briefly take a look at what's happening in the challengers. As we've mentioned, congratulations to Alexander Donchenko, who does not even need a draw today, but he will get a draw today because he's actually, I was wondering what's happening here because, a6 is possible. I guess rook b2 is a threat, but this is that very famous long line of the exchange Slav, which I think was covered in Bonn, among other places, in the match between Kramnik and Anand. And it is obviously a very logical choice for Donchenko here, who needs a draw to be assured of winning the tournament outright. So why not play a very nice positive free roll where this is supposed to be a theoretical draw, but it's a kind of a theoretical draw, which I think nobody ever minds playing with white.
Yeah. Kind of have to prove a little bit as black. So if rook b2 is a threat...
Yeah, I think the point is a6 rook b2, and there's enough of counterplay along the second rank to force white to make concessions.
I was temporarily interested in bishop b8 here. I don't know.
Whoa.
I don't know if that works. A7, rook eb1. But
whoa.
Just because
the
firstly...
Bishop a6, we take on a6, and we take on e6.
E6. Yeah, maybe it's still a draw.
Okay, and hang on a second. So bishop b8, and if you take here, let's just check that it's not somehow still enough.
E5, I'll play bishop takes e5 and promotes, and I still don't know if I can dodge a perpetual, but...
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to make me.
Yeah, I'm wondering, but I guess white actually gives mate first, right?
Bishop e5.
Bishop somewhere, yeah, I don't care. Like rook a7, queen e8, king f5. Oh, we don't have mate, and rook g5 actually. This is a very. This is.
Whoops.
This is not mate. So sad. I thought it was like sort of mate on one side and then immediate mate on the other, but it continues one more move.
Check followed by mate.
Yeah, but I guess the way to not have to think about any of this is just to play e4.
But okay, yeah.
And then rook takes e4. Your e5 line is very, very relevant, but this should be winning because this comes with check, and there's no way.
No way
black without the pawn on f6, there's no way we don't get to the black king in time.
Yeah.
Rook a7, and then once again, I guess the simplest is just to play like queen e8, queen takes e5. Once again, controlling the h2 square, and we're up a full queen.
Who needs mate when you can just control?
Bishop b8.
Well, I don't know if it works though.
Yeah, it's very beautiful. I don't know if it does work. Chat says white can also just play rook b1 instead of a6. Of course you can, but I think this is sort of the point of the line, is that these positions are pretty much always available, but I don't know if they're winning. Because you get stuck on a5. It basically never crosses to a6 with the rook on a2. Black just goes like, I don't know, h5, king f7, king g6, and claims that there is no progress to be made.
Yeah.
But yeah, whatever Donchenko does here, he never ever loses, of course, which means that he will be on. I think he's currently on
+6, is it?
Maybe even he's on +6 ahead of Mustafa Yilmaz on +4. So he'll finish on a very, very nice score of at least 9.5 out of 13. Mustafa Yilmaz today is playing. I was going to say an f4 Najdorf, but that was actually a bishop d3 Najdorf, which transposed into an f4 Najdorf against Elina Roberts. I played a ton of that with white when I was a kid.
Okay. And happy experiences in that one?
It's playable, but I think it feels like probably black is quite well equipped here to deal with the potential. It starts resembling the Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Because without the Grand Prix style attacks on the king side here, white really has nothing whatsoever. And the fact that the bishop on d3 gets removed is quite useful for black. But yeah, I mean, it's playable, but I don't know how threatening it is. And elsewhere, let's just look for some crazy positions. And if we don't find any, the excitement about the challenges has, unfortunately for us, maybe a little bit died down with the sort of the results of the tournament being quite well defined. Yergus Pehac continues being an endless source of entertainment, somehow playing the Briar. She started its life as a Zaitsev, but now looks very much like a Briar. And yeah, you give up your dark square bishop for the knight on c5, and then you play g2, g4, because why won't you create even more dark square weaknesses in your camp? No reason not to allow something like this and have to worry about the knight landing on f4.
Yeah, it's what we tell kind of new players what not to do, but he's having fun. He's he's trying to enjoy this, and at least it could cause Owen to stop and think. I know Owen doesn't love being attacked.
Yeah,
if it ever gets
and
G5.
yeah, Jagus obviously had a horrendous tournament. Began by losing, I think, the first 3, or maybe first 2, and then draw, and then another one. Yeah, that's how it went. He lost first 2, made a draw against Thomas Bertsen, and then lost 3 in a row again. It was a very, very difficult tournament for him, of course, but he continues, rocking up and playing sharp tactical chess, still trying to create excitement over the board. So can't blame his attitude at all. It's just that the tournament very clearly did not go well for him. And a very cute fianchettoed knight on b2 here for Jawahir Sindarov.
Bishop on b8 as well for black. That's not what you see every day.
Very unusual. This began as a 2 knights Caro, and then somehow, so far so good. So far so good. And we see the first one landing, and then we see the second one landing, and yeah, I probably wouldn't be very unhappy here with black, but very weird position.
Yeah, white centers so far unchallenged, so there must be time to kind of get organized. But black is rock solid.
Both c5 and f6 are not very far off.
Yeah, that's true.
And you do have to wonder, how are you supposed to, reposition this knight, because it definitely does not belong on b2 for too long.
If it was already on d3, then we'd be loving life. But it takes a couple of moves and black will break.
Yeah, and my biggest issue here is if you could play queen g3, knight d3 here, would be excellent. But runs into knight f5, so you have to find a good square for this queen, and I don't know what that is. g1 doesn't seem right. g2. I think endgames aren't really that poor for black, and also even if, let's say, queen b6, it seems playable with both c5 and f6 coming very soon.
I wonder if white ever locks it down at some point with a b4, not maybe in that type of line, bishop d2, queen b6, b4, and just says, okay, I'll play on one side of the board.
Yeah, but after f6, you can't support the pawn on e5 because of the pin, so you'll have to go ef. And if you have to play ef and you maybe don't control e6, e5, obviously not immediately, but let's say I take with a knight, I put the other one on f5, and I start pushing for.
Yeah, it could start turning in black's favor.
Yeah, the bishop on b8 suddenly is a very attractive piece. We'll see. It's a fun position. Would be quite interesting to discuss on its own, but there are things in the Masters which demand our more immediate attention.
Yeah. And things have turned in
such as this, for instance.
Yeah, I say turned, at least changed. This is what we were afraid of doing from the white side.
Bishop to d6, and here Nordebek actually comes in with the g5, f6, f4 idea, fg. I assume the point is to recapture. The reason I'm even doubting that is, well, I guess he's not at the board, because otherwise, why the pause?
We can see him on the camera.
Is he seriously considering f5 here?
Or maybe e5.
Maybe e5. No, but he has taken,
He has taken, And 95
I guess the threat is maybe... No, g4, h4 is not much of a threat. Knight e5 is really automatic because knight f7, as you mentioned, is a serious threat. And also b5, b4 with bishop takes e4 coming in is something that needs addressing at the very least.
I've got to say I'm shocked, Peter, in the tournament situation to play like this. It's not reckless, but it's extremely brave.
I guess he didn't really like the other options, but
GH, you're not risking anything ever, really.
Yeah, like GH, I guess rook takes, GH, and you can also flick in a4 before knight e2 and play, sort of try to play on both flanks.
Yeah,
like knight f6, knight d4.
Yeah, something like this, or something along these lines at least, and you can ask a few difficult questions to the opponents. White's pawn structure is so kind of solid that nothing too bad can go wrong, but it's anything but solid now. Let's go back to 95. Let's try and understand why he's doing this. So g4, h4, as you said, and even if the h pawn drops, we're not too unhappy for black, I guess.
But also this.
Also b4, yeah.
Well, is the plan to actually start some kind of a race here?
And to go a4? Oh, this must be it, right?
Yeah. Is it also a draw offer? Or do we go back to g2?
Well, now knight e5. Do you have anything better than rook d4?
Yeah, I don't know. Rook hd1 doesn't strike me as...
Yeah.
Although, like knight f7, now this is not a threat yet, and now we go maybe rook d4, and we go a4 next move anyway.
But if black plays rook d8, for example, do you have anything better than than rook d4? Whoa, yeah. Computers love this b4 idea, actually, even in middle games, I've noticed.
But also this now.
Yeah. And it is very much a race, as you say, like knight f7 and a4. Maybe I just take. And although knight g5 and knight c5 gets a bit weird.
It gets very weird. Bishop takes e4 exists.
It also existed last move before knight takes g5.
Yeah, and yeah, this is sort of coming back to what we discussed about this generation. He's just kind of unconcerned about the whole tournament situation, the requirements of the game. He plays in the most ambitious way possible, unless he just goes back to d1. This is an interesting turning point because Jordan maybe is also not forced to go knight c6. It is, I think, the most logical move, but Jordan, if he wants to play spoiler, he can definitely, flick in some move like rook d8, because if a4, now we can go back and go before.
This doesn't look too great for white if you have to misplace your c3 knight next move. Ugh. Although the knight on g8 is still stuck.
Yeah, this is still a bit of an idiot.
Okay, let's try and initiate the race instantly. So, like after rook d4, which was instantly played by Nodebek, let's say I'll ignore your a4 stuff. Let's just go knight f7. Try and go around a4. I'll take it and say, show me your counterplay, and then I'll try and take on g5. Maybe there's rook b4. Take on a4 first. One of the two.
Yeah, and then
knight f6 is coming really quickly, though.
Yeah,
you need something now.
It's not that we win the pawn. We also revive the knight on g8 and we connect the rooks. And yes, you do have rook b4, maybe rook b6, but I mean, you start abandoning the entire structure.
Yeah. Also, rook b4, just rook a7 if I really, really need to.
Yeah, it's ugly, but maybe we do. Yeah, maybe we do.
Knight f6 is coming quickly, though.
Oh yeah, because once it gets there, it absolutely changes the entire complexion of the position.
Yeah, it's odd stuff. Again, it's the young approach, the modern approach.
Yeah, and Jake also asks a very logical question in chat. Why are we even touching this with our hands? Why not knight takes g5?
And yeah,
that's true. Ask white if we want to, like AB, we probably can't take on b5 straight away because we have to worry about rook a1 check.
So maybe white plays after knight f7, rook hd1 first.
Fair.
And asking you to play rook d8 and then going a4, so you don't have this a-file counterplay as black. I don't know about knight takes g5 now because rook takes d6 looks a bit more scary.
Yeah, I was looking at this, but unfortunately I can't find a good move after e5, probably because it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's go rook d8.
Now a4 makes more sense.
But honestly, even here.
Yeah, knight takes b5, knight takes e4.
Yeah, because knight b5, knight e4, I'm not that unhappy. Like I will play knight gf6 next and connect everything. Like bishop f3 looks scary, but I don't think it is.
Yeah.
We are also ready to support with d5. This is a mess.
Big mess.
Yeah, this is a mess. And if you take with the bishop, I go knight f6, this is hanging. You probably had e5 though, right? Like AB, and now you go e5.
Okay.
Knight f7 though.
Yeah, knight f7. Even
knight f7, e6, rook d6.
Yeah.
And some very sharp positions, but these you don't hate for white, I guess. Yeah, these are kind of playable.
Although, yeah, you can't be 100% sure that there won't be counterplay. Yeah, this one should be fine.
No, I mean, there will be counterplay. What I mean is white is not worse, but
yeah,
probably not better either, because like this happens quickly, and the h pawn will be more dangerous than the c pawn or the b pawn.
Those lines with you mentioned e5 on move 23 there. Black can also block things up. E5 in this line, then maybe D5 and go back around. Knight F7 coming.
Maybe, yeah, but
Knight H6 maybe.
I'm worried.
Okay. Knight F7? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's, because this is weak.
I'm less worried. Yeah, Knight H6 is when Knight G6 comes.
This is quite weak. Yeah, it becomes very double-edged.
Maybe C4. Yeah.
Yeah, C4 probably makes a draw, but we're never better.
Yeah. But then again, we don't look better in any of these lines as white, so maybe this would be a logical continuation. And it might.
In the meantime, we probably, because it disappeared, we have to kind of address something people have been very animatedly discussing in chat. Just a moment ago in Magnus's game, somewhere here, rook g1, rook h7, bishop f1, knight f6, king e1, rook b2, queen d3. Apparently, a takes b4 was massively strong here, and he kind of missed the opportunity. I'm guessing with the intention of playing rook a1. And then if king d1, is it that we just go in, or
if it's something strong, it must be connected to giving up material and going in.
Yeah,
it feels hard to believe though.
Hang on,
or maybe something to do with c6, temporarily forcing white to open at least some lines.
Yeah, actually, it doesn't even go rook a1 and goes hg, hd, c6.
C6. So connection of all the plans, all the openings. The black rooks are on nice files. And if I don't really want to suggest taking on d6, but just to show. That takes d6.
I think just queen b8 maybe. Or queen c7, b8, I guess. I don't know. Honestly, this does not look very obvious. Yeah, obviously very obvious. Well played, Peter. Whoa, is it this?
Oh, wow. We should show that on the board. Nice geometry there. Double attack. Or triple attack if you count the knight on d6.
Yeah.
That would be...
but it does allow white to trade the queens off, so I don't know if this is... Like, I still think it's probably quite good for black because the bishop comes to c5 and we're probably doing completely fine, but I don't know if this is, deserving of the excitement chat was discussing. Probably something else.
If we go back to the game, though, has this disappeared? Could he still try something similar? Maybe just less effective now.
Well, there'll be no knight on c6. I think the reason it was really good then and might not be as good anywhere else is that you absolutely want to take with the knight. So okay, c6, dc, knight c6, knight d6, queen d8 minus 2. Not knight takes before.
In that position. Okay.
Yeah.
Queen
knight takes
d8.
before also fine, but queen d8 d8 very strong, yeah.
But no style points for queen d8. Knight b4 is maximum style points. Yeah, I guess white's just stuck. Loads of pieces on the back rank. Weakness on b4. This is, not 100% obvious, but you do see a knight on c6 and you get optimistic, you get excited about it coming into d4. Yeah, it's Magnus. He feels like he's hustling a bit on the clock, or at least trying to. He's been playing very, very quickly. From that moment where he allowed it to get blocked up until here, ignoring the increment, he spent, less than 10 minutes, Magnus.
Yeah, but he is, as we're kind of establishing now, he is missing potentially important intricacies. And the fun thing about the current position is that one of the engine's top moves is actually going back to d8. Which I think is not going to happen.
Yeah. If it does get played, maybe Arigaisi mistakenly thinks it's a draw offer. It's like a silent draw offer, and he plays king e1. And
I don't think anybody plays king e1 there.
King c2, that's... he wants to put it on b1, I guess. The white king, where it should be quite safe.
Like, I don't know, rook b, g2, and then king c2, king b1, and then maybe we can... Actually, I don't even know if we need any more pieces on the king side. The sacrifices on g4 don't seem very realistic.
We'll wait to see if...
we'll wait. We'll await developments. Levon did find f3. and bishop f2, and at this point, I guess they both agreed about something concerning the move bishop b4. Maybe it's very simply the rook doesn't go back, it goes forward.
Yeah. Because now queen b2, rook b1 gets the queens off. Queen takes. And now ed.
And this is still quite bad for black, I assume.
Still. Wow. Same tactic. Works again.
Weird, yeah. Very weird. Anyway, black played d4. And white does seem to be quite restrained, but I think rook dd1 is playable.
Okay, I can't take that pawn without getting trapped, I assume.
Well, either getting trapped or perhaps at the very least losing the b7 pawn, yeah.
Yeah.
Like queen b3, I don't actually see how it gets picked up, but we are reasonably happy about having this option.
d3.
I don't think we mind that very much.
Yeah.
I think we're
yeah
okay with this.
Yeah, rook dd1 looks clever. Maybe rook b1. Oh wait, but bishop b4 we really want to get out of.
Yeah, I think we eventually do want to step away from the bishop b4 tactics.
Yeah, and if I do just retreat the queen as black, how much compensation do we think there is for the...
Quite a bit. But I guess we could try restructuring, as long as we don't blunder bishop takes h3 somewhere, which we may have done here.
Whoops. Yeah.
We want to... I think this knight probably wants to return to e2 because we definitely want to try and dig this up with c2, c3.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine some long-term pressure against the b7 pawn, but it's not unmanageable for black. I still feel in practical terms it's full compensation.
It's playable, but it definitely is a massive improvement over the other lines we were discussing because we've managed not to get blown apart in the center. Our king is completely safe now. The knight on h4 is not representing any threats. Rook dd1 played by Levon in the meantime.
Yeah, it helps not to lose on the spot. So he found a way to survive.
Not unexpectedly, yeah. This will be a draw. Maybe not immediately, but yeah, I bet on Vincent not losing this position quite safely.
Queen f5. How do we guide this one? Oh, am I missing? Oh no, not bishop e8. I was going to say we can take and bishop h2 at the end. Yeah, bit lucky.
Yeah, there's no immediate way to get, let's say, the queens off comfortably because queen d5, queen c2 is a bit annoying. It's definitely a bit like in what's the way to describe it? Black has a bit of a moral advantage here.
Symbolic or moral advantage.
Yeah, but it's not much. It really isn't.
Yeah. I think in a blitz game, you'd get really excited here as black, but if white has time to kind of sit and calm themselves and get the queens off or rooks off eventually, a draw is extremely, extremely likely. Yeah, still not easy to safeguard the white king completely. Rook h8 might come.
Yeah.
He's asking those questions, Gukesh.
Yeah, exactly. If you can't get the pieces off the board immediately, like if we can't play either, I don't know, queen d5 or rook e8 or bishop e8 and black starts with all of that stuff, you do feel like they look very similar in strength, but in fact the one on d6 does something. It prevents white from having a proper luft, and you can maybe even imagine some situations where with the rook on h4 black could try playing for g5 g4 if white doesn't have a good reply against it immediately. And the one on c6 is really not doing very much at all. Like it has a nice square, but it attacks nothing. There's nothing on the queen side for white to put any pressure against.
Just hits thinner.
Yeah.
Okay, so small advantage for Gukesh, we think, at least in practical terms, but yeah, going to be hard to win. Okay, is anything happening in the headliners of the day? This one?
Yeah, you have this.
Oh wow, you can win a pawn.
As chat pointed out to me just now. Thank you, Nick. Because I was kind of blanking on this completely. I thought Wesley is utterly fine, but I mean he's still fine. It's a draw, but it's a kind of a draw which you absolutely and very justifiably continue pressing, because let's say if you get the king across the f-file somehow, which you probably do eventually. These types of 3 against 2 with the pawn a little bit to the side and already a passer, they're a bit trickier than normal.
I've seen players win this type of thing before, especially if you kind of cut off the black king on the f-file with the white rook maybe, and then start running with the white king.
Oh, yeah.
At least Bragg playing on, creating chances. It does feel like Wesley shouldn't have allowed this. We've been praising him so much. He'll find his way out of trouble.
It's weird. If this is actually the best you can get here, then this is some very nice kind of pointed prep by Prague where you do all this, and it's not just to make a forest draw if Black makes all the right moves. It's actually to play a pawn up rook ending, which I don't know how much of a likelihood you would assign here. I don't know, 20%, 25%, but it's not nothing, and all of it entirely risk-free, all of it basically with your entire allotment of time on the clock as well. I think he started thinking very, very recently in a position where he is in effect a pawn up. So good prep, good nice prep by the young man. Still don't think he beats Wesley from here, but can't really be very much fun for Wesley either.
Yeah, Prague will be the one with enjoying trying at least. He's played G4 instead of cashing in now.
Yeah, this one is... Do you think it improves the endgame we were just discussing or not? Because maybe the point is Black cannot avoid that endgame anyway. Like maybe there is no way for Black to actually stop what is happening.
Yeah. Like, I don't even see a move for Black actually that stops this idea. Rook A6 allows it. King G8 allows it. A bunch of moves still allow. Same idea. Yeah, maybe Prague, he's just going to try and get his king to G3 first and then start cashing in.
Yeah, there was a very confusing message in chat just now that instead of rook takes F7, King G6 is an improvement, which I think is just like for a change. This is a straight up lie. No,
just 2 points down.
Why are you telling me this, Jake? This can't be true.
This can't be a draw.
No,
surely. Yeah. So if we go back to the game, we need a move for Wesley. Still struggling. Maybe just rook A6 and wait for the hammer to fall. Knight D8 is always really sad, right? E4 and 5 will come at some point.
Yeah. And he's also very clearly has been avoiding putting knight on D8 because that option always existed. He could have begun with knight on D8. Yeah, curious, but not really the most exciting position. And also chat is saying Jordan has done something wrong. After rook D4, he didn't play knight C6. He played rook D8. Rook HD1 happened from Noribek. And he played the move H5, H4, which honestly looked quite logical to me in some positions at least, because I thought the idea of H3, trying to revive the rook on H8 by just forcing White to open the file is not ridiculous, but I guess it just burns the tempo, and now White can start something with A4.
Must be something connected with A4. That's the only logical follow-up to what he's done. Now I
guess knight C4 is a threat. Suddenly.
If we start with H3 after A4, is White just ignoring that maybe? And because now I want to attack your knight on E3 without allowing you C4.
I think we take, right?
Yeah, we take.
I don't think this worries us anywhere near enough.
Yeah, most likely true. So White will get that knight to C4. Let's go back H3.
And instead of H4, just to briefly consult what it was. Yeah, it was saying knight F7 is fine. It was also saying knight C6 is fine. So knight F7, the main line for some reason starts with the move E4, E5, which we definitely did not foresee.
Yeah, at least not here.
Yeah, still confuses me a great deal. Like what happens if I take? Because it doesn't take for some reason.
Well, it doesn't take that pawn.
Yeah, but it's sort of interesting because it goes D5, and then it gets one of the positions we actually discussed and says it's a draw. So we get a kind of a roundabout confirmation of something we actually had on the board here. Plays C4, plays c4 here, knight gh6, and claims it's just a draw.
I guess everything is coming off.
Yeah, just everything comes off. There's no way to preserve anything. The center becomes empty in like 5 moves time. But yeah, very curious that it doesn't even go knight takes c5 here. I don't see why it wouldn't. So knight f7 was fine, and it was also fine to just kick it back to d2 and play knight e5, where the fact that e4 is hanging, I guess, makes this play much weaker. a5, I guess. e4 is hanging. Knight c4 is not a threat.
Yeah, compared to the game, Black's knight will be on e5 rather than a5.
Yeah, just a massive tempo gain here, because we played a5 instead of h4 here, which feels like it's a lot more relevant to what's happening on the board. Yeah, and h4 now, obviously white kind of needs to start cashing in. Another thing that this move potentially provides white with is the move knight g4, which wasn't there a moment ago. But you have to have a good reply to knight f7. I don't know what that would be.
Something connected with e5, but that looks super risky now for white, opening the bishop.
Yeah, but that looks similar to what we discussed.
Bishop takes g2 is another option now.
Plus that, yeah, because this is now a very significant passer. Yeah, maybe we just ignore it again and just go in with a4.
And if I take
knight g5, I don't know, takes. Here you can't actually connect your stuff with knight f6 in this position.
That's annoying.
Yeah, because we had this with the pawn on h5 and knight on e3, and we very happily were playing knight g8 f6 here. But now it loses a full piece.
Yeah, so knight g4 makes some sense as well.
Yeah, intricate. And weirdly, after rook hd1, Jordan spent after rook d4, Jordan spent 11 minutes on rook d8, but almost no time at all on the move h5, h4, which in a way is sort of much more committal. You often play rook d8 anyway, so I think of those two moves, rook d8 I think is the one it is much easier to make instantly.
Yeah. He must have calculated something here after, for example, a4 that he quite likes for black. We don't really see it. How bad was that line, a4 and knight c6?
Here, you mean?
Yeah. Is this?
Sorry. Yeah, knight 6 rook d2 before knight a2. I'll switch the thing off for now because it's impacting me. But I did notice while I had it on that it was playing before b3 here, which generally isn't the greatest of signs.
Yeah. Again, you'd love to have that pawn on a5 so you can drop the knight back on e5.
Yeah, a5 knight c4 I guess is just completely unplayable because we're not even attacking the pawn on g5 yet. So yeah, you have to go for some extreme measures here, like b3, cb3, and then I don't know, maybe you have some knight a5, bishop takes e4 counterplay. But these types of counterplay, you suddenly feel like, it becomes a matter of this absolutely working mathematically with no faults. Because if this fails to work, you resign.
Yeah.
Because you've done unspeakable damage to your position. Your position will not recover if this doesn't work out tactically. If white gets to play b3 before at some point without losing everything, you're just lost. You're not worse anymore. You're lost. So yeah, a bit of a mystifying decision because honestly, this position doesn't look like it allows you to just make waiting moves.
So much time on the clock. There's so much to calculate. Knight f7 or knight c6 were definitely worthy of consideration. And Anish making any progress at all? He needs to win. It looks like.
I mean, they got to this structure which we were discussing for a while, and it's a pleasant one. You can also, I think, I'm not sure. I was going to say you can also get the light square bishops off the board right this moment because you can play knight f4, and allowing knight takes e6 is, I would argue, unthinkable.
Yeah.
But maybe you can play bishop f5 because there's bishop b5 in the end if you take on d6. But sort of in larger terms, this probably is not too much, right? But it's very annoying.
It's unpleasant to defend for sure.
All three are targets now.
Yeah. Maybe black can play bishop h6 as well. Maybe not here, or maybe on the previous move. But I like keeping the bishops on if possible.
Yeah, that's
just
potentially an important thing. Yeah, but exactly. I'm not even sure this is pleasant.
Yeah.
I am now. Okay. For a second there, I was mightily confused by what Wesley has done, but let's just briefly go there because I thought, like, why is he trying to get mated? But bishop f7 does allow rook d7, which took me a while to realize. And this is an immediate draw because black will just very, very happily take on f5 and then establish a dark square blockade with knight e5, king f6.
Yeah. Don't need to calculate her.
So if we want to take on f7 here, we take the other way
with the rook, one of the rooks.
Yeah, with like maybe rook, and then rook f4. This has to be a draw,
unless we can. No, we can't force the rooks off with rook f6.
Yeah, rook f6. You have to play rook e5. Any positions with rooks off are immediately a draw, but they don't come off yet. But then we play once again a very nice little free roll.
Yeah, Wesley, it feels like he's not found the most accurate way. Somehow. Knight c5. e4, I guess, is met by rook
d7.
Rook d7 anyway, yeah. And nothing here.
No, this is fine. I think it's time to cash in. I don't think we can wait any longer. We figure out a way and we cash in. And the way, to my eyes, is just rook. I don't think anything else is
rook f5
going to be an improvement. Yeah.
I would say there's some winning chances there if black can't immediately force things. Force those rooks off.
I would agree.
Magnus's rooks have entered.
Yeah, I think he wants to take on g4 because I think white my initial reaction was we just go rook g2 and then both pairs come off, but maybe we take on b1.
I can take on h2 there, maybe.
Yeah, well, I can take on h2, and yeah, you're definitely not doing this, right?
I don't think so.
Unless you want to go complete goblin mode and like do this, but that never works.
3 can't work.
That is not a thing.
Too many pieces disappear.
Yeah, so after rook g2, I guess his plan is then maybe go for this, right?
And
now we do. And now we do come in.
Yeah. You could see this going very wrong for white if you allow the bishop to move in g4. But 2 tempi. No, this is definitely the intention.
Yeah, I don't think he intends to just trade all 4 rooks and then sit and allow white. Like if you just sit for a bit, white will go bishop f1, bishop b2. All of your sacrifices will never work, and then white will take an age to get the bishop to f2 to perhaps return this guy to b3, and eventually c4, c5 will happen, and you're not even guaranteed to survive. So, yeah, pretty sure he's intending to gamble somehow.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like that much of a gamble either, taking on g4. Feels like at some point, maybe those pawns will be at least worth a piece.
Yeah.
Don't really see what white tries here. Like, you can get around to c6 with the knight, but after that...
Yeah, that doesn't really do very much either, right? Like, I don't know, what's the best square for the queen? Let's choose...
say d7 or
Yeah, let's choose a square. Yeah, I don't know what that did. I mean, it maybe made us slightly faster with our c5 play because the bishop left this diagonal.
But it feels...
Do we ever actually go bishop f8 because of that?
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, why not? I don't really see what white does.
I mean, we have this incredibly slow plan, but I think by that point, kingside probably actually queens. Like if we just do that as an illustration, yeah, somewhere here. You probably realize the pawn on c7 doesn't actually win you the game, whereas having a queen on the king side definitely will win the game for your opponent.
Yeah. I quite like it. I've got to say, the evaluation bar is slightly on white side that I see here, but it means nothing in a block position like this one.
It actually doesn't go rook g2.
So king b3.
Yeah,
Really?
rook g2, this entire line is playable according to Sese, so it prefers either bishop d2 or bishop e2 to have more pieces in the event of the sacrifices coming in.
That makes sense. The white rook on g1 really does deter these sacrifices, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
And is there anything wrong with king b3? Am I going to get mated somehow?
Still
Or
fine.
maybe
Still
queen
fine.
a8. Yeah. Looks a bit scary.
Still okay.
So big moment. Every guy see.
It is a big moment for certainly for Arjun here.
Yeah.
But I think it's possible to realize that this on its own doesn't represent much of a threat, in particular when the queen is tied down to the protection of the c7 pawn, and trading them away just makes the sacrifices run smoother.
Yeah. Levon's done something a bit weird in his game. He's given up a pawn and allowed it to survive on c3.
Yeah, that's a bit odd. Yeah, I guess he didn't like.
Something.
Yeah, I've want no. It's very specifically that I need to kind of get rid of the pictures in my head, because the pictures in my head are bishop d3 and black not taking on h3.
Yeah,
I saw that on my screen, but why? Why are we not taking on h3 here?
It looks like a very nice
Just
move.
kind of beggars belief that this is not the best move here somehow.
It's not. Wow.
Yeah, I have to ask, because
this is mysterious. It looks like
it is. Yeah, I definitely did see bishop d3 being the main move of the machine, but yeah, I couldn't then, and I can't now. Yeah, it just goes bishop f1 and says we've won a tempo. This is amazing. It forces you to take on h3, goes back to f1, and then it goes c3, and then it goes knight e2.
Okay. And h4 and c3.
Yeah. And it says, this is a huge achievement for me to be able to play c3 and to then remove the c3 pawn off the board. Yeah, I don't know if that's
nobody
playable.
finds that. Nobody spots bishop takes h3 as possible and then allows it to happen.
And that just allows it to happen, yeah, for one tempo.
Yeah, but
I don't think it's possible.
What he's done in the game feels really detrimental, though. There must have been other ways.
He's just played bishop d1, and no, I mean, he's running major risks now. Yeah. Major risks. Bishop c5 check, for instance.
Major risks.
Yeah, I guess we kind of need to stop knight e2. Let's not.
But bishop b4 maybe, just to protect.
Yeah, I think my bishop c5 check is wrong for that precise reason, that we've traded away the piece that needs to be on before protecting c3. Here, white just goes ahead and on king h2 and then knight e2. And we no longer have any pieces which can support this. So we very specifically don't play bishop c5 check. We, I don't know, play knight g6 or something. And if knight e2 comes in, we just go bishop b4. And we say, you, sir, actually lack the pieces to attack this setup.
Yeah. Bishop on b4 can always be protected by the queen as well. But yeah, 97.
I don't know. Knight f4 in general is not a very good move in most cases, but trading away this knight on e2 relieves the pressure white exerts against the pawn on c3. So even that might be an idea.
Feels like Levon might just have to park his bishop on c2 and kind of play around that c pawn. But
yeah, but then black is just doing very well.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I think we can count down on the seconds of the fingers of one hand the time between this position and knight takes g4 happening. Like, if Magnus doesn't just snap take on g4 here, I don't understand. Yeah, there we go. He wrote down king takes b1 and then played knight takes g4. That was basically what happened there.
Yeah, and Arjun replies, but Arjun will stop shortly after bishop takes g4, and he's got enough time there, nearly move 40 already. Key moment, I think, around here. Yeah, Magnus, he's making things happen. At least he'll be happy about that. But feels like white should be fine somehow. I'm yet to see it.
It feels like it shouldn't be that bad because it's 2 and not 3. There's no king there in front of it, so it's not really a mating attack. You just have to control the passers somehow. But
It's very much a long-term sacrifice.
Mhm.
They'll roll
Yeah.
slowly.
Controlling them is not that easy. Yeah.
Is Gukesh making any progress in his game? It looks like some
I was
threats.
wondering. Yeah, I kind of disliked what Vincent has done, because you are solving some concrete issues now. You have bishop e8 if you want, which forces rook f8, but it also is a kind of a stupid square to put your own pieces on. F5, f4. Like if f5, f4 lands, you probably lose.
Yeah.
So you have to do something.
Bishop g3 looks like a threat. Rook takes h4 is a threat.
Is king f1 the move? But then, then my question is, how are we reacting to
start rolling?
The very telegraph. Oh yeah, okay. Rook e4 is like, I somehow completely blanked on the existence of this move altogether.
At first, I thought queen d1 check and f5, f4 though.
I think we go rook e8 probably.
That's the counterplay.
And that gives us an important tempo to do something against, I don't know, rook h7. I would still be a bit worried, honestly. Because, I mean, bishop taking on f7 is not enough of a threat. Bishop d5, I just ignore very, very happily. So what do we do here with Wijk?
Yeah, that's a good question. Just bishop f3, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
That is control. Queen d2, rook e2.
And start chasing, that very much reestablishes control.
So Peter, it looks like we will be soon approaching that final hour before the time scramble, before move 40. What do you think to a short break?
Yeah, I'm all for it. Was going to suggest it myself. We'll take a bit of a breather and be back with at least everything until time control, and perhaps even a bit into the second one. See you then.
See you soon.
for your sin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. The damage is done, but I don't care. You're worth the cost, but I don't care. All I ever wanna be is eyes for eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. All
Hello and welcome back to the second segment of the final round of the 2023 Tata Steel Masters and Challengers. And in the Masters, we have a kind of a lift-off on arguably the most important board of the day in the game between Nordebek Abdusatorov and Jordan van Foreest after h4. We knew the choice was very likely to be between a4 immediately and also using the newly acquired g4 square for the knight on e3, and this is what Nordebek has done. And did you have an occasion to at least briefly take a look at what's happening on the board there? Because it's very exciting, David.
Yeah, I did briefly look. The game position, which we'll catch up to in a moment, is very complicated. He played knight f6, Jordan, but knight f7, he played knight c6, but knight f7 was also very playable.
Absolutely, and f7 was definitely an option, but I think he was specifically playing h4 to meet knight g4 with knight c6 and rook h5, which was met by a very beautiful shot by Nordebek. e5, you cannot allow e5 takes g6 check, so you have to play d5, and now knight c3, e4, which is a sacrifice which you sometimes see in all kinds of Sicilians, but normally not when the queens are off the board. And the reason I'm so excited and slightly sad that we missed all of this in a break is that Jordan played a very decent move here, bishop c8, maybe even the best move in the position. But shockingly, you could actually take, I think. And this leads to one of the weirdest positions I've seen in a while. White takes, we take, white goes knight g4, f6. This, of course, is the main idea of the previous play. Attacking the rook, attacking the knight, and creating seemingly a winning threat of rook d7 check. And I was, while, trying to inhale some food, I was checking this on the phone, so maybe it's wrong. But I think this holds.
Yeah,
it's such a shocker that this position is okay for black, because it seems like white will win everything. Any two pieces he wants, right? Like you can be d8, g8 can be picked up, or d8 and then back to d7 and b7 can be picked up. But because g2 is hanging and there is this passer on h4, it looked to me, at least from what little I could make sense of, that none of the options here actually give white anything substantial. If you go rook d7 check, we play knight e7, rook takes b7, rook takes g2. And now we have two fairly quickly running passers.
Peter, sorry. I was going to say, all I saw is that the computer shows 0.0, which is crazy. But it would be so easy for both of the players to have stopped their calculation after knight f6. And like you said, make that assumption and just kind of look for options. I think Nordebek he couldn't resist the aesthetic value of playing knight e4.
Yeah, no, I think it's after rook h5. It's also what you're supposed to do, because I mean, allowing black to just take on g5 unchallenged just doesn't look right at all.
Yeah,
I think he's doing absolutely the right thing. It's just very, very stunning that this is just playable seemingly for black. But the move that Jordan made is also very decent. Jordan very quickly replied with bishop c8. And the point here is that now that we've controlled the d7 square, d takes e4 absolutely is a threat.
Yeah.
And also, interestingly, if you go knight gf6, which I'm pretty sure it's also very possible just to stop here and think, okay, this can, in no universe will this ever be good. Black just very quietly removes the rook from h5, goes rook h8, and the pawn on e5 is in tremendous trouble.
It's always hanging now.
So you can take on g8, we take with, a rook, I don't know, maybe just this and back. And then white struggles to reestablish control, because I guess knight g4 we can, re-enter the threat against the pawn on g5 now that we've traded away some of the attacking pieces. And our structure as black here is rock solid. C4 break is not really on the cards. You can play a4, but it feels very, very slow. Even ba looks like a good reply to that.
Yeah,
so this is very sharp.
Where do we start with white if we're trying to at least regain some element of control, not to let our pawn structure just completely fall apart? Nordebek, he's down as well to under 15 minutes to make 16 moves. It's not easy now. It's become so sharp. Yeah, I wouldn't even know what to calculate. I'd look at knight f6, of course, as you mentioned, but
I think it's just so I think his problem specifically is that it's just so difficult not to play knight f6 here.
Yeah,
and seemingly there is no way to preserve all of your structure, but the way to go here is to actually drop it back. rook h8 still best move.
Counterintuitive to retreat, maybe.
Because I think one of the points at least, is that this is not really a problem for white at all, with knight f6 being a massive, massive threat. So black has to go rook h8, and then we abandon this one. But we do play a move like perhaps bishop g4 is the suggested idea here. And we say, yes, you're a pawn up, but this is still absolutely out of play. The bishop on c8 is not really an oil painting either. I want to play perhaps rook e1 and generate pressure along this diagonal. And if you take on g4, I'm about to, I call them Nimzovich knights, because my system has some very, very sadistic diagrams where basically one knight like this is just not worse than a rook.
Yeah.
And it really does look like it. So the way for black to react here will be just to play king d6.
Check.
Trying to play knight e7 next move, I assume. And yeah, after knight check, we just drop it back, and there is nothing stronger than knight f2. And this currently appears to be maybe best play and just results in a draw.
All forced.
Yeah, all absolutely forced, all very, very obvious. Yeah, we are not serious about any of those statements.
Yeah. And okay, knight f2, you can get there eventually by deduction. You need to move the knight, you need to hit the rook on h5, but maybe the next move after that, once black retreats, that is maybe a bit difficult, and to evaluate the compensation.
Yeah. But, having played knight f2, you kind of have to play knight c5, because knight f6, it looks beautiful, but then you realize it immediately needs to get traded away. So that makes zero sense. And then, like, c5 is really the only remaining reasonable square you can even choose.
Yeah. If you get here, you play knight c5, but when he's calculating knight gf2, he has
maybe
to...
this is a difficult move. I don't know how required it is, but maybe this is a difficult move.
Yeah. Maybe rook e1, you'll see that he has some ideas in advance. And then he'll maybe find a more accurate way, like bishop g4. But he's going to have that nagging doubt in the back of his mind. At least, I don't know about you, Peter, but for myself, in final rounds, there's so much awareness of the tournament situation, of the pressure, of the prizes. And when you lose control, it's easy to completely lose your mind.
And he left himself very, very... He's gone knight f6. Yeah, as I said, it's just so difficult to force yourself to look in any other direction, really.
Yeah.
Because it just looks so obvious that, like, all your previous play is very much to occupy this square. But now after rook h8, he will have to be quite precise.
How serious in an accuracy is knight f6? Because we were just seeing a pawn drop off, and we weren't getting much in return in these lines. Can he keep things together?
Knight g8 also played already. Yeah, I think we're going to get a kind of a position like the one we described. I don't think...
That whole line.
I think these are best squares. You can maybe make an argument for taking with this rook, provoking knight f6, and then choosing maybe this square. But I do like d8, honestly.
d8 guards against any sacks on d5. It is a bit odd.
Although there is definitely some argument for this, because if we assume these will at some point start getting removed off the board, having the rook on an open file where it will have some activity is not unreasonable. So I think it's a choice between these two squares or perhaps these two squares, d8 and h8. But then it's unclear what to do with white. I think it might actually be something like a4 with the idea of playing ba c4. Just desperately trying to blow things up in the center while your king side is not entirely gobbled up yet.
King side on fire, might as well get something going on.
And in terms of meeting this, I think I'd much rather have the rook on d8, because currently, like, dc4 has a slight tactical issue, which it wouldn't have.
Just a small one.
Yeah, which it wouldn't have here. Here, I think a4 ba, we are a lot more comfortable doing that, because c4, I will just continue taking. There are no mating threats. e5 is still hanging. Black appears to be sort of way ahead. Like, it's maybe the weirdest pawn structure I've seen in a while. This collection of firewood. But we're, 3 up, 2 up?
About to be 3.
About to be 3. So we don't really care how ugly they look if we have so many of them.
Nodebek's away from the board. That's slightly curious to me. It's such a big game. 12 minutes left before the time control. I'd be furiously trying to calculate the way forward.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's still doing that. It's just that some people, and I definitely belong in that category myself, I feel less nervous away from the board.
Yeah.
And like the assumption has to be you know where the pieces are, right? Like you don't actually need to stare at them to know where they are. So
yeah, but he's very much a kind of sit at the board, stare at the opponent type of player, not Wijk. Yeah, he could just have gone for a bathroom break. That also makes sense.
That would also make sense, yeah. And in the meantime, this is becoming sort of more and more relevant. Anish is pushing. It's a pleasant position. Like he had to play f4, g4, but with the king on g2 and the full control over the d5 square. And I very much like what he's done there by removing knight back and putting the bishop on d5. To constantly have to, Black now constantly has to be mindful of bishop takes e6, and you definitely don't want to be taking and then facing that eternal knight on d5, which cannot be challenged by anything. This is a very unpleasant position to play for Richard, and Anish also is doing a very good job keeping control of the clock.
Yeah, and not too much risk attached with pushing the pawns to f4, g4. You think the white king will never really face any?
Yeah, I don't know what we want. Like, I assume king g2 is very much the next move, but then do we ever want to push f5? Do we just kind of wait and perhaps Black just, commits to something which creates a target for us to play? Whoa.
He's taken on d5.
Whoa.
Did he think bishop takes e6 was a threat somehow? This is surprising.
It is surprising because I think it makes play more understandable for white, but the engine doesn't hate it at all. So
okay, is it connected to something concrete? Knight takes d5. I'm assuming rook takes d5. Maybe you could consider as well. I don't see it, Peter. Knight takes d5 just looks really pleasant. Maybe he just wants to play. Oh no, queen e6 here drops a pawn. To queen e6 and knight f6, d6 falls.
Yeah, I think we start with rook c4 and then go queen e6, and we've achieved some sort of stability. And also, Chad was I was wondering what Chad was talking about, and in this precise moment, this apparently was very strong.
Well, bishop takes h4, queen d4 check,
queen d4 check, and then suddenly it's a full rook.
It wouldn't surprise me if Richie had realized that this was a possibility and just wanted to stop it, prevent it.
Yeah. And this is what I was talking about when I said that the constant reminder of bishop takes 6 is annoying, but I didn't think it was already this strong. And I think it's very, very specifically connected with the immediate h4 here, creating a very strong idea of g5. Because I think if you pass here for a move and allow Black to play, I don't know, d5, queen c6 or something along those lines, Black will stabilize and be okay-ish. Maybe even the immediate queen c6. No, e6 hanging, no.
e6. Everything hangs. I think that's why h4 is the moment. And if Black blocks with g5, you can always play h5 and enter that way.
Yeah. And now it seems like much of it is gone, even though it still looks quite pleasant. But I guess the issue for Anish is that it becomes difficult to reestablish control over the e-file. Even the bishop might go to h4, rook e4. Like, if in this position we could play rook d1, e2, I think we would be massively better.
Yeah.
So it's just as this was extremely specific to where the pieces are. It's not about the structure as much as it is about those little tactics, this very important tactical detail that isn't present in every single position. It's the same thing applies here. You want to keep control over the e-file, but queen e2 allows queen e6. And you can't play rook e1 here either because the knight is vulnerable. So we have actually lost control over the e-file, at least for the time being. And that is a massive, massive improvement for Richard.
Can we explore that rook endgame? Is there any difficulties there, like queen e2, queen e6, and just take everything off the board? Can White go pawn hunting with rook a6?
Yeah, but
just rook f3, rook d3.
Yeah, I think you know from experience that with a rook as active as this, like king g2, rook d3 is an immediate draw because you can't actually stop your queen side from being subsumed. The way to continue gambling would be to do something like this.
Yeah,
but you're just not better. I don't think, because Black actually even starts first.
Yeah,
and White has to prepare. Like you can't even play a4 yet. So yeah, I just don't think this is reasonable at all for White to do this.
Yeah, especially if Anish takes a glance at the other board and realizes that all three results are very possible there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for Anish right now, it's a kind of a dream scenario where he might actually get a tie for first if he draws, which generally, I guess, before the start of the round was a bit of an outside possibility. Yeah.
Yeah.
Revisiting that, Jordan did take on G8 with the D rook and considered his other options, but eventually it did go back to D8. And now Noribek has a very unpleasant decision ahead because E5 is hanging, and as we've established, knight G4, which looks like it preserves everything, allows rook H5 back. You can try rook H1 here, but I mean, even this is not equal, not even close. But also Black maybe could go even greedier.
Rook H8.
Yeah, rook H8 and just try to collect everything. Try not to even give up the pawn on H4, which is kind of useful for future endgames.
What does White even try if, assuming this one doesn't work too well? You mentioned A4, but that just looks like it sheds more pawns.
Yeah, you can try playing something like rook E1 perhaps to have some bishop jumps here.
Take on B5 maybe. Oh dear, yeah. I'm getting hit in every direction.
This is findable. Yeah. I will readily admit I did not find it. I read it, but I think this one is findable because you do know about the existence of the idea of H4, H3. This is why we played H4 earlier. At least one of the reasons. And this fork is very alluring.
Deadly.
Yeah. And otherwise, like, what do you even do?
Bishop,
I don't know, somewhere.
D3.
Allow H2, rook H1, but
this is not going to be easy to play with under 10 minutes for Abdusatoro.
Yeah.
Under 10 minutes, 13 moves. It's all getting derailed here.
Yeah, it's all getting very, very iffy. And yeah, you mentioned earlier the pressure of the last round, and I wanted to agree with like every word, apart from like one small detail there where that's something that I very consciously have been doing my entire life, is that, you know, sometimes the sort of the structure and the prize fund is plastered all over everywhere that you can't avoid it, and then you do know. But whenever possible, I try not to even like look at the prizes before the last round is over, or at least before my game in the last round is over, because I feel that it kind of relieves the pressure a little bit, not really having a monetary value flashing before your eyes, like not thinking like every move here costs me X dollars if it goes wrong. But yeah, it's still and Wijk, as we've discussed, I think over the previous days, Wijk generally is not a tournament which people play to become immensely rich. It's a tournament where people play to become part of history.
Yeah.
So pressure will not really be alleviated by Noribek knowing that in terms of purely monetary value, he is not going to lose that much if he doesn't, let's say, win it outright.
Yeah. Rook E1, meanwhile, played quite quickly by Noribek. And knight takes E5, like you say, is findable. This H3 idea. What else could he? Yeah,
exactly. Let's try to determine how poorly White is doing if Black doesn't do that, because we want to play Bishop D3. Let's say if we play H3, GH, Rook H3, Bishop D3, Black is still doing. There's Rook H2 there. We might get mated.
Although Black can defend with like Rook F8, maybe, or Rook
DH8, maybe.
Yeah, maybe we start this way. Bishop takes G6, Rook G3. Is knight H7 a weird defense of the G pawn?
Yeah, there's also Rook H1. I thought Rook H1 was good, but I'm kind of worried I'm still not actually winning the E5 pawn. I like Rook G3. Knight H7 legitimately might be the only way to keep balance. So I think I have draw with Rook H3 here. I don't think you can allow me to take on H7. Those positions look Like I should be able to consolidate and win.
Minor pieces will be too strong.
Yeah. I mean, the presence of the pawn on g5 does worry me a little bit, but I think I'm okay. And he hasn't played knight e5. He has played h3, so we are headed in some kind of a direction like this.
Wow. Played it instantly. Jordan's done that so many times this tournament. You
2 minutes, 2 minutes.
When there's so many options, like knight takes c5, maybe he just stopped after bishop takes b5 there. But surprising to me, got to say. Okay, this is very much forced then.
Yeah, you can't ignore it. You have to go GH. Is there any point in knight takes c5 here? Is that what he's planning? Maybe like this version of the same?
But now bishop.
But it allows bishop g4, right?
Yeah.
This doesn't look nearly as good.
Also, bishop d1, for example, if you want to.
Oh yeah.
And knight moves, rook takes d5 is.
Yeah, this doesn't look
an option.
This doesn't look nearly as good.
He's taken on h3, so we're expecting bishop d3 there.
Yeah. Are there any better squares? I don't think so, right? You can put it on g4, but it really isn't doing anything there. And we just go rook h4 and then rook dh8 and
start coming in.
Yeah, I think e5 remains like a constant weakness in all of these positions, but maybe it's manageable. Maybe we just go like rook d2, rook h8, I don't know, c3, king d2. And we claim that it's going to be very, very difficult for black to attack anything in our position.
Possibly. Feels superficial for white to put a bishop on g4 just to kind of as a piece of glue, basically, to hold things together. But I guess if the forcing lines don't work. The other one we looked at, bishop d3, did black have anything more than a draw repetition in this knight h7
I couldn't see it. I think rook dh8 looks very, very logical. King f7 doesn't look right. King f7, like, I don't know, rook f2, king g7, knight g4, and rook starts coming into f6. This I wouldn't even think about this for more than 3 seconds. This doesn't look
looks like you might get
attractive at all. So yeah, I think we go rook dh8, bishop takes g6, and
g3, knight h7.
Rook g3. Yeah, allowing rook takes g5 probably leads to severe trouble for white now. So you go knight h7. Yeah, let's take a look at this once again, but I really don't believe it. Like if you go something like rook df2.
Yeah.
But I can't figure out how you stop bishop d7, bishop e8. Or even knight takes e5. Like it looks like you're very much trying to lose this for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, I was even thinking more than a draw for black. Assuming knight h7. Yeah.
Just bishop d7 or something. Or
yeah, just bishop d3, g6 is sometimes coming.
Rook takes d3 exists, right? So maybe but maybe rook f2 is a threat. Rook f2, rook f7.
So yeah, bishop d7, rook f2. I don't really want to play.
Well, you have bishop e8, but after bishop takes e8, rook h7. Like I don't
c6
know.
Is hanging.
Sorry, yes, c6 is hanging, of course. Yeah. I think you probably have to take it.
And that will be a great result for Norderbeck. I think under the circumstances, time pressure.
Very much so, yeah. Very much so. In the meantime, Anish is trying to push. He played queen f3, queen e6. Once again, all the things we were saying about the importance of controlling the e-file, they're still true. Meaning that if you play slowly now, you probably don't have anything at all, which is why he went f5, g takes f. What's the intention, though?
Is it knight f4 related? Rook f1 is another consideration.
Rook f1.
I'm not sure which one. I'm struggling to see a move for black that I like right now, but again, it doesn't feel like white's created any scary threats. I don't think white really wants to play queen takes f5 ever, and g takes f5 doesn't really...
No, honestly, that endgame is maybe the best we have. I actually think the idea must be queen takes f5 here. It's still not very much, but it's definitely the improvement over previous play.
The black bishop parks itself on e5, though.
No, I'm not saying it's much. I'm just saying that...
Yeah, that it's
like
the most we can hope for.
Let's just, once again, let's make a number of ridiculous idea moves here. Like if we get some position like this.
Okay, now we can talk.
Now we can talk a little bit, because this really controls a bunch of important squares and cuts down on counterplay quite well. So yeah, currently I think rook f1 is maybe the best shot, but there should be a way for black to be quite precise. I guess we go rook e4, queen f5 we take, rook f5, maybe we go bishop h4 and we try to play rook e2.
Just to come in, yeah.
Yeah, just to try, and I don't really want to defend passively, but I think I do have a pretty decent way to defend actively.
And how about knight f4 in the game position after g takes f5, hitting the queen?
I think I can even maybe do... No, this I cannot do.
Knight h5 check.
Yeah, exactly. I missed rook takes e6 in the end.
Yeah.
And I don't actually have rook e6 because knight f4 check wins material. So knight f4... Queen e5, I guess?
Yeah, maybe queen e5. Knight h5 check. Again, stepping forward feels scary. King g6, maybe I can play rook d6.
Yeah, let's put it on f8.
Okay. But now I can check you from behind.
Oh, a8 exists.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, hang on.
Picking up some stuff on the way.
Mm-hmm.
Feels a bit scary. If white's not risking anything, then knight f4, knight h5 flips.
Yeah, knight f4 does look like an interesting attempt for sure. If there's no immediate draw. 22 against 10 here for Anish. So he definitely has plenty of time to consider. I just want to briefly take a look at other positions, because I think there's been a very serious change.
Yeah.
What is this?
How did that bishop get to f1?
Bishop f3, bishop h3, bishop h5. Kind of locking your own bishop behind the chain, which is unusual, and knight e2 here. Of course, white would very, very happily snap on g3 in all of these positions. Yeah, just freeing everything up.
Even
bishop f1.
Even snapping on f4 might have been a semi-threat.
Yeah, bishop f1. So what do we do? After queen d1, do we actually take on f3 or on e2?
We might have to, right?
Yeah, because we have painted ourselves into a corner here a little bit, right? Yeah. Takes. Is it knight h6 or f3? Is it maybe even... No, g3, bishop g4 I don't like.
f3, pawns might get stuck as well after queen f2, queen g3.
Yeah.
Queen somewhere or queen
any
h2.
Square, yeah, any square like that, yeah. Whichever one you prefer.
This is odd. Odd for both players to kind of stick their bishops where they don't really belong. Queen d1 just looks very strong, because if we don't take on e2, like bishop g2, maybe bishop g2.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking knight takes f4, but bishop f3.
Yeah, but we have bishop takes e4 as an inclusion, like in all of these positions, and then bishop f5.
That must be the idea then.
Yeah, bishop g2. Yeah.
Bishop g6 is a weird one. Just coming around.
Actually, yeah, getting to f5. Potentially.
Maybe.
Okay. I blundered that. That means I have to throw in this one.
Queen d2, queen d4.
Yeah, it's a mess. Queen d2, my intention was to play king g7. I thought this was quite okay, but queen d4 might be...
D4.
But then I have queen f8.
Yeah, this is
It
wild.
still is a massive mess on our hands.
Yeah, and meanwhile, while I think Rapport has just blundered, this is huge for the tournament. King g6, I mentioned it, rook d6, right? Is this?
Oh,
this is just checkmate.
Oh,
whoa! Anish gifted the winner. Look at him; he's just looking away, trying to figure out what he's missing. I don't think he's missing anything, Peter.
No, he is. Yeah, the game is just over. FG, but
this
I think we can even go HG. Really, I don't think it changes anything.
Yeah, it just looks like checkmate. Queen takes.
Yeah,
D6.
I mean, Queen f6 also wins. Like, if you're worried, you can also do this and win quite comfortably. But I think we can even go HG. Yeah. Anish knows. Like, Anish on our screens is definitely a picture of a man who knows he is suddenly winning in a very, very important game.
That's the most excited I've seen Anish in a while, and wow. Because going back with the Black King would have been fine, probably. King H.
Yeah, maybe even
King
H7 is fine.
Maybe King G8 first as well. Queen A8,
Yeah,
King H7.
yeah. Provoke Queen A8 and put it on H7.
I'm assuming
Because yeah,
Queen
we
G6.
can't really ignore like Queen E3 ideas for too long.
Yeah, but it's just a one mover. Report had nearly 10 minutes.
Yeah, Anish still obviously double and triple checking because it's an important moment, and you should. But he knows, like he knows. He looks like somebody who spotted he's winning and is trying to contain his excitement and his anticipation of good things happening.
Yeah. Over 20 minutes, he's doing the right thing. He's calmed his nerves down. He's got oceans of time. And this is huge. That means Nodibek, in order to win outright, needs to win. In order to even get a playoff, a draw. This has opened everything up. Could be in for a long haul, Peter, if it's a playoff.
Yeah, and thanks very much for the raid, Junior Chess Kid. Yeah, welcome here when we're watching this very dramatic moment where I'm pretty sure Anish has already like 10 times over checked that Rook D6 is winning, but he is still doing the right thing as David said, and checking and double checking and going over it again and again and again. But yeah, the game just doesn't continue. You can't really play anything here. You just resign. Yeah. King G5 maybe, but I mean anything will win now. Rook D5 probably completely winning. Rook F6 also like my idea is to force this position onto the board and hope that this somehow works out, but
force me to calculate a bit.
Honestly, even this probably is losing, but we shouldn't allow it. I think actually after King G5 you're better off playing something like Rook D5 and just collecting this way. Because Queen E1 really is only one check. And then we will find a way to do something to this king.
Yeah, brutal. How quickly after playing King G6 do you reckon Rapport realized? Because for sure he's just trying to keep a poker face right now. There's no way he hadn't realized that Rook takes D6 is the thing. Just seeing his opponent's body language.
And in the meantime, this is the position in Nodibek's game against Jordan. Interesting that the engine still actually gives this to black. Because I couldn't quite figure out how we're attacking anything, but I guess white is also just entirely stuck to this particular construction. Rook D6 on the board in the other game, and Richard is probably just kind of he knows, he must have known.
Maybe we should just stick with that one.
Yeah, he blitzes out King G5, trying to pretend that this was all a genius master plan, which I don't think it was. I really don't. And now Anish needs to put one final finishing touch on this somehow. Yeah. Also, I think maybe this is mate, right?
But then I
don't know. Queen G3. Queen G3. Yeah. I'm so sad because I did calculate. I did calculate all the way through to here, but yeah, Queen G3 throws a little bit of a spanner.
Yeah. Just your Rook D5 looks like the cleanest. Zero calculation after the first check.
Yeah, I really think that, like, even if this is winning, I think it's very, very unreasonable to go for this. Like, I suspect HG, Rook G4, King F1, for instance, maybe is still winning because you cannot take because of Rook F5 check, and I don't see how you create a single threat here with black. But yeah,
two maybe.
Yeah, like
but then Rook F5.
Then Rook F5. It looks like it should still win. Honestly, but
H4
it's just completely unreasonable to go for it. Like,
that
does look like it ends up being enough. But comparing this to Rook D5, I think you always pick Rook D5.
Yeah, beautiful Rook takes D6 by Nish, and
in the meantime, we're actually headed towards that fantastically looking position. Fantastic looking position. Move 40 for Magnus, 27 minutes. Yeah. He did all he could to force Arjun to play under some time pressure, but Arjun got to move 40 in 5 minutes, reasonably calm. We obviously have to stop Bishop F5. The question is there anything smarter than Knight H6? I mean, you can allow it. Like, you can play something like G3 here, but that allows Queen G1 or F3. F3? I don't like it.
F3 now, or
Yeah, I don't like it. I think that introduces all kinds of ideas to white that you don't want to introduce. We don't care about fe2 at all, and if you play like queen f8 here,
do we not care about fe2? Oh, we don't care about fe2 because of bishop f3. What do you?
Queen f3, I think, because I have h3. Yeah, this doesn't queen. Yeah. I actually went through the entire. I went through the entire reasoning as well, exactly like you. I thought this queens, but then I realized nope, does not queen.
Yeah, so this is
and then white is just rook d5 played by Anish. Yeah, Anish will not let this go.
He's in Wijk. He's always in form in Wijk. Yeah, he's
yet again stellar performance by Anish, and remains to be seen whether he got himself a playoff or maybe even more, because as we were talking about this, Engine does prefer this for black, and I think maybe the part of the reason is you can play b4,
and
then a5, and then this one starts coming out, and white really has very little / nothing to call an active plan. You're so tied down to the protection of the pawn on e5.
You're just playing for the draw here, Abdusattorov.
But let's watch the conclusion of this one, because it really does feel like Richard probably is on the verge of just resigning. I don't know how you continue here.
He looks a bit annoyed at himself.
Yeah, understandably.
There's nothing left.
Even if there were some problems in the position, they were, not deserving of just throwing everything away like this.
Yeah, well played, Anish Giri. And I think it's got to come now. There's no way to continue at all. Okay, he plays one more move, it looks like. Bishop e7. Let's try and work out the checkmate.
Yeah, rook
f5, king h.
I guess we go forward, right? If we go back, it doesn't really... Yeah, and now, the problem is this is completely winning.
And rook c5.
Rook f7, whatever.
2 pawns up.
Doesn't really matter. I'm continuing a mating attack as well. The bishop has no squares. Rook g7 here.
Yeah,
wins even more material. And there might be something cleaner. Wouldn't surprise me if something like queen f4 check here was. Yeah, queen f4 is made. Oh wow, no. No.
That's what Richard's hoping for.
No.
Rook takes somehow feels too safe. Good white.
Yeah, rook takes. If it goes back, we also have this. It has to go back forward, and now I think.
Wait, h4,
king h4. I still am kind of struggling to mate this stupid king. I don't know why. It's bizarre.
How is this surviving?
But once again, just go rook takes f7, rook g7 mate. We don't have to do it with checks, right?
Queen d2. Queen f2. I got queen d5. I guess you can play
hang
f3
on. How is this still alive? How are we failing to give mate to this king? What is wrong with us?
If this were round 1 of the tournament, we would have found a mate by now.
Queen f5 is mate in 10. We're being informed by chat.
Okay.
So queen f5, king h4, and now something.
Knight moves allow queen g3. I don't really want to.
No.
I've just been given a spoiler by Satiris. Queen f3.
Threatening that queen g3 line. Yeah, okay, nobody does that. I don't think.
You can do it the other way around, right? You just play rook takes f5. And...
Yeah, rook f5 played. Yeah, I don't think very many people go queen f5 specifically to put it back on f3 next move. In particular because of just how winning. I guess I found a way to force a resignation there after king g6.
Yeah,
we give this check and then we take on f7.
Yeah,
and that probably is dispiriting enough to force the game to end.
Yeah, and Richard, he knows what's happening. He went to h4. Might as well.
Yeah, might as well. Yeah, but now whatever.
Everything. Yeah. What's the stylish knight g3?
Knight g3 mate in 8.
Queen g3. We play on a little bit longer.
Yeah,
everything.
Yeah, everything. We don't really care over much.
Where's the mate? Knight g3, bishop g5. You just need to move the rook somewhere.
Rook g5, but then queen takes g3, and I don't see how this is mate in 8 is my problem.
Rook e5?
Queen e5?
Knight f5?
Queen f... and queen
g3.
Beautiful.
Maybe.
Beautiful. And in the meantime, Rashid has got a wicket, so I'm a happier man. Oof. Yeah, and this deserves to be a diagram.
Yeah. Give it all up.
Absolutely deserves to be a diagram. Yeah, and of course the lines that chat says, which are completely winning, are also completely winning. You don't need to go for the gallery solutions. You can just win whichever way. Queen g3 check is instantly resignable as well. So yeah, your choices are all valid, chat. You are all beautiful and harmonious people.
One love.
Yeah. Interesting that we got this position, but because Jordan chose to start with a5 and not b4, Nordebek actually puts the pawn on a4. I guess the claim here is I am now switching to sort of a full-on passive defense. None of my pieces have moves, but I'm also claiming you can't make any progress.
How about knight d8 to f7, maybe?
Oh, yeah. But also, how is rook h2 being met exactly? No, we have knight g8 check.
And then
this is very relevant. Yeah, this is why I guess the rook isn't on h2 yet, because we start giving checks, and d6 is vulnerable. Although, honestly, this needs to be calculated because
knight to h6.
Yeah, I want to go king g7, and I want to claim that maybe I'm not winning anything. Yeah, maybe it's fine. Just king a1 here.
Yeah.
It looks scary, but I don't think these pieces give mate. I think they look very threatening, but they might only be giving perpetuals.
Yeah, you don't play rook h2 in that position unless you're 100% sure you're mating here.
I like your knight d8 though.
I was just thinking how to attack g5.
Yeah, reintroducing the threat to the pawn on g5.
And yeah, I don't really see how white defends that one. Bishop f3, knight f7.
Yeah, we have to start giving stuff up, or
yeah,
like I'm looking at some sacrifices here, because the forks here actually make it a bit awkward for black. Maybe this works.
Yeah, bishop f3. Maybe we don't rush. Maybe there we have like rook h2, or now that e6 is defended.
And also, apparently, rook h2 is playable. Rook h2 is what the engines appear to like, but
and yeah, Giri. Meanwhile, Peter has just played queen g3 check.
Yeah,
we're expecting. There we go.
Doesn't really need to. Yeah.
Giri on +4, propelling himself.
Yeah,
first place currently.
Yeah, and Giri, you have to say, considering what the position looks like, you're never very safe making pronouncements like this, but it does look like he is absolutely nailed on for at least a tiebreak.
Yeah.
I don't see how Nordebek wins this. Jordan would need to make a bunch of very gross mistakes. I think you need to misplay this very, very badly for Wijk to actually get any winning chances whatsoever.
Yeah, he could be about to do his compatriot a big favor here, Jordan. Rook h2.
And if Jordan actually manages to win this, Anish wins the tournament outright.
Yeah. And suddenly Nordebek's kind of taking the foot off the pedal with a few draws. That's going to have costed him. Yeah, rook h2, knight g8 looks like the only way unless we play king.
So first, let's ask a different question. So I'm assuming bishop d3 is currently the biggest threat we have. Also knight g4 maybe, yeah?
Yeah.
Both of those are quite strong. Yeah, like king c1, knight d4 is not really something that I want to discuss. Yeah, but like it just feels wrong. Like it feels like this will collapse, right?
Yeah,
there's no way you go for this if you have any other options. So let's calculate knight g8 check. King f7. Going back, hang on. Rook f1 check is not a legal move, very importantly.
Yeah.
Because I thought for a second I found a perpetual, which would have been a perpetual if not for the fact that I'm blundering a full rook along the way.
Yeah.
So if you put it back on f6, we go once again in some order. Yeah, in some order we do those two things, and they seem to be extremely strong. So it has to be knight h6 check. We put it on g7, bishop b6. You can start with bishop d3, but I don't know if it's an improvement or not.
Yeah.
No, I think this is logical.
Bishop d5.
Is knight c2 winning though? Oh no, rook h1. Rook h1.
Rook d2, but now, yeah, king c1.
Now white gets a tempo to do something. Even maybe bishop b4, because I really don't care about the b3 pawn all that much. If I get a tempo to do something on the king side, to play e6 on knight g4 or something, I think
rook e2, it still feels a bit matey, but
yeah. Oh yeah, that is a very, very strong move, because we can't really abandon this diagonal. Bishop d3 will be made if it's allowed.
Maybe king c1 there instead of
yeah, you were right. Yeah, I didn't want to play this endgame. The reason I was kind of reluctant to make him move onto the board is that we haven't actually made a draw yet.
Actually, this is true.
Yeah, we really haven't made a draw yet.
Midnight round on f6 or something.
Yeah, we're gonna have to play rook g1 and wait, but
rook e2.
Yeah, rook e2, e3, and bishop d3 there as well. Yeah, looks ugly.
Definite uphill struggle here for Abdusattorov to hold, and we're not quite at move 40 yet.
Not yet, no.
We're only on move 37, so still some questions to answer in the lead.
Absolutely. In the meantime, Magnus chose a move knight g5 instead of knight h6 after a reasonably prolonged thought.
That's clever.
Actually, no, he played it fast, yeah. e4 is hanging. So my default reaction here is knight bc3. And now bishop f5 is back to being a threat, I assume.
Maybe. Bishop takes e4 sometimes is the answer there. Yeah, one of the knights has to land on c3. For Arjun, you feel like this one is still kind of a guessing game. It's
yeah,
better.
Very much is. Yeah.
Who's better and why? Maybe queen c2 is an idea as well as knight c3. I was just trying to look for options just to threaten knight takes f4 as well as bishop f5.
Yeah, that sounds like
and now black
a
might
pretty solid second option.
Black might have to commit with f3 or something in the near future.
Bishop f5 might not be a threat though, yeah, because I think we can quite happily do this here.
This way around here. This is true.
Very exciting position.
Yeah. This would
be very exciting position.
This would be taking all of our attention if it wasn't for the tournament standings, I guess.
Absolutely, yeah. And just to do a bit of a house cleaning, this is the position in the game between Levon and Parham, which apparently is horrendous for white. Why? Bishop b4, d2. Bishop b4, bishop b1, though.
And then...
But then we can take on e1, and the pressure against the c2 pawn will be relieved, yeah?
One more move now after taking on e1 to do something. Queen takes? Queen d3, and I'm scared you'll never...
Yeah, I think rook takes, probably. But now maybe even knight f8, e6, d4 is in time, right?
Yeah,
we just go in.
Yeah.
There's rook d2 there, yeah.
Yeah, maybe rook takes c2.
But there's rook d2 anyway. It doesn't actually improve.
Anyway.
It doesn't actually improve the tactic.
Oh wait, sorry. Yeah, of course. Whoops. Suddenly black is losing.
Actually improve the tactic, but I guess we can maybe play just queen c7 here and win. Maybe. That looks pretty strong, actually.
Yeah, simple and strong. Yeah, I don't see any tricks there.
Yeah. The chat is very appreciative of my habit of saying very, very exciting position with absolutely zero excitement in the voice. I've trained hard for that. This is an art form.
Yeah, not an easy one to master, that one.
No.
And so we think here Levon in huge trouble. Parham's been on a roll actually the last few days. And the final game that we haven't really gone to recently is kind of petering out now towards a draw.
And you have to wonder if there's a way to make a draw immediately somehow. Like I think maybe king f7 is the way to make sure we make a draw by force.
And knight g7.
Yeah, with the idea of playing knight g7, and I think it's well established that only the rook endings here are somewhat problematic, and the reason I chose f7 is that I want to be able to take on f5, and on h6 I wouldn't have been in time to get the king to f6, but probably everything else is also a draw.
Yeah.
Like, actually, now that I look at this now, we can play knight f4, right?
Mm-hmm. Bishop
and then
g4
knight
and knight
e2 check.
c2.
Yeah, just give a check on e2, take on f3, go knight c3. I'm pretty sure that is also a very, very clear draw.
Doesn't help that it's the wrong h pawn.
Yep.
Yeah. So Wesley looks like he's getting there eventually after a bit of suffering.
Yeah.
Should we go back to the main game until we reach move 40, maybe?
Yeah, let's do that. Jordan has 8 minutes now to decide on something.
Yeah, he's got to be picking between those two most likely. I don't really see how knight d4 immediately helps. Knight d8 or rook h2 look the most logical in terms of plans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I don't really see too much else. Could wait with king f7, but it doesn't help, doesn't change anything.
Yeah, I think what Jordan is doing here is he's trying to figure out if white has anything that constitutes a threat, because I think he would very much like to postpone making a crucial decision in this game until move 41 at least.
Yeah.
But maybe he needs to react to something straight away. He doesn't have very many useful passing moves anyway, so...
True.
King f7, king e7 maybe, but it looks so odd to actually kind of gift white those two tempi in the expectation that Noribek will not find anything to do.
You could play, for example, knight d4, rook d1, knight c6. But then you do slightly have to worry about knight takes d5. I don't think it works. But just to repeat, get closer to the time control. It's definitely in calculation mode. You see on the camera, that's his sort of nervously calculating face.
Yeah, and Scion GM says, gotta respect Jordan. Most people would try to make quick draws with the way his tournament has gone, but he always shows up to fight with both colors. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
he's done it yesterday. He came very, very close to beating Anish, and today he is getting pretty close to beating Noribek. Will be a bit of a travesty if he actually wins neither, considering how well he's played both of those games and how sort of commendable his spirit and his approach to both of those games has been. But still a possibility.
Yeah. That's why these all play alls are so treacherous. Like someone can be having a tough time or somewhere in the middle of the tournament, but they always have a huge part to say in the destiny of the title. The more I look at it, the more I think you play rook h2 if you can calculate far enough to realize that white has many problems to face there. If not, then you play a move like knight d8 and you can always go back. It's unlikely white.
Yeah, you will always have bailouts for as long as you don't commit to... I think you might not have a way back if you play rook h2. That really is the only one which does appear to be committed. Hang on a second. We also have this option.
Yeah, I was wondering about this, Peter, but does it change much? Knight d4, take... Oh, but no. I was going to say maybe now knight c2, but rook h1 is still a thing.
Yeah, I went through.
Or is it?
No, hang on. Maybe this is winning now, no? And rook c5.
Knight f6.
Whoa! But rook d5,
but now you take d5, yeah.
Rook d5, yeah.
Yeah.
And then we win. But he actually burnt all this time and he did go knight d8, which we thought was also pretty sensible, but perhaps gives white some additional chances. We were looking at bishop f3 with the intention of meeting knight f7, bishop takes d5, which might be critical.
Yeah, bishop f3, maybe then we come in, rook h2. At least we stop this, or taking the sting out of knight g8 check ideas.
Yeah, this is also pretty strong, actually, yeah.
Feels like a practical approach. Yeah, can't fault it at all.
No, this is still a massive problem for white. Bishop f3, as you correctly say, with the e7, e6 pawn very nicely covered, we can definitely go rook h2 here and consider our options at a later date.
Yeah. Noribek with 3 minutes to make 3 moves. And I think 3 far from easy moves. It'll be so heartbreaking. He's led from start to finish. He's played so well, so composed, never in trouble, and then, or rarely in trouble, and then the nerves get in the way.
Yeah. Just to cover something that the chat was saying, there was a suggestion that in that line, after king f8, bishop b6, knight d4, bishop d5, white had king b1. But after king b1, I thought I was winning with bishop d3. Rook d1. This is such a weird construction where we don't actually have mate here. We have all the perpetuals we want, but I mean, I have bishop f5, but I don't know if that's
knight h6.
Knight h6, yeah. And once again, in this position, we don't have mate.
This deserves to be mate, but it isn't.
Yeah, but I don't think it is. Yeah, weird.
And how about knight takes c2 in this line instead of rook takes c2 check? Just wondering.
Rook h1.
And now rook d2. Because at least now you don't have king c1.
But maybe even knight f6, because I actually have stronger counter threats, right? And I think I'm not losing this.
Oh, wait, yeah.
Because if you take on d5, I think I'm probably starting to play for a win, even like rook h8, rook a8.
Go the whole way around, yeah. You get defended.
If a5 falls, I'm suddenly becoming very interested with white.
Yeah. Long variation, wrong variation. He didn't go for this one.
Yep.
Understandably. And also, if your opponent's in time trouble, if your opponent's clearly uncomfortable, it makes sense to kind of keep the tension, not give them forcing moves. Nodebek would have been able to play like knight g8, check, and a couple more, and reach move 40.
Yeah, and Nodebek is also very low on time in a very difficult to play position. Like he's down to 90-ish seconds. And the decisions you need to make are very, very non-obvious. People are saying that there's clearly a best line and everything else loses, and it looks like he didn't find it. He was supposed to play bishop f3. He played bishop b2, and now black just takes, and puts it back on c6, I think. And
not f7.
Yeah, or f7 as well. I don't know. I guess both are. Yeah, f7 is even stronger. Yeah, 6 is also winning, but yeah, both actually are very, very strong. And after knight 6, I think the point is just there's no counterplay whatsoever. Now that even e6 is safe, we can start coming in with rook h1, knight d4, and things are just beginning to collapse for Nodebek.
Yeah, I have a feeling he'll play knight f7 though. Just it feels like you're winning a pawn instantly. Where's the counterplay? c3.
Well, the issue is you take on g5, you allow rook g2, so you're not actually threatening maybe to.
But then knight f7 again.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
You can tell Nodebek's not loving life right now.
No.
Okay, one move to the time control though, which I guess helps slightly. But after knight f7 or knight c6, one of the two. It's not easy to even find a move.
Yeah. A very, very dramatic last round. And, if it ends up sort of along the form book, and the engine absolutely says black is winning now after both of those moves. That's Anish just winning the tournament outright. No tie breaks.
I don't think any of us would have predicted that. I had a feeling Anish would win, but Nodebek just looks... he looks so composed the whole tournament. I've got to go back and kind of blame that decision of playing g5, f4, because it suddenly became irrational, and that's not what you want in the last round. Suddenly became very concrete, and he gave chances to Jordan. There were ways of playing with minimal risk instead.
Yeah, you exactly. Let's perhaps refresh our viewers on this, because the position where he made that decision, like if you go g8, I'm pretty sure you run next to no risk. You can also include a4 before knight a2, for instance, and open the second front there to play against the pawn on d6, or really do whatever you like. Even if you don't do that, even if let's say you just play a2 a3 to make sure you never have to think about this, you plant one rook on h4, the other one on h1, like you're just going to be completely fine. But he did go for what I assume is just the maximum, trying to play very much against this knight on g8, but breaking his own structure quite badly. And he was still fine, but from that moment on, it required a lot of precision.
Yeah, and it hasn't gone too well. Knight f7 by Jordan in the game, and it's about to be move 40. He's got 2 minutes for one move, but
yeah, somehow rook e3 is significantly stronger than everything else. I don't quite know why.
Maybe to prepare c3.
Like knight g5, we play what?
c3 doesn't look great now anymore.
No, nothing looks great, to be honest. Like, we're not really criticizing the choices. I'm just trying to put into words as to, he's played c3 straight away, which I think is very understandable. You need to start doing something. But then black just takes on g5, and you never actually, like, before rook h3 just loses you more material. You will never be able to organize anything on the queen side. And
rook g2 here is met by, for example,
I think the simplest is just going back to f7 or knight f3, maybe stronger, because you can never take on g6, and after knight g4 we just continue coming in. Yeah, it's a miserable position for white.
Almost hopeless at this point. And we have reached move 40 now.
I think we have, bc king c3 is move 41 already. So Jordan will pause, but if he chooses to give a check first, he's also pretty much winning, and I really don't see why you would do that. I think you take on g5 and you go from there. Once you realize rook g2 doesn't really help in any way, shape, or form, you do that and you go from there.
Wow!
Potentially a very, very dramatic final round.
Yeah, Anish finally getting that title. So many close shaves.
Yeah, and not in the way we would have predicted. Like, I think he would have had a very decent chance in the tiebreak, even though we are talking about the 2021 Rapid World Champion here in Nordic. But I think it would have been a very close tiebreak with very, very difficult to predict who had the upper hand. But I wouldn't have put a lot of money on Anish winning the tournament outright, with the pairings being what they are before the start of the round.
So we're going to leave Nodebek to pick up the ruins of his position. Shall we do a recap of the other boards?
Let's take a look at the rest. There was actually a bit of drama there towards move 40 in Livon's game, because I checked to see what the engines were saying, and they were not playing bishop b4 at all. For some reason, they were playing bishop c5, and after bishop b4, they were very insistent you have to play knight d5. Instead, Livon said, I can't really tolerate this pawn on c2 any longer, and just simplified into what you must assume is a very, very poor position, because you're down a pawn, a5 is weak. This knight will be on e6 quite soon, I assume, aiming at the d4 square, and you have the worst king with your pawns all not on the second rank but on the third. Allowing the rook to land on the second rank probably just spells the end of the game.
Yeah, this feels maybe some chances if you're super accurate, but it feels extremely difficult to hold together. Farham, keeping control.
Very difficult position for Lev. Singing praises to knight f4, I think in my case definitely was connected with the fact that I blundered e3, e4. This is still a draw, but I think because of this move existing, I think king f7 was cleaner.
Yeah,
I think king f7 was actually making a draw by force, whereas this forces you to continue playing chess, which is not such a big problem for Wesley in this position. But
there is knight e2, knight d4 if you want to go for that same position, pretty much, Peter.
That is true, yeah. That is true. Rook g3, though? Nah.
I think we can take, right? Yeah, with this one.
That is pretty clean.
Extremely.
That is pretty clean, yeah.
So we'll get that rook ending with white.
Very importantly, you have to take for the pawn, and then black just goes like rook a6, king f6, and
dead.
Yeah, I wonder why this hasn't been played yet, to be honest. Does he actually want to let white play, I don't know, rook a3 and start pretending again? Or is he thinking of playing, I don't know, rook b6, king f6, king e5 and playing for a win? I don't know.
It is Wesley. He's definitely not thinking about a win.
Yeah, probably not. And then we have the very, very exciting, very unusual position in the game between Arjun and Magnus, where Arjun took a while here to make a decision, almost half an hour, 20-ish minutes were spent on knight c3. Magnus very quickly played bishop f3, further supporting the setup on the king side. I don't know how to evaluate any of this.
Me neither. If this were a game, I would just kind of forget trying to think who's better, who's worse. It's just pure calculation. And
yeah, really does feel like you're, I think, severely incentivized not to even try to understand what's happening. You just go move by move. Yeah, like what do I think is the best move in this position? Let's find it and make it. Press the clock, wait for our opponent to decide on something.
He's just played queen f1. In terms of ease of play, who would you favor? I think I would take the pawns just because it's at least clear what you're doing as black.
And this apparently is a massive, massive mistake because it gives black, I guess, a lot of sudden tempo with a maneuver that is also very aesthetically pleasing. You go king g7, and then suddenly you have the h8 square, which wasn't available before, and suddenly it's coming in. Comparing this to, let's say, the immediate bishop f5, where there's no access to this, so you have to probably play queen e8, queen h5, but that, at the very least, I think will give white a much better chance of giving up piece for a couple of pawns here. It seems like...
It's the idea to give up a piece for a couple of pawns anyway, if we follow that variation with the picture skew queen h8. Knight takes f4. At least we've blocked the diagonal with our king. It's not the best version actually I've seen of this. Suddenly everything's holding.
Yeah, maybe even f6, queen h3 first is also something to consider perhaps.
And knight b5, you swing the queen the whole way across the board.
Yeah, and then we give mate on the other side of the board. Yeah, e5 exists though. Maybe we don't actually give mate. Yeah, but yeah, this will be problematic for Arjun. The evaluation bottomed out for a second there and now went back to
black.
Equality adjacent. No, it is better for black, okay. But it's for a second there, Sese was very excited and then stopped being as excited as it began.
Yeah, so it feels like
white needs to be incredibly cold-blooded. Like Sese currently just plays c4, c5 from this position and says this does something. It really doesn't look like it does anything at all. Like, what are we trying? Like, what's the threat here? When black is already playing queen h3 and so on, like, it's very difficult to understand why this is even relevant.
Maybe you survive long enough for like c6, knight b5 to become a thing later, or maybe the queen
I don't know.
Come around.
No, this is going to be very, very fun to watch. And Nordebek, I think, is kind of imploding, but this is also not a criticism because I think the position is bad enough not to criticize any of his decisions anymore. He's gone b4, but now rook h3 check, and I don't quite understand what. This just loses, right? I think he maybe wants to provoke rook a3 and play. I still don't understand, like rook c2. What's the intention?
Must be rook c2, right?
Yeah, but then probably we do it immediately, right? We don't even go a5. But yeah, but the thing is, I'm assuming even knight f3 is just winning because this is just two checks, and then I will take on e5. I will land it on c4, and I will be the one giving mate here.
Yeah. This is hard to watch.
Yeah,
you're leaning back and just doing the right thing again, just taking some time to calculate.
And you can also, in terms of cleanliness, you can also choose this.
Yeah, king b3, knight f3.
Yeah, the forks start coming in, and you probably lose this pawn anyway with checks because you can't actually stop knight d4 check from happening. Also, looks pretty clean and pretty straightforward for Jordan. So both choices look utterly winning. Magnus finds king g7, queen h8 very quickly.
Yeah, he's been playing super speedily like this the whole game. We're about to get a handshake between Prag and Wesley.
Oh yeah, that one is not very exciting.
Imminent, yeah.
That one is not very exciting.
And Levon and Parhammer's also playing super quickly, I've got to say.
Yeah, Levon kind of imploded here as well. He played Rook B1, allowing takes on Rook D6, which looks like it must be quite poor. And now it seems like he's even losing the pawn on A5 for nothing.
This one won't last too long either.
Yeah, this one is just resignable now. I don't think you continue very far past this moment. It just looks disgusting and unenjoyable to play.
Yeah. Draw
Parham, as you mentioned, Parham is having a very nice end to the tournament. He will finish on +1.
If he wins this one.
Yeah, if he wins this one, he finishes on +1 here.
3 wins in a row at the end there.
Yeah. He was on -2. He lost to Novak in round 4, then he beat Jordan, then he lost to Gukesh, and then he lost to Magnus. And with 3 rounds to go, he was on -2 and seemingly really kind of sinking. But from that moment on, he beat Prague in that very exciting Najdorf. Then he beat Arjun yesterday, and yet another Najdorf victory seems imminent today.
Yeah, he's the new guy to watch in the Najdorf now that players like Nepo are switching away. Nice to see a new member.
And Arjun actually does what we kind of expected must be the plan. But the engine was sort of in severe disagreement with this. For some reason, specifically because of Queen H4.
Okay.
Which I don't think is very obvious.
What's the idea? G5, G2. G3, G2 simply.
I don't know. Maybe it improves Bishop F6 or something. But it's not the only move that wins. And the second best is Bishop F6, which I think is much more likely to be played. But yeah, for some reason it likes Queen H4 significantly more. Hard to understand why.
Very difficult. Very tricky move. Queen H4.
Yeah. So if we assume Magnus wins from here, which really looks like it's likelier and likelier as things go on, because he's just playing faster and seemingly more precise, in particular over the past few moves than Arjun. Magnus ends in clear third. No, he will tie for third with Noribek. If Noribek loses,
tie for second.
Yes, second. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, second, third. Yeah.
Yeah.
They will be both on +3, half a point ahead of Wesley.
And it will be a feeling of missed opportunities for Magnus because after that 2-loss streak, he's played pretty well. He's had opportunities. Yeah. He did confess yesterday, Peter, in the interview that he totally blanked on knight takes f7. He missed that winning move against Prague. It wasn't even on his radar. So some regrets for him potentially. Yeah, and there was an interesting tweet. It was mentioned on air, I think, yesterday. I think you brought it up. The XG of chess, the shark points. I will post a link in chat in a moment because I think maybe some of our viewers have not seen or perhaps don't follow that account. I don't think I follow that account. I will. I will now. I will now. Yeah. But in terms of those stats, Magnus has wasted 2 points, but he saved 4. So slightly surprising, gotta say.
Yeah, the delta is absolutely huge considering generally how close to best play he sticks when he plays well.
Yeah. And yeah, I reckon somehow he's always hitting those numbers where it's surprising. You would think, okay, he creates loads of chances for himself, therefore he takes them. But it's often kind of small half chances that he takes rather than the open goals.
And Je suis Tremor asks, can you explain these shark points, how they figured? I think it's just sort of taking the evaluations across all games and trying to calculate, even though obviously this falls under the general header of there are no ifs and buts in history. Like obviously, like if you can't just say you were winning the entire game and then you made one mistake and you didn't win, and this should count as a win. It doesn't exactly work like that. And if you win that game, your next game is different. But it basically takes the computer evaluation over the course of every game and tries to define what an quote-unquote objective end result of every game would be.
Yeah.
And then it calculates who sort of gained more or lost more over the course of the tournament. And this is why you have a column for wasted points and a column for saved points. So basically, the good positions you didn't convert and the bad positions you didn't lose.
And from the 3 remaining games, Peter, in the master section, are we expecting 3 black wins? It's
well,
like one of those rounds.
Currently, yes.
Yeah.
Knight on d5 looks very beautiful, but 2 outside passers have to be enough. I guess you just play queen c5, and you want to play knight e7, but you also want to start pushing. I don't really see
in b2.
Yeah, queen b2. Yeah, we can play b5 for now, I guess.
Queen a2, maybe.
I mean, even honestly, even knight e7, I think is completely winning, but I don't think it's needed.
Even b4 is probably winning, but
yeah, b4 is plenty good enough, actually. Yeah, queen a6, b3, and just queen it.
Yeah, the black knight
c2,
b2 will
b2
protect.
Yeah. Yeah, and this setup with the king on h7 and knight on g6 is unbelievably sturdy.
Wow, bloodthirsty final round, potentially. I know the challenges aren't too important in terms of results and things right now, but should we just check in on some of the results there?
Yeah.
The winner's still going?
Yeah, Donchenko is still pushing. In fact, he might now win. It was pretty much a clear draw. At some point, I was checking out this game. It was somehow... in this position, he didn't play a6, he played bishop c5. I assumed the point was to play bishop a6, but it all comes to the same. I guess, I don't know why we're not playing. Yeah, rook b2, rook eb1. Now we cannot take on f2 because then the pawn runs. And they got here. And I think you could have maybe waited before playing a6, a7, but he did push. And somewhere here, the engine was making kind of a comfortable draw somehow, but it wasn't really Ivic's choice. And now after hg6, king g6, rook d7, it looks like he might not even be able to save this after rook a5. Maybe I can find something clever, like g4 looks very smart, stopping the king run. Might be lost.
f5,
king g3,
king
I thought
g3.
Takes, king f6.
If I can defend with king e6
f4,
and activate my rook.
King e6, rook d8, maybe.
King
e7.
Still some work to do. Not
Yeah, there's definitely still some work to do, but I'm also probably not playing this properly.
Yeah, so Donchenko likely to end the tournament on a high at least.
Yeah,
but win or draw.
Yeah, a draw will already give him a clear win in the tournament, but winning would be even better. Finishing on +7 would be a fantastic achievement. Yeah. Elsewhere, Irvin is actually doing very well against Jerzy Pehach. After g4, Irvin played g6 and then started opening the position up, which is very understandable now that there's a pawn on g4 on the board. And yeah, eventually things kind of blew up. Black is doing well now.
Yeah. Exchange down, but big attack.
Yeah, I'm trying to find... Yeah, I'm having some weird issues with some of the games, but a very messy position on the board in Sindarov versus Thomas Bertsen, but probably only messy for one side.
Big pawn on a7.
Yeah, it's still alive somehow. For a second there, I thought, why isn't bishop takes c4 winning? It's because this is a check, which I originally missed.
Maybe rook takes c4.
Yeah. Or we can switch to giving mate as well, I think. Maybe this is the easiest. Just attack h7, provoke a move of some sort, and then cash in, like h6, g5 looks like it should be made.
Yeah.
And g6, I mean, at the very least, we can take and go from there.
I prefer rook c4. It looks just aesthetic. Now check is bishop g2.
Oh yeah.
D takes c4, bishop g2.
I was worried I will find some way for black to continue here, but no, just resigns, right? Just nothing at all. Yeah, I don't. Just a very clean solution. Absolutely, Max Farmadam is better against Adiban, and Luis Paulo Schupi is much better against Mishra. Not an automatic victory because of the outside passer, but you do kind of favor, like, fancy yourself with white here to convert into a full point. I can't really work out what happened in Elena Roberts' game. She eventually blundered some things and lost to Mustafa Yilmaz. So Mustafa finishes on a very, very nice score as well. 9 out of 13 for Mustafa, which I think in some years would have been enough to qualify, but not this year because Danchenko outscores him handily.
So yeah, that's that for the challenges for now. Some developments in the Masters games. Jordan's given a check. This is Magnus.
Yeah, Bishop f6 and Queen c1 already played by the players in Magnus's game. I mean, aesthetically, you just want to play knight f7, right? You just want to reestablish full control over the e5 pawn square and then just start pushing. There might be something faster, but
knowing that the computer wanted to play Queen h4 last move, maybe again Queen h4, but yeah, knight f7 looks so human.
Knight f7 looks very, very nice. And we're allowing c5, but c5 really feels like it might just be opening, files for the black queen, to start attacking the king. And in all of these endgames, I think very often bishop e5 will just be immediately winning because you can't actually... I think it immediately costs you a piece in all of these positions.
Yeah. Although, do we have to worry about bishop takes g4, c6, knight b5?
Maybe, yeah. It's not the cleanest. I was just pointing out
in general.
The bishop on f4 is really the only piece that does any kind of a job, stopping g3. So removing it often begins an inexorable slide towards oblivion. I don't know why I'm waxing all that lyrical.
Poetic. I love it. And that could just be the kind of simple plan for Magnus. Just play knight f7, bishop e5, get the queens off. And
rook h3 chosen here by Nodebek and by Jordan. You have to go back, unfortunately for Nodebek, going forward. Among other things, allows just rook d4, rook takes before with the rook, and you don't even get a passer on the a file. Seems completely lost. So you kind of have to play king b2, a takes before. In every single position, rook g2 is well met by both knight f3 and knight f7. So you have to either play a5 or play rook c2 first.
Is there a difference if we start with a5? Last time we explored rook c2.
Rook a3, rook c2.
We wanted to play knight f3 in those lines.
Yeah, but honestly, I think I still do. I don't know if it changes anything at all for me.
If your knight gets around to c4, it's not just the e pawn that's dropping. It's
everything.
Like
it's just everything. Maybe you play rook b7 here, but then you're 3 down with no real compensation. Yeah, and rook d7, king c8 is just one check. And the positions we're talking about, in general, white would very much like to undermine the chain, but the b pawn just kind of quins here.
King b1. How do you?
I mean, rook takes a5, I guess, is the simplest, but I'm pretty sure b3 is also winning. Knight d5,
knight d2, maybe.
Knight d2, king c1, though. Yeah, we shouldn't really play with this because like rook b6 and now you suddenly have to calculate. It's unnecessary.
So yeah, it feels like there must be a kill there. Must be a quicker way.
Yeah.
I have a feeling we'll see something along these lines because what else for?
What else can you even try? Exactly. What else can you try? Yeah, it's weird that we can't immediately find a way to end the game here. But honestly, like, there's absolutely nothing wrong with just playing 3 up.
Yeah, I was a bit worried about knight takes d5 originally, but I guess there you have knight d2.
No, but the larger point is that this is just so utterly winning. Like,
this is also
this is just so completely and utterly winning that we really don't have to think about anything else.
Yeah.
So
it's going to be a job actually for Nodebek to even make Jordan think because all these moves are so natural.
Yeah, king b2 chosen. Yeah, I mean,
take b4 is guaranteed.
This exists, but why? It does a good job actually. Like it's fairly efficient. Just removes the queen side immediately.
Take a5.
Yeah.
Is it different that I can go rook c2 here?
I mean, e6 isn't hanging. It's one check. We don't care.
True. Rook c7.
It really is one check. And then eventually I'll play knight f3 or something.
Yeah. I can pick g6,
but there's absolutely no reason to do that, right?
Yeah.
Why be 2 up when it can be 3 up?
You get basically the same position anyway, just with an extra pawn on b4, which can't hurt.
Yeah. Very hard to imagine why that would be the choice over the other one.
Yeah. Is he keeping a poker face, Antti Satorov? I would be so emotional right now if I were white in this position.
Yeah, and it's like the absolute perfect storm because Ricci already equalized.
Yeah.
Ricci was okay. Like, he was worse for the entire game, and pretty much right before he blundered everything in one move, he more or less entirely equalized. So
1 or 2 accurate moves, and we would have seen Anish make a draw.
Yeah.
And playoffs, maybe.
Yeah, just like King g8 is a draw, King h8 is a draw, King f8 is even fine, giving up the a7 pawn with check, which is like the indication of just how okay Black is doing here. In the position after knight h5 check, we're discussing this very, very specific moment where going to kind of safe squares is very, very safe, but even this, weirdly, does not lose.
How about King 8? Oh, sorry.
Maybe King d8, actually. Like, it's bizarre, but even that is somehow weirdly playable for Black because of how unsafe this king is also is. But yeah, any kind of a normal square is just instantly completely okay. And if you want to gamble with queen takes a7, you might actually be gambling. Bishop b7 becomes maybe an issue, and you have to start wondering who is better and why.
Was King h7 in the initial position also good? Because did Ricci find the only legal move that was losing?
King h7 also completely fine, yeah.
So he found the only legal move that loses.
In fact, King h7 in a way maybe is... King h7 Rook f1 is a bit problematic.
But the game goes on.
The engine does make a draw here, but it does it in a very, very engine-like manner. So I don't like this one particularly, but yeah, any move backwards is a pretty comfortable draw. And
he had to resign a few moves later instead.
Yeah, he played King g6, allowed Rook takes d6, and there's really no way back from a mistake of this magnitude. So yeah, and the reason I brought this up again is 5 moves before the time control, Nordebek at least had the kind of the fail safe of having a tiebreak, even if he loses. And then that happened, and now it seems like there are no tiebreaks for us.
And knight b5 from Eric IC in this position. I'm really attracted to queen a8, even though it doesn't really guarantee any checkmates.
So am I.
Don't know what else Black could try here.
You can go in via this
angle
direction, because I think knight c7 is... Oh, hang on, this is kind of problematic.
Boom. Yeah.
I didn't spot it immediately, but it is a bit problematic.
I was wondering where you're going on the second rank. I was like, there's no entry points, but this is a nice way.
Yeah, because I was actually originally planning queen g2, but then knight e8 check is a bit of an issue. Yeah.
Queen h3 is stunning, actually. That would be a real shock.
And if White needs to spend the tempo on protecting against bishop takes e4, Black will have time to play something like queen g2, and then things do start collapsing. Yeah.
And what are the margins like if Black doesn't play queen h3, say queen a8?
Queen a8 is still better for Black. No, it's still quite a bit better. Quite a bit better.
I have a feeling Magnus, not many people find queen h3, but it could be something that he spots.
Yeah.
Just looking for checkmates.
Nordebek goes rook c2 immediately without including a5. And yeah, our current understanding is that just knight f3 is plenty good enough, right?
Yeah. Do we want to dabble in anything else? I don't see any reason to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just way too efficient.
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as you realize that this really is, generally you're very worried about those setups with knight on f6 and a rook on the 7th, because sometimes they lead to perpetuals.
Yeah.
But with the king on d8 and not f8, like there's no way to establish those very familiar patterns. Like there is this very famous pattern which is
maybe not here.
Well, not here. Actually, not here, because I can go into the corner. And h7 is protected. But this is the kind of a thing that you worry about, and that is at the back of your mind, not to allow. But with the king on d8, diagonally away from knight on f6, there's really nothing White can even try. Yeah. Like if you go after the e pawn here, the b pawn actually does queen very, very quickly.
Mm-hmm. Or
just king b1 b3 and rook h1 checkmate, and or this, and then knight a3 b2 and so on. Yeah, I think knight f3 pretty much forces an immediate visit. Like if you have to play knight g4 here, you're like there's not very much point. Yeah, like rook g3. Everything continues dropping without really, like White isn't even pushing anything anywhere. a5, a6.
Can I come round now? Rook. Actually, how do I get back?
Yeah, which is why maybe honestly you just play 94, so as not to have to calculate any of this. And ask for a move. Yeah, just go king d8 and then rook g3, rook g2, and but after knight g4, I mean, it becomes a matter of taste. It really does. I'm pretty sure the line we're discussing is also winning. Something has to be winning here.
b3 maybe.
Yeah, but it actually gets. It gets a little bit annoying, right? Because you like maybe this is still winning, but you have to calculate.
Yeah, true.
Oh no, king c8 here wins, so I have to play rook b7, but I do win the rook.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, you do have to do a bit of calculation here. Must still be win. Still be good.
I mean, with this amount of runners, the assumption has to be this probably wins.
But you never know.
But you never want to check.
Mm-hmm. And Jordan's showing self-control. Knight f3 feels so automatic. He's just calculating, looking for tricks. Yeah, what a round! What a round! And meanwhile, Levon.
Yeah, Levon obviously not very excited about the prospect of resigning, but. Even knight c6, I think his idea is to play queen d7 here. But I guess we just go knight d4. Mm-hmm. And now that the f5 square has been taken away, there is no way to even threaten.
Yeah, we can even take on e3 there, right? And queen c8
and knight d8. Yeah.
but yeah, why go into a queen ending when it's not forced?
Yeah, this is also completely winning, but I think knight d4 is cleaner. Continuing to threaten the knight, and the king on h7 just cannot be checked now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like knight c6, Levon is not intending to play something quiet like knight c4 or king f2. I think he will go queen d7, wait for a reply, pretty much any reply that isn't an immediate blunder, and then he resigns.
Meanwhile, Jordan plays knight f3, confidently gets up from the board. Heartbreak. He'll recover.
Absolute heartbreak for Novak, yeah.
But yeah, what a missed opportunity. What a tournament he's played, and it's all going to end on this sour note.
Yeah, and as anybody who played chess competitively at any level, I think, knows that final memory is what stays with you. He still played an outstanding tournament. Like as debut Vikes go, this is fantastic.
Yeah,
this is a performance which, until today, would have been justly described as dominant. But what he will remember is failing to make a draw against Jordan with the white pieces in the last round. And that'll hurt so much.
Yeah, he'll forget the fact that he beat Magnus with black, that he beat several other world-class players. He'll just remember that.
Because he played so well. Nothing he can do about it.
Yeah, we can't even find one single trick in this position.
Yeah, I think probably knight g4 is best, but like you just know that if you have to start making, yeah, exactly. He plays knight g4. Everything else was even more losing, but you know that once you start making backward moves here, you never really stand a chance. And now both knight d4 and rook g3 are very safely winning for black.
Yeah. How clean is it? Rook g3, did we miss anything there?
Rook g3, a5, it just goes knight d4 first.
So
wins an important tempo, and then like all of the variations we were calculating just become so much easier.
Yeah, very straightforward now.
Yeah. So like if you go in now, I will have access to knight c6.
Yeah.
Just also instantly lost. And you can also start with knight d4. Just if you play knight d4 here, white goes rook c7, we go king g8. We put the knight on a5, and then we win in whatever way we like.
Really to c4.
Yeah, really isn't very difficult anymore. Yeah, and the world champion is in chat, and Bunny Hopper says this is why this is where the what a good coach is for. I don't know what exactly that is in reply for, but I agree with the general statement.
Good coaches are good in general.
Yeah,
nice,
having a good coach is very valuable. I think it became public knowledge that he is in Wijk this year with Rustam Kasimjanov, maybe even in person, and definitely remotely.
Yeah.
And I mean, as good coaches go, I think Rustam is very high on the list.
Yeah. Yeah, Rustam will put his arm around him and remind him that he's had a fantastic tournament. He's had an amazing 12 months, better than most people ever have in their careers. And he'll get chances to win this tournament or this type of tournament again. But
absolutely, yeah. I mean, on this evidence, he definitely is going to be in this position again in his career. Magnus fails to see queen h3, and I'm wondering if we can play e5 here. I mean, it's still good, but can we play e5?
e5
and then knight c7. But as I now realize, this is what he does. I think what they maybe. This is very important, right?
Yeah.
That we're controlling e8.
And threatening mate in a couple of moves.
Yeah.
Or in a few moves if white reacts.
Apparently bishop takes and d is even stronger.
Bishop takes e5 here.
Yeah.
That's
going
not
here.
Easy,
and after knight c7, I suppose what Sese is arguing for here is that f6 is just a very, very safe square. Like I can play queen a4 here. And this is just one check because knight on f7 covers absolutely everything. And then we just come in and win something, like the entire queen side or something.
Yeah, it must be so tempting, though, to play d takes e5, gain a tempo against white's bishop on f4.
Yeah. The line becomes kind of mad, though. d, knight c7, queen a4. Currently on my screen, the best move in this position is queen b2.
Not gonna happen.
No, probably not. Providing ourselves with a c1 square for this bishop, and also ef. Now we go knight e6 check and queen takes f6.
Yeah,
and we probably generate enough counterplay for black to have to give a perpetual on the queen side. So yeah, interesting choice for Magnus. Knight takes e5, knight c7, queen a4 is apparently not even much better for black because after bishop e5. You very sadly cannot take with the bishop and allow this check, so you have to take this way. And this gives apparently enough counterplay for white for this not to be clear at all.
King move, maybe queen h6 unless there's mate.
Yeah, I have a feeling this is the point. We can actually play king a1 here because e4, queen takes f6 is not mate.
Yeah.
So yeah, an interesting spot here for Magnus because what apparently is far and away best play here is not at all the most natural.
Yeah, bishop takes e5 will leave Magnus to calculate. He's certainly capable of calculating. He's got a bunch of time on his clock. Should we stick with the headline act?
Yeah, I think so.
For now,
I think so.
Peter? We could see a result quite shortly, potentially.
Yeah. I think Noribek is definitely not in the mood to, tank about every decision here. He knows he's lost. So he will play what he feels gives him the best option, the best chance, and play it quickly. And we do know that sensible approaches here do win for black quite handily.
Oh, poor guy.
Yeah.
I think I would be in tears here. I just couldn't, wouldn't be able to face the face the reality. Rook g3, knight d4, they're the only two moves you consider really as black, and they both happen to win quite easily, which is the harder part.
Yeah. Chat says Kasim will be very angry today. I don't think he will. I think when you're dealing with a talent of Norebek's stature, and also, the kind of a player he is, you have to accept that games like this will happen, because I don't think you even want to teach him not to play for a win. I think that will actually limit him. The time for him to sort of try and temper his maximalism might come. I don't think that moment is there yet.
It comes naturally with age, right, Peter? Just as players get older, they naturally want to kind of take fewer risks, conserve energy, all that stuff. But yeah, that won't come yet. He's also had the chance to work with Ivan Sokolov and some other great people with the national team. So he's got some great support around him. Knight d4 from Jordan.
Yeah, perfectly fine, and absolutely nothing wrong with not including rook g3, just making sure that we're controlling everything, putting pieces on good squares. It's a good sound move. Nothing wrong with it. In the meantime, d5 happened, and Wijk didn't even take on c7. I'm guessing because you don't see queen b2. If you absolutely have to see queen b2 in this position to continue, and I suspect you might have to, because after bishop d2, something like e5, e4 might be borderline mate.
More than borderline.
Plus, I mean, you have bishop c3, but then you will just lose those endgames, like queen b3, bishop b2, and I can go g3 for now, and just continue queening my stuff on the king side.
98.
Yeah, 98 now exists. Yeah, so we maybe take everything off the board first and then go g3, right?
Yeah, looks clean. Very fast pawns.
Yep.
So is there a difference in the move order? Not taking on c7 yet. Can black protect or do something?
Well, we could, for instance, the option knight d6 exists now. The option queen d8 exists now.
Knight d6 is nice because we cover e8 in a lot of those lines.
Yeah, it's still, I think, difficult to convince yourself to continue calculating past this point. But very often it just ends up being one check. I don't know how easy knight d6 is, because I think it's just important for us to put this piece on a nice square.
Yeah,
I think it's not that easy because there are options which don't feature you giving up the base of the chain.
Yeah. So we're expecting maybe knight d6. Shall we go back to the main game? There have been a few moves, a couple of checks. And now
he's gone to a2. I don't know because I think king c1. If the reason he didn't do it is this knight ending, I would suggest that maybe this is the best chance we have, even though it's not a very good chance. Yeah. Like knight c6, d5, d4, and there's too many of them. Those arrows are not very impressive though. So he's gone king a2.
Now we just pick up the a pawn at the very moment.
We can even definitely spend a couple of tempi on this, and b3 rook a2 is a threat. While knight f6, as we've established, just doesn't create an actionable threat. Yeah. We can very, very easily just ignore it. It does nothing.
Yeah, and rook a2 is a killer threat. Meanwhile, in a lot of these lines. Very much a fan of rook a3, rook 6, a4 eliminates the danger of the lone passer. And the fact that Norebek's pretty much blitzing at this point or playing super quickly means he's just kind of psychologically ready.
Yeah, he absolutely knows what this is. He doesn't really want to waste his own time over calculating what is a lost position. Yeah. Just to briefly visit the last game, after 96, I expected a kind of a resignation here. Levon instead played knight f5, and I think Parham very correctly just gave up one pawn, gave a check from a2, and is now just pushing Yeah, because with the queen on a2, you can actually allow the check from f5 and play g6. You don't actually need to care at all.
Yeah. No, this one is gone,
Yeah.
Peter. This one is beyond salvation for sure. No perpetuals. And,
yeah. If white had unlimited time on the king side here to play, I don't know, something like queen e5, h4, h5, then you might, I mean, you're still probably winning, but you might have to worry about a little bit of something. But with the pieces where they are, yeah, Levon goes h4, which I think is an indication of this being the only plan white even has. But it's just so slow; it's never going to be fast enough.
Many tempi too late.
Yeah, let's go back here, because here it does feel like the game might be ending any moment.
Yeah, Nodebek looking at his opponent as well, just waiting for the move, waiting for the hammer to fall, and a check.
Yeah,
we'll just see rook takes a4, and maybe even then.
Yeah, king b1 was maybe slightly better than king b2 actually, because in the same positions, b3 would not create the threat of a move with check. But obviously, I think he is entirely uninvested in, saving like 3 centipawns here. The difference will not be very large. So here, he's not very excited about the prospect of making the most precise moves.
Yeah,
when they all lead to the same. Rook a4 played, knight f6. You can very safely play b3. For some reason, with the king on b1 and in this position after knight f6, it was going rook a7. I don't quite know why, but also perfectly good enough. Like it also does the same job.
But then after rook h8, you have to move the rook again.
No, I think it wants knight c6.
Knight c6.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it wants knight c6 and it wants to take on e5 and it wants to end the game that way.
Yeah. This is one way the game could end. He's played knight f6, and what are we expecting here? b3, knight f3.
No, b3 is perfectly fine. Yeah, all of these things. Yeah, all of these things are good.
Yeah, it feels like he's just trying to set up one final threat, and once it's rebuffed, that's it. We'll get. I wonder how excited Anish is right now. I'm sure he's backstage. Rubbing his hands.
And Magnus plays 96. So after missing one fairly difficult computer solution, he is back to being very, very precise.
Yeah. I think he'll wrap this one up as well, Magnus. Looks too difficult for Arjun to handle, to be honest. Too many threats against his king, too many pawns running. Yeah, I'm loving Jordan's focus on the camera right now, concentrating despite the fact he's 3 pawns clear and knows he's winning. Up to Satorov, yeah, you can tell body language, Peter. I think he's done. He's ready any moment to resign.
Yeah.
And we'll have to say congratulations to Anish Giri. Any moment now, b3 playing. Played now by Jordan. Killer threat, rook a2.
And then knight b5 or something will just actually give mate on the queen side or promote the pawn. So yeah, Machine starts playing rook c3 here and not to resign on the spot. And once you have to calculate rook c3, I think you become very, very uninterested.
Yep. And as you said earlier, you can't even create a single threat as white. You have to even push your pieces to worse squares maybe to do anything, and by then Black's king will be free to run. And they're both looking very tense. This type of picture you normally see around move 40, but both sides have oceans of time. Devastation, but this is it. This is the end.
It is, yeah. 3 down, no threats. Black actually creating the relevant threats in the position already. Does feel very, very done. Jordan finishes on a high. Could not beat Anish yesterday, despite showing a fantastic novelty and playing a very, very impressive game, but went a bit off the optimal track somewhere around move 30, and Anish saved it. But today, no mishaps, seemingly. From the moment he achieved a good position, Jordan was pretty much flawless, I would think.
Yeah. As soon as Nodebek didn't react well to this change in structure. He landed this knight e4 tactic, which was beautiful, but couldn't adjust to the fact that he had no follow through. After that happened, it felt like one-way traffic.
Yeah.
And okay, Jordan gets up from the board, showing a sign of confidence. Yeah, he's had a huge part to play, like you said, these final 2 rounds. If he had beaten Anish yesterday and then beaten Nodebek today, we'd see a massive tiebreak. 3 players, Magnus involved. That half point, that save from Anish yesterday was the clincher in the end.
Absolutely, and there are all these kind of stupid jokes available here, but it feels like subtlety is very often lost on the internet. So any kind of a comment along the lines of, teamwork at its finest will immediately be misconstrued. So I feel reluctant to even venture there, but he did play a massive spoiler role there.
And Peter, there we have it.
There it is.
Handshake, and congratulations to Anish Giri, 2023 Tata Steel champion. There we go, Anish. He's finally done it.
Yes, he won the second super tournament in his life. The first one, obviously, being the Mr. Dodgy Invitational he won a few years back.
He's won 2 of those, Peter.
Yeah,
so this is the third.
I'm trying to blank. I'm trying to blank that memory out because I think at least in one of them I lost to him somewhere along the way, and that was too painful for words.
But he's got that monkey off his back now. Nobody can make jokes about not winning the super tournaments. I think Reggio Emilia was the previous one in 2011.
Yeah.
So
he won a very, very strong round robin in China, but people who want to nitpick try to pretend that it just wasn't strong enough for that particular qualification. But congratulations to him. He played a very, very good tournament. He beat Magnus, so it's very justified. Then the 2 players who have beaten Magnus and Magnus will round out the podium most likely. Magnus has played 96, will probably win his game as well. But of course, you have to feel for Nodebek, who was 1 game away from winning this absolutely fantastic event at the first time of asking, which is very, very difficult to do.
Yeah, but he's shown that he's here to stay. Nodebek, he's going to come back. He's going to win a bunch of these in future. This is Anish's moment on home soil. And Peter, let's go to Magnus. We see him on camera.
Yeah.
He's had a long tournament. This is the final stages maybe of this game. 96 was played. The move we said might be difficult just visually, but very strong.
Yeah, I think once again you just need to fight past the fear of allowing a lot of counterplay, because generally in these King's Indians, allowing the knight to land on e6 is something that you are very apprehensive about. But here it just does not generate enough play at all. F5 is hanging. It doesn't really have good squares. Bishop d3, 4 continues becoming, more and more of a problem. And if you go back to c2, I assume even knight takes c4 is very, very strong.
Bishop g6 check. Could we fight on maybe? I'm not sure how much longer we fight on.
Yeah, I think once again we just don't have actionable threats. So something like b5 maybe is b5 and then queen g1 and e4 or something.
Yeah,
I don't even know why g3, for instance, is winning. Or queen d7. Queen d7. I know why it's not winning. This one I can.
That's the one that we can
answer. Yeah, I finally found one which definitely isn't winning.
Queen h7 not winning either.
Yeah,
but plenty of options. 2 bishops at this point. Well, in that line at least, an extra pawn for black.
And interestingly, 97 hasn't been played yet, so clearly Arjun as well is realizing that that was a bit of an empty gesture and is considering whether he has anything better, but I don't think he has.
Bishop h6 check. Do we flick in? I don't really see what it does. Feels like
I think we go to
nothing move.
Hang on. Where does it go? Maybe f7 actually. f7 and then g6.
Okay. And is there any difference now?
I think it actually gets better for black, because now even queen a4 is strong, because you've also left b4 unprotected.
There's no bishop c2 anymore. You take b4.
Yeah, if you do it this way, queen a4 does nothing because of the existence of bishop c2, and nothing is really hanging on the queen side. But
although bishop e4 here still feels very good.
Actually, yeah, looks like this has to be close to winning, because combined threats against the king and the g passer look decisive.
Yeah, the evaluation bar doesn't give too much. Well, it doesn't say it's completely lost yet. Is there any way for White to put up some resistance? Rigaisi, he's got some time to think. What's the most tenacious defense here, do we think, after knight d6? It must be to take.
Yeah, you have to take, and after queen a7, knight e6, king f7, Sensei goes bishop g5 here, which I think is a missable move. Yeah. But unfortunately for Arjun here, queen a4 is very strong. And then your counterplay just gets broken apart because you can't defend b4 and also continue generating threats. So you take,
go into an endgame.
This, yeah. And what's even worse for White is that I can maybe even improve the queen position using the fact that you cannot really get to b2 because knight takes e4 will be a problem. And then after queen b3, king a1. I'm still kind of wondering why. Maybe just knight takes a5, knight e3, or something along those lines.
Feels like black gets there first. Maybe that's why we put the queen on b3 to have knight e3 in that line.
But yeah, this is a mess. Like, I think if you spot bishop g5, I think this is where you go, because that at least provides you with a semblance of a chance to throw Magnus off, to like create something on the board he maybe is not expecting. Arjun goes bishop h6 check. Now king f7 is actually the only move winning, but it is, I think, very findable. You don't want to go backwards.
King h8, I was a bit scared of bishop g5 then, like similar idea, but at least everything comes with check.
Yeah, even this somehow is not clear anymore. No, I think you play king f7. I think
run to safety.
I think you like the king on g6 more than you like it on any other square, and you just keep that square in mind.
Yeah, and also running towards e7 where there's no checks makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
Has Magnus scored? Is it 3 wins with black, 4 wins with black? Feels like he's winning nearly every black game apart from
let's check. Yeah,
one against Giri.
So Magnus with black in this tournament, he's beaten Keimer, lost to Anish, drew with Jordan, and then he will win the last 3 with black against Fabi, Parham, and Arjun today if he does win.
Not bad.
That's a +3 score with black. Out of +3 he scored in the tournament. So he actually is on 50% with Wijk. Is that? Yeah. He won. Yeah, very, very surprising. He beat Richard with White, but he lost to Noribek. Yeah. And everything else is drawn. And in fact, with black, he made 1 draw out of however many, out of 6.
Yeah. 1 loss and 4 wins. Bunch of wins, yeah.
Yeah, king of 7 played, was really not expecting him to miss that.
Yeah. So bishop e6, it doesn't matter where we get. Okay, actually irrelevant now. Knight takes d6 on the board.
Yeah.
Bishop e6 check. Are we going to g6?
Yeah. I think we're always going to g6. It's just a very, very safe square. There's nothing to even try.
I'm really surprised that Arjun is actually taking the knights off the board, because now it does feel like it's very one-sided. Bishop g5, he's playing for a perpetual, but does it exist? Can black try something similar?
Yeah. No, I guess if we want to be cynical, we can play something like queen h8, but there might be cleaner ways of doing things. No.
Yeah. Just queen h8?
That is no, I mean, there are, but queen h8 is far and away the best one. Yeah.
That's nice geometry. It's like a pendulum. He swings to h8 first, then to a8, then back to h8 over the last half dozen moves or so, Magnus. Very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess if we come in with the black queen now, it's just a bit empty without the knights. It's just a bunch of checks.
I think this has to be like bishop b6, bishop takes f6, and then we can allow all of these checks, but you probably get mated if you take on f6, so you do have to give a perpetual. Yeah, this is just a very clean mate in whatever it is for.
Yep.
Yeah, but yeah, queen h8 does look quite logical. You're also introducing ideas of queen h1, which might be useful in some positions, and e5, e4, and what have you. And it also just removes all the counterplay, controls all the squares which counterplay could be coming from. Parham has a pawn on a2, and Lemon still has only the one check, so this one is concluding.
No final tricks?
None that I can see, yeah.
No. Actually, even if you get kind of to that f5...
yeah, you don't have c8 anymore.
You don't have c8, yeah.
You don't have c8 anymore. So he's checking whether g5 and h6 does anything, but the answer is a kind of a resounding no.
Yeah, unfortunately. Not even close to doing anything.
No. Black will quite happy, I think, take both of them. You can also throw in queen c8 check at some point to further demonstrate just how no counterplay you have.
Yeah.
No counterplay for you. No counterplay for you. So we will have what? This is 4 decisive games in the last round. With Anish being the only one who actually won with the white pieces.
With white, yeah. Looks like 3 wins for black. That's how we'll end up. And I think that was the record this tournament, 4 decisive games in a round. That happened several times.
Yeah, I think this is the third one.
Maybe 3 times, yeah.
I think that's the third one. Pretty sure there were 2 in the middle.
Save the best for last. Yeah, this queen ending is utterly hopeless. Sad finish for Levon, but well done to Parham, we're assuming.
Yeah, Parham is... He kept being interested. He kept on showing up and playing sharp chess. And as Chad was also discussing, both Parham and Nordebek, and I mean Nordebek obviously, but even Parham, I think on this evidence, he should get invited much more often.
Yeah,
plays very exciting fighting chess. Is just a good guest in these types of tournaments. Should get more opportunities.
Yeah, I think this will be his 7th decisive result in 13 games, which is contributing to the average pretty well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. What are the odds of Magnus finding queen h8 here? I think they're pretty very high at this point.
Very high.
Yeah. I think I would struggle with my full board awareness to kind of look back in that direction for a while. But if you see that nothing else works, then maybe.
Actually, it's kind of funny because I very recently had a discussion with friends on the topic of like mate in 2 studies and things of that nature, because yet another mate in 2 study was published on Twitter where the solution was the move from one corner to another.
It's always a long queen move, right?
And I posted it in the group chat and I said, I really wish what you immediately assume is the solution would every now and again not be the solution, because they're not letting me think.
Yeah.
Because I see the position and I immediately check which longest move is available. And then you check if it solves it.
It's the most illogical move. That's always the answer.
And if it instantly solves it, then it kind of prevents you from actually solving the brain teaser. And once again, the best move in the position is the longest move in the board.
I actually, about a year ago, a friend here in Norway gave me like a pack of coasters, and it was all mate in 2s, and everyone was a long queen move, and Magnus was there solving them as well. And he was like, "Why do you even bother? It's obviously queen a6."
Exactly. Yeah,
obviously queen f1.
You just feel like they're cheating you out of your, honest few minutes work. Because
the satisfaction.
You know what the solution will be.
Yeah. Which pages do you follow for your kind of regular chess puzzles and
this was a slightly unusual source. I can't even remember who it was, but basically my feed is all Ali, right? It's all Ali. Yeah, it's
shout out if he's watching.
Yeah, the Twitter account is
Elite Minds?
Mind Chess, I think, or Elite Minds. Yeah, Elite Minds, at Elite Minds. Yeah, and this is our mate Ali Martazavi, who went on to do things which are probably more beneficial for humanity long term than what we are doing here. But
he keeps a firm interest in chess.
Yes.
He's sponsoring one of England's young talents these days. One of our best women prospects.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah, she does sound like a very, very exciting young talent. I think she's 7 and already winning things. And
yeah, she came second in like the women's Blitz championship at the age of 7, which is impressive. And okay, Levon has resigned. That's confirmed now. So Parham takes the win. And Magnus plays Queen H8.
Yep.
Great move. And I have a feeling this is easy to miss as well. Like, if you're forced to find it as black, you'll find it. But for Arjun, it might come as a bit of a cold shower. Nope, he immediately replies, I was wrong. Should be 3.
Yeah.
And now which long queen move? Is it Queen H1?
I don't think you need to. I think you can...
yeah, probably not right now. You don't need to rush
things.
the ending. You can push the black G pawn sooner or later. Yeah, I'm wondering what the cleanest way is to win. Do we just push pawns and hope for the best? Do we have to worry about White's counterplay of bishop takes b6 ever? Does it feel like
Can we already, like... I think e4 weirdly reintroduces the idea of queen a8, which is why maybe we like it.
e4 bishop takes b6. Oh, but then bishop a5 blocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be lovely if like the winning maneuver is like queen a8 to h8 to h1. And then eventually you give a check on a1, just complete the tour of all 4 corners.
Yeah. e4 is legitimately the best move here, g3 being second best and also completely winning. So comfortable choices now. All the things that are logical and look logical being very strong is exactly where you want to be when you're converting, where, you're past the point of needing to find, weird, non-standard, non-obvious things.
Yeah, it feels like he's found the tricky moves already. Queen h8 being one of them. So let's try and work out the win. e4, bishop takes b6.
Yeah, you have to take on b6, otherwise you're just completely lost. But
yeah, maybe just g3 and bishop d4 will come at the right moment of g3, g2.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of just pushing, more or less ignoring what White is doing, getting it to g2 and then kind of reevaluating from there.
Yeah.
Bishop e3 maybe. But bishop e3 we can actually legitimately go queen a8 maybe. and remind White that
no way to block.
Yeah, mate is still a way of winning the game.
That's definitely on the agenda for black here.
Yeah, you just can't make moves, right? It feels like you might have something, but maybe c5, but I think I'm also ignoring that.
Yeah.
Although if I allow cg as well, then queen c7 will suddenly become
a
threat. Maybe
we just take on c5, block the c5. Or queen back, and now queen takes d5. But
re-centralize.
Bishop e6 check first, maybe.
Yeah, you could have thrown in bishop e6, but then cd doesn't even generate a threat. So I can I guess just go g2.
Yeah,
and
c6
or queen a6 maybe, and then go for a mating attack, or
it's determined.
G2 cg.
Bishop d4.
Yeah, just queen a7. I mean, why?
Queen a7. Yeah.
Why be fancy when we can just queen? I mean, d8 is controlled. It took me a while to realize we actually are not allowing a queen there.
Game over. Yeah. It looks like g3 or e4 in either order. Very strong.
Yeah, g3 also very, very efficient. Just getting it to g2 post haste and going from there.
Yeah, it's annoying the white queen can never kind of infiltrate.
And this is really nice. But no, hang on. No. Okay. This is a nice comment by knows all, but the issue with that is he says e4 bishop knight bishop b6. It says queen a8 bishop a5 queen h8 is literally best play. It might be, but this is just a repetition. So basically, what you're saying is this doesn't throw anything, but we have not gotten closer to actually winning the game because we just had it on the board.
It's nice that it's sadistic, though. It's like showing off that you can kind of move the queen back and forth, and only then play g3.
Yeah, but I don't think. Yeah, I think you don't bother with that as black, because like, what if white actually gets time here to play c5, and you feel very silly?
Is it true, or is it a myth that in the Russian school of chess you're taught to repeat once and then play on?
It used to be like, it wasn't really drummed into you, but it definitely existed as a kind of a suggestion. But I think by this point it's become more of a meme than anything else. It's like, belongs in this category of things which are rumored to be true of the Russian chess school more than actually being true.
Fair enough. I always suspected as much. But one of my first coaches told me, and I've kind of stuck to it ever since.
I mean, if you're absolutely certain you have the repetition, it's not bad advice.
Yeah.
You just, like, you limit the amount of moves to the next time control, making it more nervous, sort of making it less nerve-wracking to potentially play in time troubles and so on.
Exactly.
I see nothing wrong with it. It's just that it wasn't like a commandment that was absolutely set in stone and was repeated every session. Like, remember, kids, this is the most important thing in chess. Always repeat once if you have a good position. But it definitely makes sense, and it definitely is something that gets mentioned,
especially for time trouble addicts like me, as you mentioned. This one, hard to offer any advice for Arjun. He hasn't done too much wrong in this game, it feels like. Maybe just allowing that whole sacrifice from a kind of general point of view just gave Magnus too much fun on g4. But it's been an interesting game, worth analyzing in more detail for sure.
Honestly, it feels to me that there must have been a moment, I'm guessing somewhere around here, where, I have to question this. Because f5 is coming, right?
Yes.
So we somehow set our pieces in such a way that it's awkward for us to go ef, gf, f4.
That's the normal plan.
Which would be the absolute standard plan of meeting f5 here. So here we put the rook on b1, meaning that we at least have to consider bishop takes f1 being strong, bishop takes f5 being strong, because maybe it forces us to go rook a1 back, which is not a dream, even though it might be playable. And maybe in the more general terms, if you play bishop b3 here, f5, ef, gf, let's say here, I guess the problem is ef4, and then we have to maybe sacrifice an exchange like ef4, bishop f4. Black has this option. Once again, not entirely unplayable for white, but I don't think we need to. But a larger question would be, this pair of knights does not really interact with the d3 square almost at all. So you have to wonder if they didn't really need to be on those squares. Because, like, we were describing this as a nice, safe, good version of those g3 King's Indians. And then five moves later, what do we have with this? And this doesn't really look very attractive anymore, because it feels like our play on the queen side is just much, much slower than whatever it is happening on the king side. And I think the game was also, it bore it out. So something between this position and this position must have gone at least mildly wrong. I keep on returning to this idea of going knight b3 here. I don't know if I'm maybe over-focusing on that, but...
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I looked at this once and black should just play d6 and allow you to take on c5, and it's just a position.
It's just a position, Knight c2, a5, I don't know.
Knight a3, this whole plan that he started, it feels a bit slow.
So maybe we just start with e4. I don't know if we even need b2, b3 necessarily all that early. Like, why are we wasting a tempo on this instead of whatever it is that we might be doing instead? Bishop b3, rook c1, I don't know, prepare to meet the thing how it's supposed to be met. But difficult to discuss this at length when it's really no longer very relevant, and also I don't think it's very obvious what the best setup is. But
meanwhile, Peter, in the background of the picture and just behind Magnus there, we see that the winner of the challenger section has just finished, Donchenko gets the win. So
he won yet another game. So he finishes on +7. Fantastic result for him. Absolutely fantastic. And congratulations to Donchenko, who Jan in particular, I think in his incarnation as the Deutsche Meister, the coach of the German national team, he was always very, very complimentary about Alexander's chess, and he did have, I think, a difficult 2022 because I think he is currently rated about 2630, and he was definitely higher rated at some point.
He did have one tournament, I think, in the French league in 2022 when he went on a tear. He crushed a bunch of 2700 players. Was on 7 out of 7 there, and that's a bit of an oof. Oh dear, this position.
Yeah, let's just briefly. I just noticed it happened, and I was kind of stunned because
this
was a mess, and like Adiban wasn't doing that great. But then I think things kind of equalized out. And
3 versus 3.
Yeah, and they were shuffling and shuffling and shuffling. And then in this position, instead of playing, I assume, knight of 3 or really any kind of a normal move, he went knight e6. And now he just gets mated. Because once again, this construction does not give you a perpetual. It might look like you might have a perpetual, but you don't.
With a rook on... Well, actually, nowhere.
Yeah, but I think with the rook on c7, he actually saves the game. If you imagine, like here, black goes, I don't know, rook a2. Now we go knight g7, and we get to give a check from g5. And then we get to bring it back to f3.
This way back.
And we probably survive, I assume. But the way things are, he is just not going to have time. Because the king, like, you can't force it to go to f7.
Yeah. That's harsh. We've seen some one-move blunders. It's just tiredness.
It's final tiredness. Round. People are very, very exhausted.
Yeah, that's a sad end to the tournament for Adiban.
Yeah, and on the subject of the very, very famous long moves, there's this. I'm sure you know this game. There's a very famous game between Karpov and Taimanov, which I think I can find the game quickly enough. Hang on a second. Which ended with the black rook going from a1 to h8.
From a1 to h8.
Yeah.
Not in one move, I guess.
Not in one move, yeah.
Teleporting rook.
Yeah, it's a very beautiful game. I will post the link in chat for a second in a moment. Yeah, so this is a very, very famous example. Most people in chat will know it, but if you haven't seen the final position on move 38, you will enjoy the final tactic there.
Yes, I've seen this one.
Yeah, I think by this point, pretty much everyone has seen this one, but it doesn't make it any less beautiful. E4 bishop takes b6 on the board in the meantime, and for some reason, the easiest victory here is the move queen h2. But g3 is also winning.
Yeah, he's going to choose one of them. Surely g3 feels more natural somehow.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the threat is. Like, why are we doing this? What are we? Queen e5 maybe. Geometry still.
Oh, that is.
We actually, we're trying to give mate. It's just not along the second as you would have expected.
Yeah,
we're creating a threat of queen e5, which is impossible to parry.
That's crazy. I mean, that takes a lot of awareness, creativity, everything.
Yeah, but other moves are also winning, and among them, queen a8, bishop a5, and just queen a7 now. Once again, generating all of those ideas, and c5 we go queen a6, and we finally get in and win from here. But
that's nice as well. You go from a8 to h8, then back to a8, then a7, a6, like cover all the squares on the board, and eventually break through. If variations like this work, then it means pretty much everything works.
Black is very, very dominant.
Well, Arjun, tough tournament for him. Maybe out of all of the youngsters, it's a a lot of them had kind of very big highs, but also very big lows. And Arjun unfortunately didn't get the highs in this tournament. But again, he'll be back.
Yeah. And since it's the last game running and we assume we know how it ends, we can once again do a bit of a roundup. Once again, congratulations to Anish. He wins finally at the. He was very close. I think in pretty much every single one of the preceding years.
Yeah, at least 3 years.
Yeah, and he finally gets there with what I want to say is his lowest score. I'm pretty sure he scored 9 previously and didn't win.
+4.
I think he had +5 one year.
Oh, +5. Yeah.
I think he had +5 one year and didn't win it.
Mm-hmm.
And Magnus does play Queen H2. Magnus being okay at chess is not as big of a surprise as people are trying to pretend, but yeah.
Still impresses us every day. That is a very nice, brutal move.
Yeah. So Anish wins on +4. Noribek and Magnus will be tied for second on +3. Wesley in clear fourth on +4. Then we have a couple of people on +1. Fabi and Parham, and sort of above the fold. Levon with this loss in the final round actually repeats. That was my first ever Wijk. +1 - 1 = 11. That was an unbelievably frustrating tournament.
Yeah.
At some point, I started playing variations which I knew were kind of losing, just to reintroduce the option of not drawing the game.
Just to feel something, just to feel alive.
It just no longer felt tolerable to make those draws. But I ended up losing to Kasparov in a reasonably famous game in the Grunfeld, where I decided to actually, he went d4 against me, which was something I didn't really expect. He was more of a e4 player in those years. And I thought, okay, he clearly wants to refute my Grunfeld. Let's take a look. And it did not go well, but it was a very nicely played game. And I beat Rustam Kasimzhanov. A game which also has a bit of a story connected with it. And we still chuckle about it even all those years. I mean, we're very good friends by this point. But that was, I think, my first proper introduction to Rustam. I didn't really know him at all well. And he also wasn't doing really well in the tournament. I think he was maybe on -1 when we were playing. And he played a very, very sharp Sicilian against me. I didn't react in the best possible fashion. And he equalized. And then at some point, he went to win my central pawn on e4, wasting like 3 tempi, completely locking out his queen out of the game. And his king was in the center as well. So he was basically opening files for my own rooks to get mated faster. and he did get mated. And after the game, we left the board and we were sort of discussing the game while walking towards the players' lounge. And I said, but you must have known this will never work with the way the pieces are. Like, why didn't you just trade all the rooks along the d file and make a draw? And he said something along the, I can't remember what it was exactly, but he said something along the lines of, you've seen the field of this tournament, right? I have to play for a win against somebody.
The start of a beautiful friendship.
Yeah. And, you know, all these years back, I still, it's become a kind of a treasured memory because it wasn't the reply I expected, but you sort of have to respect this type of honesty.
Yeah, brutal honesty. Wow. And meanwhile, back to the game, Peter, it looks like
Bishop G1. Yeah.
Bishop G1.
I guess the intention is Queen E5. We give a check and then we go King A2 and we claim this isn't mate. Which maybe it isn't.
But it feels like it should be. Bishop. I want to play a bishop move here. Bishop D1 or bishop. I'm not sure exactly what it does.
Bishop E2, Bishop D1. But you can also just go Queen E2 and continue improving while not really allowing any counterplay.
Oh, that looks like...
And then maybe Queen D3, Bishop D1 actually will give mate.
Yeah. White is totally zugzwanged here. Totally stalemated, pretty much.
Yeah, you can't really move any of your pieces. And like you play B5 because what else do you play? and then this comes in, and you realize you cannot actually stop queen b3 mate in any way that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So you probably resign here. Yeah.
Queen b1. How do you kill me?
Just queen c4, queen a4 is efficient enough. Yeah. Yeah. Chat says queen e2 is mate in 15. so that's conclusive.
Yeah.
That's very conclusive.
Unlikely he'll see all 15 moves, Magnus, but he doesn't need to.
No, I mean, he knows he's winning, but probably doesn't know he is that winning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you wouldn't know on his body language, but yeah, he's one or two moves away now.
Yeah, and to continue covering the final standings, Lev and Richard are on 50%. Lev losing, both of them actually losing in the last round to go below the plus score. Prague and Jordan finish on -1. I think they will have very different emotions about this, because Jordan actually finishes very much on a high. Could have beaten both of the, I want to say both of the winners, but there's only one winner.
Yeah.
But both of the potential winners. Only wins one of those last two, but still a very, very creditable finish. Whereas Prague started really well and then trailed off quite a bit. But I think if we talk about Prague's tournament, I think his game yesterday is any proof anyone might ever need of how bright a future he has. Yeah. Because by that point, his tournament was an absolute stinker. He was on a half a point out of 4 streak, playing black against Magnus, having a difficult position. And then he just produced what felt like a 40-move sequence where you can't criticize any single one of them, just very, very carefully withstanding all the pressure Magnus threw at him.
Yeah, definitely. Promising signs for Prague, also taking the scalp of Ding earlier in the event with black.
Yeah, Ding absolutely had a tournament to forget, winning game 1. Looked like a very, very promising start. That game with black against Gukesh looked fabulous. Really did look very, very good. And then nothing went right basically ever since. And he finishes on -2. Just a very, very poor performance for the rest of the tournament. Very unlike him. But it will sound disrespectful to Wijk, but in a grand scheme of things, for him right now, sort of unimportant, right?
Yeah. His mind is focused elsewhere. And as we've seen before by plenty of top players, it's incredibly difficult to play focus just before a World Championship match. More important for Ding to get some games under his belt.
Yeah. Obviously not the kind of training he would have liked. He would have very much enjoyed, I think, doing well, and additional confidence before a World Championship match is never going to go amiss. But still, played some tournament games, refreshed the feeling of pieces in his hands, and will now go back to preparing. Tied for 11th, 12th with Gukesh, who was on -4 after I think 7 rounds, and recovered quite well. And there we have the handshake after Queen D3. I guess the point being, if you play Queen C2 here, Queen A3, Queen A2, Queen B4 check, and then eventually you give a check from D1, like
mate is coming.
Yeah, and then this kind of a position is the eventual outcome. So yeah, a nice final victory with black for Magnus. Vincent Keimer finishes on clear 13th on -3. Not a good tournament for him, but a lot of EV left on the table.
Yeah,
played a lot of very long end games, and it felt like he was on the verge of victory more than once. Completely outplayed Nordibek one game, completely outplayed Jordan in I think the next round. And an absolute disaster for Arjun. You can't really describe it in any other way. -5, really, really poor tournament for him, but still, future is very bright. And he ends up...
He drew his first 6 games, Peter. He drew his first 6 games. So out of the last 7, he lost 5 of them. Tough time for Arjun.
Very, very difficult second half of the tournament for him, but it remains true about all 5 of them here. I guess Jordan is slightly in a different category, being a bit older. But all 5 of the juniors who played in this tournament, regardless of how many points they scored, they will all be back. They will all have good results in their future. And
they're all
this
fighting every game.
Mhm.
The attitude is right. Everything they're doing, as you say, Peter.
Yep. So obviously, it would not be proper for us not to at least try to get Joyce to high five us, high five us out of here. Joyce,
High five us for surviving the tournament. This long marathon. Tata Steel. Come on, boy. You can do this for us.
Yeah, come on. There it is. So that, I guess, concludes the proper reading out of the scores. It's been an absolute pleasure doing this with you, David. I continue being the luckiest person alive because I talk about the game I love, and honestly, whoever I do it with, it seems like it's just an absolute blast, and it was very, very enjoyable.
Yeah.
Why are you hitting me in the head? you naughty boy.
Next time you commentate with Joyce. No, but Peter, it's been a pleasure as well. This is our first time commentating together. I've learned a lot, and yeah, it's always fun to hang out with one of my chess heroes. So I'm hoping we get another chance. What's next for you, Peter?
I'm not entirely sure. I think, and yeah, we kind of wanted to do this on air, but then didn't, and maybe now is our chance when like the audience is fast disappearing. But it appears I'm qualified to play in the play-ins at least for the tour. Mm-hmm. And I think it will be difficult for me to find convincing reasons not to. So
now's the chance for chat to pressure you into playing.
Yeah, and so I guess this gives you a very attractive opportunity to correct my blunders again in real time, because I think you're on the desk for that one.
Yeah, so Champions Chess Tour, the event itself starts on the 6th. Don't miss it, on the 6th of February. But as you say, there are kind of play-ins, ways for, well, it's an open field, essentially. Any Grandmaster can try and qualify for that one. I think that happens on the 3rd of February. So I'll be watching you, Peter. Good luck.
Thank you. And once again, thank you everybody who's been watching for this very, very long event. Kept us company, provided us with unbelievable insights into what the machine thinks about the position and other things as well. It's been a pleasure, but for now we are signing off, and we'll see you when you see you.
Bye, everyone.
Cheers.